The 12 zodiac saints were humanity's ultimate weapons, each chosen by a divine god and gifted with overwhelming power. They were worshipped as invincible protectors, but even among these 12 monsters, one man stood above them all. Li Jian was the strongest, a ruthless battle maniac whose sheer power made impossible fights look effortless, and his existence alone made the other saints feel threatened. Then came the Demon Tower and its nightmare boss, Crimson Eye, a monster powerful enough to make even the 12 saints hesitate. Everyone knew this mission was practically a death sentence, but Li Jian didn't give a damn. While the others froze in fear, he stepped forward and charged straight at Crimson Eye, ready to crush the monster himself. But when the battle became truly dangerous, his teammates betrayed him and abandoned him inside the Demon Tower because Li Jian had become too powerful, too uncontrollable, and too dangerous to their ambitions. As long as he remained alive, they could never stand at the top, so they left the strongest saint to die while returning to the outside world as celebrated heroes. But they severely underestimated the man they had just thrown into hell. For 20 years, Li Jian fought through an endless nightmare, tearing through calamities with a body that was slowly falling apart. Still, he pushed through it, clawing his way forward for 2 straight decades, trapped in what was easily the hardest dungeon in existence, losing an arm along the way. He finally reached the final enemy and took it down only for the entire dungeon to start collapsing around him. Cut to the city, now a mess of calamity-induced chaos, where 2 young guys were sprinting for their lives, one screaming at the other for dragging them down the wrong path on what was supposed to be a safe day, completely blindsided by a high-level calamity showing up out of nowhere. A horned, dog-like beast and its buddies were hot on their tail, and one of the boys straight up broke down crying, kicking himself for ignoring a fortune-teller's warning about running into an unbelievable monster. One of the creatures cut them off mid-run, scattering the pair apart, and while one collapsed in tears, the other, now surrounded, bitterly muttered that none of this would even be an issue if Li Jian had made it out of the Demon Tower alive, the very tower looming right in front of them, the same one Li Jian had walked into with the 12 saints years ago. Right then, the tower's gates cracked open, unleashing a blinding light that swallowed the whole area in an explosive flash, forcing both boys to shield themselves from the blast. A little later, once the dust from the tower's explosion finally settled, the 2 boys found themselves buried under rubble, dazed and confused about what had just gone down. The older one pointed toward the collapsing tower, stunned, telling his friend a human was actually walking out of it. Both of them stared in disbelief, unable to process it, as a lone figure stood far off in the wreckage, silhouetted against the dust. He was seething, cursing out the people who'd betrayed him and thrown him into that death trap, swearing he'd hunt down every last one of them for it. Still half buried and hidden among the debris, the boys had no clue who this guy even was or what had just happened. Then they watched as he casually crushed one of the monsters underfoot, stomping its head into the ground without even flinching, and the boys nearly lost it, realizing those were orange-class calamities, the kind that even elite awakened fighters had a hard time taking down. To him, though, they weren't a threat at all, basically ants he could squash without a second thought. He grinned as he grabbed the rest, standing tall over the pile of monster corpses he'd already racked up. Then his eyes drifted sideways, landing on the boys, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving them completely thrown off. The next second, he dropped down right in the middle of them, the impact tearing through the rubble around them and leaving both boys frozen stiff with fear. They scrambled backward, screaming for him to stop, begging him not to attack, insisting they just wanted to be let go. Li Jian paused for a second, almost surprised, then relaxed, muttering that since they were just humans, the path ahead was probably clear now. The 2 boys, still shaken, started talking between themselves, one asking if the other had actually seen the guy walk out of the tower, calling it insane, while the other shook his head, saying it shouldn't even be possible, figuring maybe some freak accident happened when the tower came down and he just ended up here. But right as they were saying that, a massive shadow loomed up behind them, and another monster locked eyes on them from right behind Li Jian. He turned toward it, completely unfazed, while one of the boys panicked, recognizing it instantly as the wolf boss. Jian just kept staring it down like it was nothing. Then, the beast started charging energy in its mouth and unleashed it point blank, a massive blast firing straight at them, leaving the boys with no choice but to brace for impact. When the smoke cleared, the boys realized they were somehow still alive, standing there in shock as they spotted Jian planted right in front of them, having split the blast apart with his own hands to shield them. He cursed under his breath, then leapt up, cocked back a fist loaded with power, and slammed it straight down onto the wolf boss, calling it out as nothing but a filthy mutt before driving it into the ground with a single punch that obliterated it completely. The 2 boys could only watch, speechless, as he landed back down with a grin, the entire area around them reduced to rubble. With the boss taken care of, he stood there completely calm, looking over at the boys while they silently thanked whatever was watching over them for still being alive, fully convinced the nightmare was finally over. Then he called out to them, and the boys, still horrified, snapped to attention and answered in unison. He flashed them a smile, and asked them to go grab him some food, since he was starving then. Looking a little sheepish, added that he'd need some new clothes too, since what he had on clearly wasn't going to cut it. The scene shifted to a small restaurant, where our protagonist was busy tearing through plate after plate of food without slowing down. The two boys could only stare in disbelief as the bill kept climbing higher and higher. By the time he finally stopped, he had eaten enough to cost nearly $10,000. An amount that could have fed around 120 people. When they nervously admitted they didn't have enough money, he casually replied that he had actually been holding back. Looking at the mountain of empty dishes covering the table, they couldn't believe that this was him holding back. One of them finally blurted out, asking what he meant by holding back. Completely unfazed, he reminded them that they were the ones who had promised to buy him whatever he wanted, and started asking for another plate. Trying to change the subject, one of them looked at Jian and cautiously asked who he really was. Was he a disciple, a divine captain, and if so, what had he been doing near the tower? Jian looked genuinely confused by the question, and simply answered that he had just come out of the tower before running into the two of them. His response left them completely speechless. However, Jian asked something that had been bothering him. The two of them didn't look like ordinary people, yet he could clearly sense magic power flowing from one of them. One of the boys explained that he was a disciple, someone who had awakened through a god's blessing. Curious, they asked if Jian was also one of them. The moment he heard that, he let out a scoff. Why would he ever be grateful to those trash gods? But before the conversation could continue, something caught his eye. He noticed his reflection in a spoon, and his expression instantly froze. Without another word, he jumped to his feet and demanded a mirror immediately. A restaurant worker pointed one out, and Jian rushed over, pulling off his shirt as he stared at himself in complete shock. His entire body had recovered. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Inside the tower, his body had been completely destroyed. It had been covered in scars, chunks of flesh were missing, and even half of his head had been gone. Those injuries should have been impossible to heal without sacrificing his own power. Yet now, not a single trace remained. Then he noticed something even more unbelievable. His missing left arm had completely regenerated. As he examined it more closely, he spotted a strange circular snake-shaped mark on his hand. The symbol suddenly began glowing brighter and brighter, before an unbearable wave of pain surged through his body. His veins bulged as he clutched his arm in agony, and one system window after another appeared before his eyes. System windows immediately began appearing before him, informing him that he had experienced death and earned an impossible achievement. They revealed that all of his previous stats would be transferred to his new body, while every achievement he had earned inside the tower would be converted into XP. He had also acquired a divine skill, and every unique skill and trait from his past life had been inherited and converted. Finally, the system announced that he could now wield the power of Ophiuchus. As the glowing snake symbol appeared behind him, the pain only intensified until his consciousness slowly drifted away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing within his own spiritual sea, floating among countless galaxies. Waiting before him was an enormous snake, silently watching him. Jian slowly reached out his hand, and the instant his fingers touched the creature, a brilliant light erupted from both of them. The next moment, he was suddenly back inside the restaurant, completely stunned as he wondered what had just happened. One of the boys hurried over and anxiously asked if he was all right. Still shaken, Jian immediately asked whether they had seen the giant snake. The boys exchanged confused looks before explaining that they hadn't seen any snake at all. From their perspective, Jian had simply stood up, started taking off his clothes, stared at himself in the mirror, then suddenly grabbed his arm and screamed like a madman. Realizing nobody else could see what he had witnessed, Jian quietly stared at the strange mark on his hand, while the two boys continued watching him, convinced he became stranger with every passing second. Just then, Jian felt that mysterious energy surge through him once again, and another system window appeared before his eyes. It informed him that he had become the owner of Ophiuchus. More windows rapidly followed, revealing his new status as Li Jian, the 13th seat of the gods, owner of the seat of Ophiuchus, with the awakened title, the man who crushes all creation. Additional system windows went on to explain his newly acquired abilities, including F-rank super regeneration, a skill capable of restoring any damage to his body and completely renewing it. However, the ability also came with a temporary penalty, reducing his physical abilities by 50% for the next 10 hours and 32 minutes. So that explained why his body had changed so drastically. Jian had never heard of an ability like this, not even among the other saints. Stranger still, he couldn't sense the presence of any god behind this power. Even so, the result wasn't entirely bad. His broken body had been fully restored. He remembered the people who had betrayed him, abandoned him inside the tower, and left him to die before the boss. From this moment onward, he wanted only one thing: to hunt down every single saint who had stabbed him in the back. The two boys noticed the murderous look spreading across his face, and shivers with fear. The scene shifted to the site of the massive explosion, where crowds had already gathered. People were taking pictures while medics treated the injured and onlookers surrounded the wreckage. Everyone was talking about the same thing. Some couldn't believe that the supposedly unbreakable demon tower had actually collapsed, while others pointed out that the tower had been a symbol of the entire region, meaning the news would shake the whole world. As they looked around at the battlefield, many began wondering whether the destruction had been caused by Li Jian's followers, or perhaps by disciples, who held grudges against other disciples. Others noticed the bodies of the monsters scattered nearby, and questioned who could have killed so many powerful beasts. Even high-ranking saints would have struggled against enemies like those, making it hard to imagine who possessed enough strength to destroy both the monsters and the demon tower. Some even wondered if Li Jian had somehow survived and returned after all, but no one had an answer. They only knew that something about the entire incident didn't feel right. The scene then shifted to a packed press conference, where reporters continuously fired questions as camera flashes lit up the room. Their attention was focused on Yang Wei, the saint of the Aries constellation, and the heavy-set man seen at the beginning of the story. The reporters repeatedly questioned whether he believed there was any chance that Li Jian had survived. However, Yang Wei simply watched the crowd in silence before stating that he had no comment. Without saying another word, he turned around and walked away, his uneasy expression standing in sharp contrast to his calm response, while the reporters continued shouting questions behind him. The next scene moved to Yang Wei's car, where the calm facade immediately disappeared. The moment he was alone, he began smashing everything around him in frustration. Li Jian's name had followed him all day, and he was sick of hearing it. Still, a disturbing thought refused to leave his mind. What if Li Jian was actually alive? He remembered the condition of Jian's body 20 years ago, and couldn't believe anyone could have survived inside the demon tower for that long. The tower had been filled with thousands of high-ranking demonic beasts, and escaping it alive should have been impossible. It had already been a miracle that they got out without Li Jian discovering they had killed the Scarlet Horus. On top of that, Jian's body had already been devastated by the backlash of his own power, and unlike the other saints, he had never been protected by a god, yet the possibility still haunted him. If Li Jian had truly returned, then everything they had built would come crashing down. The story then shifted to an airport, just as a plane finished landing. A man stepped off the aircraft and was immediately welcomed by a group waiting for him. The man was Hugo Otters, the saint of the Sagittarius constellation and one of the 12 constellations. The guards respectfully informed him that the Prime Minister was waiting at his residence, and that his car was ready outside. Hugo quietly acknowledged them and headed toward the vehicle. As he walked by, the people nearby couldn't help whispering among themselves. To them, Hugo embodied what a true chosen one looked like. After getting into the car, Hugo sat silently, lost in thought. His phone continued vibrating with calls from reporters who were still spreading rumors that Li Jian had returned. Ignoring them, his attention shifted to an unfamiliar number. More than 20 years had passed, yet the sight of that unknown caller stirred old memories. His mind drifted back to the day before the Demon Tower raid, when he had warned Li Jian that he would die the following day. Instead of taking the warning seriously, Jian had simply smiled through his battered face and brushed it aside. During the assault on the Demon Tower, Hugo had followed Jian's request and remained outside to fight the disaster monsters while the others entered the tower. Even then, he had hoped his premonition would prove wrong and that Jian would return safely. Instead, the saints emerged carrying only the head of the Crimson Eye Demon after abandoning Jian inside the tower. That achievement earned all 12 saints, including Hugo, the title of heroes along with even greater divine power. Even while recovering in the hospital, Hugo refused to believe that Li Jian was dead and repeatedly asked others to continue searching for him. However, Zhang Louis Moleng, the saint of cancer, dismissed the idea entirely. He insisted that countless disaster monsters had filled the Demon Tower, making Jian's survival impossible. He even mockingly suggested that Hugo search for Jian himself if he cared so much, while reminding him that doing so would reduce the number of active saints to 11. Left with no way to argue, Hugo could only watch in frustration. Even now, 20 years later, he still believed that no matter how powerful Jian had been, surviving inside the Demon Tower for so long should have been impossible. By this point, he had convinced himself that it was simply too late. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a call from the Prime Minister. After confirming that Hugo could hear him, the Prime Minister informed him that the Demon Tower had collapsed. Hugo dismissed it as another rumor and apologized, saying he had no intention of accepting another request to search for Li Jian. In his mind, Jian had died inside the Demon Tower 20 years ago, and whatever had happened there now was most likely the work of Jian's followers. Before he could continue, the Prime Minister cut him off and revealed that South Korea had just received urgent news. A short while earlier, someone had called the private hotline created exclusively for Li Jian. The announcement left Hugo completely frozen. He immediately ordered the driver to stop the car, and as the vehicle screeched to a halt, a realization struck him. The unknown number that had called earlier could have belonged to Jian himself. He quickly checked his phone and found 30 missed calls along with a voicemail. His face instantly turned pale. The moment he played the message, a familiar voice declared that it was coming for Taeksu and that it intended to kill him. The voice sounded unmistakably like Li Jian's. Without wasting another second, Hugo ordered the driver to turn the the car around and head straight back to the airport. The scene shifted back to the restaurant, where Lee Jian was still clearing plate after plate of food. At the same time, he couldn't stop being annoyed that Oh Taeksu had grown into someone who ignored his calls. Curious about what was going on, Han Jimin asked why Jian had called that man so many times. Jian simply let him know that the answer would reveal itself soon enough. Despite everything else happening, Jian was completely fascinated by smartphones. The last time he had been in the outside world was back in 2005 before entering the Demon Tower. So after realizing 20 years had passed, he figured the world had advanced far beyond what he remembered. Jimin was shocked that Jian had never used a smartphone before, and explained that it could even access the internet and read the latest news. Hearing that, Jian immediately searched for articles about himself, only to discover that Lee Jian was trending everywhere. However, his curiosity quickly turned into anger as he read countless reports claiming that the 12 Saints had defeated the Crimson Eye and heroically carried Lee Jian out of the battle. Knowing the truth, Jian was furious. The Saints had never defeated the Crimson Eye. They had been the ones who panicked, abandoned him, and ran away. His grip tightened around the phone as his rage nearly got the better of him, forcing Jimin to nervously watch in fear that the device would be crushed. After forcing himself to calm down, Jian's attention shifted when breaking news about his will appeared on the screen. The report explained that before his death, Lee Jian had donated all of his personal wealth and belongings to orphanages and scholarship foundations. At first, Jian hoped that at least his final wishes had been respected. That hope disappeared the moment he opened the full report. It revealed that every one of his properties, including his divine artifacts, had supposedly been inherited by the 12 Saints to help protect humanity, with the only exception being the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otters. The fabricated story instantly confirmed that everything had been stolen. That was the final straw. From that moment onward, Jian abandoned any intention of showing mercy and decided that every saint who had betrayed him would eventually die. His anger became so overwhelming that he accidentally crushed Jimin's smartphone in his hand, leaving the poor boy devastated as he remembered he still had installments left to pay. A few moments later, Jian regained his composure and accepted that acting recklessly now would accomplish nothing. His appearance had completely changed over the past 20 years, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him as Lee Jian. If he revealed his identity now, people would only dismiss him as a madman. Instead, he decided to stay hidden and eliminate the traitorous saints one by one. Just then, the system alerted Jian that someone was watching him. Stepping outside the restaurant, he discovered a group of household gods, divine entities that served the higher gods. Their presence immediately reminded him of Yang Wei, and the system confirmed that they were creating a barrier belonging to the Aries constellation. The household gods demanded tribute, as if the area belonged to them, which only irritated Jian even more. To him, they were nothing more than lackeys, blindly serving the divine gods. Before he could deal with them, his attention was interrupted by a nearby couple loudly mocking Lee Jian. They dismissed him as a forgotten failure and complained that the news was giving him far too much attention. Jian silently ignored the insults until Jimin noticed the badges on their clothes and realized they belonged to the Gemini divine cadre. He immediately urged Jian to return inside and avoid provoking them. Jian, however, stood his ground. The Gemini disciple rudely approached him before deliberately blowing cigarette smoke into his face, while his girlfriend mocked him for looking frightened. The pair casually walked past, dismissing him as nothing more than another pathetic Lee Jian fan. That was enough to snap Jian's patience. As Jimin nervously praised him for holding back, Jian dismissed the arrogant pair as nothing more than cockroaches. The Gemini disciple confidently stepped forward, believing Jian was an ordinary civilian, because he couldn't sense even a trace of mana. The next instant, Jian casually flicked him with a single finger and launched him across the street. Before the stunned crowd could react, the woman attempted to attack from behind, but Jian noticed her immediately and sent her flying with one effortless strike. He casually remarked that neither of them was worth much, while Jimin stood frozen after witnessing Jian defeat two A-rank disciples without using any abilities. Jian even clarified that if he had actually used his powers, neither of them would have survived. As the Gemini disciple lay unconscious, Jian's attention shifted to the necklace around the man's neck. Pulling it off, he immediately recognized it as a divine artifact, and finally understood why the earlier attack had felt slightly unusual. Confused, he asked Jimin why ordinary disciples possessed divine artifacts when those treasures should have belonged only to saints. Realizing Jian knew nothing about the past 20 years, Jimin explained everything that had changed. Humanity had nearly been wiped out by repeated calamities, surviving only because of the divine gods and the saints they had chosen. Since 12 saints alone couldn't protect the entire world, each of them built their own divine cadres by gathering followers. Those who awakened through a saint's power became disciples, and their ranks depended entirely on their strength. Beneath the saints were the 10 stars, individuals considered future saint candidates, while the strongest disciples who commanded the others held the title of divine cadre captains. The divine gods themselves also grew stronger through the faith of their followers, creating constant competition between divine cadres ways, to recruit more believers. In return, outstanding disciples received divine artifacts and other blessings from their patron gods. After hearing the explanation, Jian finally understood just how drastically the world had changed during the 20 years he had spent trapped inside the demon tower. Before Jian could process everything, Jimin suddenly pointed toward the sky in panic. The system revealed that the household gods of wealth and greed serving Ares had been watching the entire fight with amusement. They encouraged the Gemini disciples to continue the bloodshed and even tempted Jian by promising him a valuable reward if he finished them off. Jimin was stunned that Jian had attracted the attention of household gods, since opposing them was no different from opposing the divine gods themselves. Meanwhile, Jian simply wondered why Yang Wei's servants had shown up in a place like this, concluding they had probably come to satisfy their own greed, just like their master. Without another thought, he slammed his foot into the ground, releasing a shockwave that instantly scattered the household gods and shattered the Ares barrier. Jian mockingly sneered at them for daring to stand before him, while Jimin watched in complete disbelief as the household gods fled without putting up any resistance. By then, he was convinced that Brother Li was anything but ordinary. Moments later, Jian confirmed that the unconscious man was indeed a member of the Gemini Divine Cadre, the most influential divine cadre in the country, filled with wealthy and powerful figures. The explanation only made Jian grin as he looked over the expensive designer clothes covering the unconscious disciple. Without hesitating for even a second, the world's strongest fighting thief immediately began stripping the man of everything valuable, treating the entire situation as the perfect looting opportunity. After a long day, Han Jimin finally returned to his apartment with Li Jian. Grateful for everything that had happened, Jimin thanked him for saving their lives and safely bringing them home. At the same time, he subtly hoped Jian would leave after that. Instead, Jian let out a huge yawn, making it obvious he had no intention of going anywhere. Jimin quickly realized Jian was planning to stay the night and could only watch in disbelief. A little later, Jian gave himself a haircut, and the transformation was so dramatic that even Jimin was left speechless. Jian couldn't help admiring his own reflection. Back in the past, every strand of his hair had been precious because his abilities constantly caused it to fall out. He had never imagined he would one day have enough hair to style however he wanted. For the first time in years, he genuinely appreciated seeing himself like this. Not long afterward, Jian's attention shifted to a bee flying around the apartment. The moment he sensed its unusual presence, he immediately recognized it as a calamity and crushed it with his bare hand. Jimin casually praised him for killing it so effortlessly, but the situation quickly became strange as more of the insects kept appearing. Jian continued smashing them one after another, while Jimin guessed that calamities might simply be attracted to Jian himself. Jian immediately rejected that idea and instead concluded that something inside the apartment was drawing them in. After looking around, he quickly found the answer. Jimin had filled the apartment with divine artifacts that constantly attracted calamities. Proudly, Jimin explained that every one of those artifacts had been blessed by the Gemini Saint and personally given to him. Before he could finish showing them off, Jian casually smashed one of the artifacts into pieces, finding its presence completely disgusting. Jimin nearly broke down watching the precious gift get destroyed. As Jian continued searching through the apartment, he uncovered a musical artifact that secretly stole personal information, along with a watch responsible for attracting calamities. The discovery only fueled his anger. It confirmed his suspicion that the saints had fallen so low that they were not only stealing his wealth, but also selling cursed artifacts to innocent people, while exploiting them for their own benefit. Without hesitation, Jian ordered Jimin to throw every single artifact away, despite Jimin desperately trying to stop him. Before the argument could continue, the doorbell suddenly rang. The visitor turned out to be Jimin's roommate, Sungjae. Jian immediately questioned him as though he owned the apartment himself, only for Sungjae to calmly reveal that he was actually the real owner of the place. The awkward atmosphere lingered for a moment before the story shifted to the Ares Divine Cadre headquarters, where Yang Wei received alarming news. The household god stationed in Korea had completely disappeared, throwing the Korean branch into chaos. Even Yang Wei found it hard to believe, since household gods served the divine gods directly, and no awakened individual would normally dare interfere with them. He immediately ordered his subordinates to contact the other saints and find out whether anyone had discovered the cause. During the report, Yang Wei also learned that Hugo Otters remained unreachable as usual. At first, he assumed Hugo was still in England handling mercenary work, but his subordinate revealed that Hugo had already left England and was heading straight for Korea. The news immediately made Yang suspicious. Hugo's sudden return perfectly matched the rumors, claiming Li Jian had survived. The possibility alone filled Yang with anxiety. Fear slowly took over as he struggled to ignore the thought of Li Jian actually returning. Unable to control his emotions, he began smashing everything around him before ordering a full investigation. His subordinate then reported another bizarre incident. Near the location where the household gods had vanished vanished. A Gemini disciple had been discovered unconscious on the street, wearing nothing but his underwear after someone had stripped away everything valuable. Witnesses claimed the disciple had been defeated after picking a fight with an incredibly handsome man. Hearing that description allowed Yang to dismiss the possibility that it had been Li Jian, since the Jian he remembered had a badly scarred and unattractive face. Even so, the growing rumors, the disappearance of the household gods, and the failure to capture the Spider Queen painted an increasingly unsettling picture. Realizing too many things were happening at once, Yang immediately ordered his private jet to be prepared. He had decided to travel to Korea personally and uncover the truth with his own eyes. The story then shifted to a Gemini-affiliated hospital in Korea, where the Gemini Divine Cadre member, defeated by Li Jian, was being treated. His grandfather, the chairman, was furious and demanded to know who had dared to beat his grandson so badly. Standing beside him was Min Sung-hoon, an S-rank disciple of Gemini known as Permafrost, who had been assigned to handle the situation. Calmly, Min Sung-hoon assured the chairman that everything would be taken care of. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Han Jimin explained everything that had happened to Sung-jae. He described meeting Li Jian near the Demon Tower, watching him kill calamities with his bare hands, and seeing him effortlessly defeat an A-rank disciple. Sung-jae refused to believe a single word of it. Instead, he was far more upset that every divine artifact inside the apartment had been destroyed. At that very moment, Jian continued smashing the remaining artifacts, insisting that every one of them was fake. Sung-jae demanded to know which divine cadre Jian belonged to, only to learn that he belonged to none. When he asked which divine god Jian served, Jian made it clear that he followed only himself and not the 12 so-called gods. The situation escalated even further after Sung-jae asked for his name. The moment Jian introduced himself as Li Jian, Sung-jae completely lost his temper. From his perspective, a stranger had barged into his home, destroyed every divine artifact he owned, and was now shamelessly pretending to be the very hero he admired most. Jimin desperately tried to calm his roommate, but Sung-jae's anger had already exploded. As a disciple of Gemini, his mana surged through the room, and he activated the high-ranking skill, Gaze of God. Jian calmly pointed out that Sung-jae was about to burn his own house down if he kept going. Even so, he couldn't help acknowledging Sung-jae's incredible talent, realizing that someone so young was already capable of using a high-level summon. Jimin panicked and begged Jian to run, explaining that Sung-jae was not only an A-rank disciple of Gemini, but also an obsessive Li Jian fan. At the same time, Sung-jae warned Jimin to get out of the way if he wanted to stay alive. Before anyone could react, Jian suddenly appeared behind him. With a single flick, he casually warned that recklessly playing with fire would eventually come back to haunt him. In the very next instant, another flick sent Sung-jae flying across the room with overwhelming force. The attack knocked him unconscious before he could lose control of his power and set the entire building on fire. Jimin immediately rushed over in panic, fearing the worst, but Jian calmly assured him that Sung-jae was still alive. The young disciple lay on the floor foaming at the mouth while Jimin nervously checked on him, barely holding back tears. Completely unfazed by the chaos, Jian headed to his room to get some sleep. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. Every corner of the room was filled with statues and action figures modeled after Li Jian himself. Jimin awkwardly explained that Sung-jae was an enormous Li Jian fanatic and treasured the entire collection more than anything else. Even while lying unconscious, Sung-jae desperately tried to stop anyone from entering the room because of how valuable the collection was to him. Jian, however, felt strangely uncomfortable staring at dozens of figures made in his own image. Without a second thought, he casually snapped the heads off several of the action figures. Watching his prized collection get destroyed pushed Sung-jae to the edge, leaving him completely devastated. Jian simply insisted that he wasn't acting crazy because he really was Li Jian, while Sung-jae could do nothing except break down, unable to process everything that had happened. The story then shifted to a restaurant, where Hugo Otters quietly watched the news covering the mysterious man who had humiliated 2 Gemini disciples. The report was enough for Hugo to realize that the culprit could only be Li Jian. Wondering what his old friend was doing, Hugo's thoughts were interrupted by a waitress approaching his table. The moment she spoke, Hugo immediately saw through the disguise and exposed her true identity as Yang Wei. Disappointed that his trick had failed so easily, Yang dropped the act. Since both of them were now in Korea, he assumed Hugo had also connected the recent incidents to Li Jian and pressured him to reveal anything he knew. Hugo made it clear that this was exactly why he despised Yang. Possessing other people's bodies was nothing short of disgusting in his eyes. After Yang left, Hugo became even more determined to find Li Jian before anyone else did. The scene then moved to a large shopping mart, where Han Jimin and Sung-jae were buying groceries. Jimin once again brought up the possibility that the man staying with them was actually Li Jian. Sung-jae immediately rejected the idea, arguing that Li Jian looked completely different and had been a legendary hero who saved humanity, not someone who acted like an arrogant thug. Jimin still insisted that he had personally seen Jian emerge from the Demon Tower and that his unbelievable strength made the possibility hard to ignore. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when panic spread throughout the mart after someone shouted that a thief was on the loose. The thief raced through the aisles at incredible speed, crashing into both Jimin and Sungjae along the way. Jimin recognized him as a Scorpio disciple, while Sungjae realized he was using his abilities to steal everything in sight. At this pace, every wallet and valuable item inside the store would soon disappear. Completely confident in his speed, the thief believed nobody, not even the saints, could catch him. That confidence disappeared the instant he slammed straight into Lee Jian. The collision alone convinced the thief that his luck had run out, leaving him on his knees in complete despair. Jimin hurried over and asked why Jian had suddenly appeared at the mart, only for Jian to casually reveal that he had forgotten to tell Jimin to buy some chicken. Before the situation could go any further, Min Sung-hoon, the S-rank Gemini disciple, arrived at the scene. After seeing the captured thief, he praised Jian for stopping a Scorpio disciple, admitting that they were notoriously difficult to catch. Mistaking Jian for an ordinary disciple, Min casually advised him to leave this kind of work to the authorities next time. Jian simply looked at him with annoyance, unable to understand his attitude. Before anyone could react, the entire building began shaking violently. Customers immediately assumed an earthquake had struck, and chaos spread across the mart. Taking advantage of the confusion, the thief attempted to escape. His luck finally ran out when the ground collapsed beneath him and a gigantic calamity burst out from below. The thief tried to flee, but the monster instantly devoured him before he could take more than a few steps. Emergency sirens echoed throughout the building as civilians were ordered to evacuate immediately. The creature was identified as the Spider Queen, instantly turning the entire shopping mart into a red zone. Panic spread in every direction as more calamities continued emerging from underground. Amid the chaos, the Spider Queen targeted a terrified child who had been left behind. Before the monster could attack, Jian casually smashed it aside and reached out to help the child. Frightened by everything happening, the child instinctively ran away instead, but Jian was simply relieved that the kid had escaped unharmed. Looking around, he quickly realized the situation was far worse than it first appeared. Calamities were pouring out faster than people could escape, and after 20 years away from the battlefield, Jian decided it was finally time for a proper warm-up. The story then shifted to Yang Wei, who received an urgent report about the calamity outbreak at the Buchin shopping mart. The report confirmed that the monster was the Spider Queen, the very calamity the Saints had failed to defeat in the past. Back then, they had only managed to seal it away, and somehow it had now escaped. Yang immediately realized that even he would struggle to face a red-level calamity alone. It was also explained that after calamities began appearing across the world, humanity classified danger into 6 levels. Blue represented the divine god's pure sanctuary, green marked safe zones, yellow signaled caution, orange required evacuation, red meant an area completely overrun by calamities, and black signified the extinction of humanity. Knowing the Spider Queen had appeared, Yang concluded that the entire shopping mart had already become a red zone. When his driver asked how they should respond, Yang coldly ordered him to bury the entire building. Allowing news to spread that the Saints had once again failed against the Spider Queen would damage their reputation, so he decided to erase the evidence entirely. He ordered his men to declare everyone inside dead and collapse the building before the truth could reach the public. Back inside the mart, Min Sung-hoon unleashed his powerful ice magic, freezing wave after wave of smaller calamities. Confident in his S-rank abilities, he believed the monsters were simply underestimating him. That confidence disappeared almost instantly when the creatures shattered his ice with ease. Before Min could react, Lee Jian stepped forward and casually told him to move aside, because the real fight was about to begin. Holding several beverage cans in his hands, Jian hurled them with overwhelming force, each one tearing straight through the calamities and wiping them out effortlessly. As Jimin and Sungjae watched in complete disbelief, Jian received another system notification confirming the extermination of the calamities. The system rewarded him with new crafting materials that could later be used to create new skills and divine artifacts. Interested in the reward, Jian decided he would test it another time. Even while fighting under a temporary 50% restriction on his strength, he felt his performance had been more than satisfactory. Meanwhile, Min struggled to process what he had just witnessed. The same monsters that ignored his S-rank magic had been eliminated with ridiculous ease by someone who looked like an ordinary man. After the battle, Jian casually returned Sungjae's dagger, reminding him that it originally came from his apartment. As Min continued staring at Jian, he suddenly recognized him as the same thug who had assaulted Gemini disciples earlier. Before he could accuse him any further, Jian punched him square in the face, instantly shutting him up. Even after taking the hit, Min confidently explained that Jian's identity had been obvious. The expensive clothes and the Gemini badge he was wearing had already exposed him. According to Min, the badge was an S-rank divine artifact reserved exclusively for Gemini disciples, and Jian's unbelievable strength had to be coming from it. Jian looked at the badge with complete confusion, before dismissing it as worthless and crushing it into pieces without hesitation. After examining its remains, He concluded that Gemini's saint had fooled everyone with another fake artifact. Min immediately condemned the act as blasphemy, while Jian simply remarked that even after 20 years, that Saint was still the same manipulative bully. Their argument ended the moment the Spider Queen finally appeared. Jian charged straight toward the enormous calamity and drove a devastating punch into its body, slamming it into the ground with overwhelming force. Everyone watching stood frozen after witnessing him confront the Spider Queen without relying on a single divine artifact. At that moment, a voice echoed directly into the minds of every Gemini disciple inside the mart. Both Min and Sungjae recognized it as telepathy from their divine cadre captain, Sunghyuk. The captain ordered every Gemini disciple to evacuate the building immediately because the Ares faction was preparing to bury the entire area. Yang Wei himself was on the way, and they intended to prevent anyone from interfering. Sunghyuk also revealed that even Yang Wei had failed to subjugate the Spider Queen in the past, making it critical to hide the truth from the public. If people lost faith in the Zodiac Saints, their divine power would weaken. Looking around at the wounded civilians still trapped inside the building, Min hesitated for a moment. However, after watching Jian continue fighting the Spider Queen, he abandoned any intention of helping the others. He urged Sungjae to leave with him, but Sungjae couldn't understand why only the two of them were escaping. The horrifying truth finally became clear. They intended to bury every remaining civilian alive to protect the Saints' reputation. Min tried justifying the decision by insisting that preserving the Zodiac's public image was the only way they could continue saving humanity. Since his remaining teleportation uses were limited, he claimed he couldn't afford to waste them on ordinary people. Sungjae refused to abandon either Jimin or the trapped civilians. Frustrated, Min decided the quickest solution was to eliminate everyone himself with his Ice Frost abilities, so Sungjae would have no reason to stay. The decision enraged Sungjae, who immediately turned against him to stop the massacre. Before Min could continue, Jian struck him from behind and slammed him into the ground. Calmly, Jian asked why they were still standing around when the area had become so dangerous. Sungjae explained that escaping wasn't possible because every exit had been blocked by calamities. Their only options were teleportation or defeating the Spider Queen, especially with so many injured civilians still inside. On top of that, Ares' disciples had already sealed off the entire area. Hearing that only made Jian angrier. Before Min could recover from the humiliation, he attempted to teleport away on his own. His escape failed instantly when the Spider Queen's web wrapped around him and dragged him straight toward its jaws. Without wasting another second, Jian ordered Sungjae and Jimin to gather every survivor they could find and prepare to evacuate. He would handle the Spider Queen himself. Meanwhile, Yang Wei arrived at the shopping mart and immediately asked for a situation report. His subordinates informed him that the building had already been sealed and surrounded by a barrier, but the operation wasn't progressing as planned because an unknown force was interfering with the seal. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a gigantic serpent burst out from inside the building, sending everyone into a panic. As people fled in every direction, news quickly spread that someone had killed the Spider Queen. The report instantly caught Yang Wei's attention. Even he had failed to defeat that red-level calamity, so he couldn't ignore the possibility that someone stronger had appeared. Ignoring his disciples' warnings that the area was still dangerous, Yang entered the building himself. Inside, he found the Spider Queen lying dead. The sight left him speechless as he tried to understand who could have accomplished what even the Saints couldn't. Moments later, he sensed a familiar presence and rushed toward it, only to find Hugo Otters. For a brief moment, Yang assumed Hugo was responsible for killing the Spider Queen, and everything seemed to make sense. That assumption disappeared the instant Yang heard a familiar voice behind him. The voice belonged to Li Jian, who calmly revealed his identity after 20 years. The sudden appearance sent chills down Yang's spine. Outside, Sungjae struggled to believe what he had witnessed. Jian's appearance had completely changed, but his fighting style was exactly the same as before. Before he could think any further, Hugo approached him. It was revealed that Hugo was Sungjae's father. Annoyed by his son's cold attitude, Hugo quickly checked to make sure he wasn't injured after being trapped inside the mart. He also asked who had defeated the Spider Queen. Sungjae ignored him, leaving Hugo wondering where his stubborn personality came from. Everything changed when Hugo overheard Jimin mentioning Li Jian's name. He immediately questioned Jimin and learned that Jian was still inside the building and had personally defeated the Spider Queen. Before Hugo could ask anything else, another violent crash echoed from deeper inside the mart. Back inside, Jian couldn't help feeling insulted that Yang Wei's first reaction after 20 years was to attack him. Yang carefully examined Jian's youthful appearance and the complete absence of the scars he once carried. Refusing to believe the impossible, Yang convinced himself that this was simply an imposter pretending to be Li Jian. The two immediately clashed, and Jian drove a devastating punch straight into Yang's stomach, launching him across the room. In Jian's eyes, Traitors like Yang never listened until they were beaten first. The attack instantly reminded Yang of the day he abandoned Jian inside the demon tower. Jian then laid out every betrayal, one after another. The saints had left him to die, stolen his holy relics and fortune, and even forged his will to justify taking everything that belonged to him. Jian made it clear that Yang's death was already decided. Before that, he intended to destroy Yang himself, his entire organization, his holy relics, and eventually every remaining saint who had betrayed him. Hearing those words filled Yang with genuine fear. Everything Jian said sounded completely real, forcing him to consider the impossible truth that Li Jian had actually survived the demon tower. Desperate for proof, Yang challenged him to prove his identity through battle. The fight escalated when the Jade Emperor, the divine god of Ares, personally appeared. Yang was overwhelmed with confidence as his god descended before him, while Jian simply observed the divine god with curiosity. Using his divine skill, celestial armament, Yang launched a lethal attack, believing he had finally killed Jian. His confidence lasted only a moment. Jian regenerated from the attack before Yang's eyes, shattered the divine skill with brute force, and answered with another crushing punch that left Yang staggering in disbelief. Seeing Yang finally recognize him, Jian proudly declared that he had truly returned. He even mocked Yang's divine weapon, calling it just as worthless as its owner. Yang couldn't comprehend Jian's regeneration, knowing that not even Aquarius's greatest healers possessed an ability like that. At that moment, Jian's 13th sense awakened. Deciding there was no better time to test it, he activated the new power. The Jade Emperor stared at Jian in complete shock, unable to accept that he was still alive. Realizing the situation had completely turned against him, the divine god abandoned Yang, disappearing while cursing in frustration. Left behind by the very god he worshipped, Yang fell into absolute despair. Jian found the sight almost amusing. Since the Jade Emperor had escaped before Jian could reach him, he settled for making Yang suffer the same pain he had experienced 20 years earlier, and mercilessly beat him into the ground. Moments later, Hugo and the Ares disciples entered the building. After taking in the destruction, Hugo could only sigh as he realized exactly what his old friend had done. The others sensed Yang Wei's incredibly weak life force and wondered whether he was even still alive. Using his authority, Hugo ordered everyone to stand back before making his way downstairs. There, he found Yang's battered body lying beside a simple note that wished the fat ass good luck. By then, Jian had already moved on to Yang's vault, where the Ares faction stored its holy relics. Mocking Yang for acting like a god of fortune, Jian searched through the collection until he sensed one of his own relics. Most of the displayed weapons turned out to be worthless fakes, while even the clothes decorating them had been stolen from his own house years ago. Among the collection, he finally found one of his genuine relics, a tiny weapon he affectionately considered his toothpick, and happily reclaimed it. The moment he removed it, security alarms blared throughout the facility. Guards quickly surrounded him and demanded that he surrender, but Jian ignored them completely. After effortlessly taking down every guard in his way, he recovered another treasured relic, Lime, the omniscient mudball capable of changing its shape at will. As Jian prepared to leave, he sensed another room overflowing with powerful energy. Deciding it would be a waste to leave empty-handed, he headed inside and began helping himself to even more valuable loot. Hugo Otters arrived moments later, convinced he had already missed his chance to find Li Jian. Just as he was about to give up, he spotted a man casually walking away with an enormous bag slung over his shoulder. Overcome with emotion, Hugo rushed toward him. Seeing his old friend running over made Jian smile, believing that Takesu had remained the loyal friend he remembered. That touching moment immediately fell apart when Hugo sprinted straight past Jian and hugged another man using crutches, completely mistaking him for Li Jian. He anxiously questioned the injured stranger and fussed over his condition, leaving Jian utterly speechless. Losing his patience, Jian planted a dropkick square into Hugo's face and wondered how someone could fail to recognize his own best friend. Even after taking the hit, Hugo still struggled to believe the truth. He carefully examined Jian's face before noticing Lime, one of Jian's holy relics. The sight finally began connecting the pieces. Jian even offered to beat him up again if that would help jog his memory. Unable to hold back any longer, Hugo wrapped Jian in a tight embrace and broke down in tears. Jian immediately responded with a punch to Hugo's stomach to escape the hug, and that familiar reaction finally convinced Hugo that the man standing before him was truly Li Jian. Their reunion was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Apollo, the divine god of Sagittarius. Apollo questioned whether the man before them was really Li Jian and instructed Hugo to verify it himself. When Hugo hesitated, Apollo decided to test it personally by firing a flaming arrow at Jian. Hugo desperately tried to stop him, but the attack had already been launched. Jian immediately exploded in annoyance, unable to understand why the first thing Apollo did after appearing was shoot at him. While Hugo struggled to calm both sides down, Apollo continued watching the situation with amusement. Once the tension eased, Jian turned back to Hugo and reminded him that it was finally time to settle an old debt. Before Hugo could react, Jian casually pointed toward Apollo and declared that he intended to kill him. The sudden statement nearly gave Hugo a heart attack. Jian then vented every frustration he had built up over the past 20 years. After escaping the demon tower, he discovered that his house had been sold, His will had been forged, and every one of his divine artifacts had disappeared. Hugo tried to defend himself, but Jian rewarded the attempt with another hard smack to the head. Oddly enough, every punch only made Hugo happier. The familiar abuse convinced him beyond all doubt that the person before him really was Li Jian. Their conversation was cut short when Yang Wei's museum security finally caught up to Jian. The guards immediately identified him as the thief who had stolen the divine artifacts and surrounded the area. Only then did Jian casually remember that he was still being chased. Hugo nervously asked what exactly Jian had stolen, expecting a few small items. Instead, Jian casually admitted that he had emptied nearly the entire vault. The enormous bag on his back suddenly made perfect sense. Hugo could only stare in disbelief after realizing Jian had looted Yang Wei's personal collection. Jian, on the other hand, looked completely satisfied with himself, explaining that robbing Yang Wei felt well-deserved after everything that had happened. Before the guards could make a move, their leader stopped them, realizing that Jian was far beyond anything they could handle. Instead, they revealed that someone much stronger had already been called. A violent gust of wind swept across the area as an enormous lion descended before them. It was Pichu, the Ares household god known as the Beast of Riches, sent to recover the stolen divine artifacts. The creature's roar alone was enough to shake Hugo, who desperately urged Jian to abandon the loot and escape while there was still time. Jian calmly refused, assuring his old friend that everything was under control. Resting on Jian's shoulder, Lime immediately responded to his command and transformed into a sword. As the weapon awakened through the power of Ophiuchus, it gained the critical hit attribute, while Jian's newly awakened 13th sense revealed every weak point on the household god. Excited to test his new abilities, Jian charged straight at Pichu without the slightest hesitation. Hugo wasn't surprised by the reckless approach. Charging headfirst into impossible battles had always been Jian's favorite strategy. His confidence briefly disappeared when Pichu stomped Jian into the ground, nearly stopping Hugo's heart. Jian, however, simply complained about the creature's unbearable smell before effortlessly lifting its massive leg. With one clean swing, he sliced off one of Pichu's limbs, forcing the household god to roar in agony. Pichu absorbed the surrounding power and launched another desperate attack, but Jian had already decided to end the fight. Channeling the power of the serpent through his sword, he unleashed a single slash that completely overwhelmed the Beast of Riches. Watching the battle unfold left Hugo speechless. Jian fought exactly as he had 20 years earlier, as though time itself had never passed. With Pichu defeated, Jian's zodiac points immediately increased. At the same time, the system presented him with an unexpected option to recruit the defeated Beast of Riches into his own household. The revelation stunned even Jian. It meant he possessed the power to take control of household gods that originally served the 12 divine gods. Curious, he reached out and touched Pichu. The household god instantly accepted him as its new master, officially becoming a servant of Ophiuchus. Its massive body rapidly shrank into a much smaller form, before affectionately snuggling against Jian, who happily picked it up in his arms. Realizing the Beast of Riches could now serve as a living vault for all of his treasures, Jian was more than satisfied with the outcome. Hugo could only watch in complete disbelief after witnessing Jian steal not only Yang Wei's divine artifacts, but also one of Ares' household gods. As he wondered what Jian had experienced inside the demon tower to gain such an unbelievable power, the system informed Jian that his new companion could now be given a name. Without wasting any time, Jian happily named the little beast Piggy Bank. Later that night, the two arrived at Hugo Otter's house, where Jian immediately started teasing his old friend by calling him a traitor. Hugo repeatedly defended himself, insisting he had genuinely worried about Jian all those years. Jian wasn't letting him off that easily. He pointed out that while Hugo had gone on to get married, start a family, and enjoy a normal life, he had been trapped inside the demon tower the entire time. The non-stop guilt trip left Hugo completely drained. After venting for a while, Jian admitted that he probably wouldn't be able to keep freeloading at Hugo's place. Hugo immediately told him to stay as long as he wanted since he lived alone anyway. Hearing that made Jian feel slightly guilty, and he even assumed Hugo had gone through a divorce. Hugo quickly corrected him, explaining that he wasn't divorced, but chose not to elaborate any further. Instead, he shifted the conversation to the one thing he had wanted to know for 20 years. Since he had been fighting calamities outside the demon tower, he had never learned what truly happened inside, or why the other saints returned carrying only the head of the Crimson Eye instead of Li Jian. Jian finally revealed the truth. He explained that he had been betrayed, stabbed in the back, and deliberately trapped inside a cave overflowing with countless calamities. To make matters even worse, the Crimson Eye they believed they had defeated wasn't the real one at all. The true Crimson Eye had been hidden much deeper inside the tower. Although Jian eventually managed to defeat the real monster, his greatest obstacle turned out to be the Tower Administrator, a twisted being capable of reviving dead calamities endlessly. Even after carving a path through endless enemies, Jian found himself pushed to the brink of death by the Administrator's relentless torture. He ultimately managed to kill the Administrator as well, but exhausted every last bit of his strength in the process and collapsed. When he finally regained consciousness, every monster inside the cave had mysteriously vanished. Jian still had no idea how he had obtained his new powers, but one thing was absolutely certain. Whoever betrayed him had known the exact layout of the demon demon tower. The trap had been planned from the very beginning, leading him directly into a cave packed with calamities, as though someone already knew what awaited him there. Remembering everything only strengthened Jian's resolve. He intended to make every saint who stole his fortune and forged his will pay for their crimes, but the one who betrayed him personally would receive far worse than the others. With revenge now driving him, Jian decided he needed better equipment. Activating Creation Workshop, he summoned a magical workshop capable of crafting virtually anything. Into it, he threw every valuable material he had collected, including the corrupted essence of the Spider Queen, calamity fragments, and numerous divine artifacts stolen from Ares. As the crafting process began, blue energy poured into a toy horse, and a powerful aura burst through the windows of Hugo's house. Moments later, the divine artifact was complete. The newly created imitation horse possessed an ego of its own and granted its owner the ability to copy the magic power of anyone it touched. Jian was satisfied with the result, but Hugo casually remarked that such a high-grade artifact looked surprisingly unimpressive. Jian immediately exploded in frustration, reminding Hugo how many priceless materials had gone into creating that masterpiece. Still feeling proud of his work, Jian mentioned that he had originally planned to use the remaining materials to craft an artifact for Hugo as well. After hearing Hugo's criticism, however, that idea suddenly seemed far less appealing. Realizing he had gone too far, Hugo immediately switched tactics and dramatically praised the artifact as a true masterpiece. The obvious flattery worked just well enough for Jian to reconsider. He finally agreed to make Hugo an artifact someday, depending entirely on how useful his old friend proved to be from now on. Once the joking settled down, Jian returned to the real topic. Their first objective would be taking down every saint who had betrayed him. Hugo pointed out that accomplishing that wouldn't be easy because each saint remained protected inside their own territory. Jian simply smiled and revealed his solution. From his collection, he pulled out the Safe of the Golden Fleece, one of Ares' royal divine artifacts. Hugo instantly recognized it as one of the most valuable royal artifacts in existence, and questioned why Jian had bothered stealing something he couldn't even activate. Jian casually explained that he had brought it because he had heard Hugo was always broke and thought it might help fund their operation. Hugo immediately protested, insisting he wasn't poor. Jian then explained the artifact's true purpose. The higher an artifact's grade, the more materials it required to create, so they intended to use the Safe of the Golden Fleece to multiply rare materials and forge powerful divine artifacts capable of crushing the saints. Hugo remained skeptical because nobody present could activate such a legendary relic. Jian looked at him with obvious disappointment, questioning whether a Sagittarius saint couldn't even use a royal divine artifact. Hugo reluctantly admitted he couldn't, and suggested finding another solution instead. Jian then casually revealed that he had already sent a declaration of war to a broadcasting station. The announcement left Hugo completely stunned, once again wondering what kind of reckless plan his old friend had already set into motion. The story then shifted to the Blue House in South Korea, where representatives from several divine cadres had gathered. The first to stir the room was Oliver, the divine cadre captain of Leo, who openly mocked the Ares faction. He ridiculed them for failing to defeat the Spider Queen despite calling themselves saints, and sarcastically suggested they should forget fighting calamities and stick to selling lucky charms instead. One of the Ares representatives immediately asked him to watch his words, but Oliver paid no attention. Instead, he brought up the recent rumors that an unknown man had defeated the Spider Queen and hinted that Li Jian might have returned. His comment immediately drew a warning from Choi Sung-yuk, the Gemini divine cadre captain, who told Oliver not to cross the line. Even then, Oliver continued provoking everyone, pointing out that if anyone could defeat the Spider Queen alone, it would be Li Jian. He even referenced the famous Russian subjugation battle as proof. Sung-yuk dismissed the claim, insisting Li Jian had only achieved those feats because he received support from the other saints and wielded weapons provided by them. According to him, the saints themselves would have produced even better results with the same level of support. Oliver casually fired back that perhaps the saints simply hadn't received enough support, which explained why they couldn't even kill the Spider Queen. Sung-yuk immediately corrected him, claiming that the Spider Queen had ultimately been defeated thanks to the sacrifice of an S-rank disciple from Ares. Oliver wasn't convinced in the slightest. He sarcastically remarked that he would love to meet that remarkable hero, then added that the only place anyone would find him was inside the Spider Queen's stomach. His relentless mockery finally pushed everyone to their limit, leaving even the president furious that such arguments were taking place inside the Blue House. Before the situation could escalate further, someone rushed into the room with urgent news and instructed everyone to turn on the television immediately. The broadcast revealed that a mysterious package had been delivered to a news station. Inside were photographs of Yang Wei, accompanied by a short handwritten message. After examining the handwriting, experts concluded there was a 99% match with Li Jian's writing, making it appear that the long-dead hero had personally sent the package. The story then returned to Hugo Otter's house, where Hugo immediately confronted Jian over the stunt. Jian casually explained that the package was nothing more than a declaration of war, giving every saint advance notice to prepare for what was coming. Hugo argued that publicly provoking the saints made no sense, especially after everything that had already happened with Yang Wei. Jian calmly revealed that Yang Wei wasn't dead at all. To Hugo's complete disbelief, Jian pulled out a small bunny plush and revealed that it was actually Yang Wei himself. The once proud saint had somehow been reduced to a tiny stuffed rabbit, becoming Jian's personal punching bag. From inside the plush, Yang silently fumed while Jian happily played with it, pulling its ears like a pair of joysticks and proudly commenting that his new abilities had improved significantly after the recent battle. Completely amused by the situation, Jian even introduced Yang Wei as his second slave. Hugo could only stare in disbelief, struggling to accept that something this absurd was actually possible. A moment later, Jian handed Hugo a dagger and revealed that it was the very weapon used to stab him in the back before he was trapped inside the demon tower. Hugo carefully examined the blade and immediately noticed its unusual engraving. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. After inspecting it more closely, he reached an important conclusion. If this dagger had truly been the weapon that betrayed Li Jian, then Yang Wei couldn't have been the one who stabbed him. Jian then explained that Yang Wei had mentioned seeing the dagger at a divine artifact store, so he planned to investigate the place himself. Before leaving, he borrowed a change of clothes from Hugo, who told him to take whatever he wanted from the closet. Jian then casually left the house, assigning Hugo to keep watch over his new slave number 2. As Jian waved goodbye and walked away, Yang Wei secretly celebrated the opportunity, while Hugo could only stand there in complete frustration. The story then shifted to the ruined Yang Wei Artifact Museum, which had been completely wrecked after Li Jian's little looting session. A group of female disciples arrived to inspect the damage, and their leader quickly reported that the Ares saint was nowhere to be found. Even stranger, there wasn't a trace of the Ares divine god's energy left behind. The news immediately caught the attention of Aquarius Saint Sophie Marty, who wondered where that baldy piggy had disappeared to. One of her subordinates jokingly guessed that Yang Wei had probably run off with all his wealth, but Sophie didn't find it funny at all. She considered the whole situation a serious problem, because if Yang Wei secretly made a deal with another saint behind her back, things could get messy. Another subordinate nervously suggested that the recently returned Li Jian might have kidnapped Yang Wei instead. Before she could finish that ridiculous theory, Sophie casually splashed water right into her face, making the poor woman immediately apologize over the phone for saying something unnecessary. Brushing the topic aside, Sophie announced that she was sticking to her original schedule. She still had to visit the Divine Artifact store to sell several artifacts and raise funds for the upcoming drachma auction, which was extremely important. Before she could relax again, another assistant interrupted her bubble bath with fresh news that multiple saints had also registered to participate in the same auction. The scene then jumped to Lion Gym, where everyone couldn't stop staring at an unbelievably muscular man training inside. That man was Stephen Marker, the Saint of Leo. His workout came to an abrupt stop when one of his associates rushed over with exciting news. One of Li Jian's divine artifacts was finally going to appear at the drachma auction. The moment Stephen heard that, he dropped the dumbbell in his hands without even realizing it. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and in his mind, there was no chance anyone else was taking that artifact. Meanwhile, Jian and Sungjae teleported to the Divine Artifact shopping complex. Sungjae explained that teleportation normally cost a fortune, but Gemini members could use it for free. Jian thanked him since he had been looking for a skilled appraiser, and Sungjae immediately introduced him to an SS rank appraiser. Along the way, Sungjae remembered how Choi Sunghyuk, the Gemini Divine Cadre captain, had promised to support him with whatever he needed, as long as he figured out the identity of the man who defeated the Spider Queen. Almost on cue, Sungjae received another message from that annoying boss, making Jian ask if he was still being bothered after the Spider Queen incident. At the same time, Jian handed Sungjae the repaired dagger, casually mentioning that he had put it to good use against the insects. Sungjae remembered that the dagger had been completely rusted before, but Jian explained that he had fixed it, although its abilities had changed a little, so Sungjae shouldn't be surprised later. After arriving at the luxurious appraisal hall, Jian looked around at the countless divine artifacts on display and nearly lost it after seeing their ridiculous prices. Since the shop belonged to an SS rank appraiser, everything cost a fortune. A few moments later, the Virgo-affiliated SS rank appraiser Jin Myung picked up the restored dagger and immediately asked Sungjae who had created it. Jian calmly admitted that he had made it himself. Jin Myung carefully inspected the weapon before asking whether Jian had some connection to Li Jian. Sungjae immediately tried to explain that Jian was nothing more than a Li Jian impersonator, but Jin Myung shut him down on the spot because they were having an important conversation. Instead, the appraiser directly asked Jian about his relationship with Li Jian. He explained that while everyone knew Li Jian as a legendary fighter, very few people realized he had also been one of the greatest divine artifact producers in history. After examining the dagger again, Jin Myung admitted that he had seen countless fake divine artifacts throughout his career, but this one felt completely different. He could genuinely sense Li Jian's craftsmanship inside it. That statement surprised Jian, who wondered how Jin Myung knew so much about him. Without hesitation, Jin Myung proudly declared himself one of Li Jian's disciples, who had personally received his favor. Jian was completely thrown off, not because someone claimed to be his disciple, but because the grown man practically started blushing just by talking about him. The problem was that Jian couldn't remember ever accepting a disciple. Looking at Jian's young appearance, Jin Myung concluded that he couldn't possibly be the real Li Jian, although he admitted his craftsmanship had almost fooled him. Hearing that made Jian want to punch the guy so badly, but he somehow managed to hold himself back. Just then, Jin Myung carefully pulled out an old notebook and proudly explained that it was the notebook Li Jian had left behind after recognizing him as his student. The second Jian saw it, he instantly recognized it as the notebook he had lost years ago. Another memory immediately surfaced, and he finally remembered who Jin Myung really was. He was that rookie who had chased Jian all over China 20 years ago and had been a complete pain in the ass back then. No wonder Jian failed to recognize him at first. 20 years had changed the guy completely. Meanwhile, Jin Myung continued reminiscing about how incredible Li Jian had been at identifying valuable items and how much useful knowledge he had shared. Holding the notebook like it was some sacred treasure, Jin Myung explained that Li Jian had accidentally left it behind after checking out of his lodging. Jian almost burst out laughing because he had spent years believing he had simply lost it, when in reality this shameless bastard had quietly taken it. Since the handwriting inside was absolutely terrible, Jin Myung had never managed to read a single page and simply assumed it contained priceless design ideas. Watching all of this unfold, Jian even wondered whether punching Jin Myung would reveal useful information about him too, since his new ability seemed to reveal information about anything he struck. Jin Myung then admitted that such an important notebook belonged in the hands of someone as talented as Li Jian, and unknowingly handed it right back to its original owner. As Jian held it, memories of the old divine artifact designs he had written inside came flooding back. Suddenly, the notebook began glowing. The system informed him that it was reacting to its rightful owner's magic power and was evolving into a divine artifact through the power of Ophiuchus. Jin Myung watched in complete disbelief as the notebook transformed into a memory storage artifact, an ability he had never seen in his entire life. Before he could admire it any further, one of his guards rushed inside looking completely flustered and reported that several saints had arrived outside. Jin Myung couldn't understand why everyone was panicking just because a few saints showed up. At that exact moment, Sophie Marty decided she had waited long enough and walked straight into the shop herself. Accustomed to everyone staring at her wherever she went, she could already feel countless eyes following her every step. Even Sungjae found her appearance surprising, since the Aquarius saint almost never showed herself outside official events, and even leaving her church normally required countless formal procedures. Sophie had originally come to persuade Jin Myung to purchase Aquarius's divine artifacts at a high price, so they could raise enough money for the drachma auction. However, after waiting far longer than expected, she completely lost her patience. Curious about the mysterious guest receiving such special treatment, she entered the room herself. The instant her eyes landed on Jian, she completely froze. For a split second, his handsome appearance almost melted her heart. Then, everything changed. A gigantic serpent suddenly appeared behind Jian, releasing such terrifying pressure that it felt as though hundreds of snakes had wrapped themselves around Sophie's body and were squeezing the life out of her. Her heartbeat pounded inside her chest as fear completely paralyzed her. Unable to understand what kind of terrifying magic she had just experienced, Sophie instinctively turned around and ran away without another word. Jin Myung stood there completely confused, wondering why she had left the moment she entered, while Jian simply assumed she must have been feeling sick. Right after that, another system notification appeared before Jian. The system informed him that the divine power of Ophiuchus had evolved into godly power, allowing him to steal divine power from both divine gods and other beings. However, it also warned that if his own divine power ever reached zero, his zodiac would lose its strength, and remaining in that state for too long would weaken him considerably. As Jian processed the information, he casually asked Jin Myung about the woman who had just barged in. Jin Myung looked at him in disbelief before explaining that she was Sophie Marty, the Aquarius saint who appeared in disciple magazines all the time. The revelation left Jian stunned for only a second before he burst into laughter. He couldn't believe that girl had actually become a saint. Her appearance had changed so much that he genuinely failed to recognize her at first. Even after all the cosmetic improvements, Jian believed her rotten personality hadn't changed one bit. In his eyes, she was still the same heartless bitch who cared more about skincare than human lives. He considered her nothing more than a pest. Surprisingly, Jin Myung quietly admitted he shared a similar opinion. He couldn't understand why the entire world praised Sophie as the symbol of compassion and self-sacrifice when she was actually selfish and cruel behind the scenes. Jian was pleasantly surprised that Jin Myung knew at least that much. Jin Myung then revealed another ugly truth. Since Sophie had once served as Li Jian's physician, she had tried to take control of the funds collected under Li Jian's name after his death. Fortunately, the other saints also became greedy for the money, forcing the government to step in and manage the funds instead. Learning that even the donations collected in his name had become another target for the saints only made Jian angrier. Watching Jian casually refer to Sophie by name, Jin Myung assumed the two of them had to know each other personally. Jian simply replied that there was no way Sophie wouldn't remember him because they went way back. The story then shifted back to Sophie Marty, who was completely shaken after running away from the appraisal shop. She looked like she was on the verge of a panic attack. Inside her mind, a terrifying vision replayed itself as she saw Li Jian standing before her, asking if she wanted to die. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get that overwhelming pressure out of her head. The aura she felt was almost identical to the Li Jian she remembered, and just thinking about it sent chills racing down her spine. Sophie wasn't even thinking straight anymore. She became so overwhelmed that she started wondering whether dying would actually be better than passing out, leaving the subordinate beside her completely confused. Regaining her composure little by little, Sophie immediately ordered her subordinate to return to the divine artifact shop and find out exactly who that man was. When the subordinate asked what they should do about the appraiser, Sophie completely changed her mind. A malicious smile spread across her face as she decided everyone inside should be killed. The only exception was Jin Myung, since he was a valuable appraiser backed by Virgo, and they still needed him to sell their divine artifacts. Sophie's mood had already been ruined by the mysterious man who reminded her of Li Jian, and she couldn't tolerate anyone bringing back those old memories. She handed her subordinate a divine artifact necklace that carried the divine god's power. The subordinate hesitated, knowing it was dangerous to use something like that inside a neutral district. Sophie immediately shot her a cold smile, making it obvious refusing wasn't an option. The woman instantly accepted the order, declaring that a saint's command was the same as the will of the 12 divine gods before taking the necklace. Meanwhile, back inside the divine artifact shop, Jian noticed water dripping from the ceiling onto his head. The strange leak immediately made him feel like something was seriously off. At the same time, Sungjae was walking through the center district of the shopping complex when he accidentally stepped into a puddle. It hadn't even rained, yet water was everywhere. As he examined it more closely, he realized the water contained faint traces of mana. Before he could react, a hand suddenly emerged from the puddle and slowly took on a form identical to his own. Looking around in disbelief, Sungjae saw more and more watery reflections crawling out all across the district. High above the complex, Sophie calmly watched everything unfold from the rooftop. Using her divine artifact, she had created mirror replicas of every A-rank disciple in the area. Sungjae immediately demanded that the Saint Guard stop using battle skills inside a neutral zone, but the guard carrying Sophie's divine artifact ignored him completely. She declared that everything was happening under Sophie's direct orders and activated the artifact without hesitation. A blinding light erupted as divine power spread across the district. Every civilian nearby became trapped inside giant water bubbles, while the replicated A-rank disciples formed an entire army. Their objective was simple: eliminate the mysterious man inside the appraisal shop and capture the appraiser alive. As the watery replicas scattered across the complex, Sungjae found himself trapped inside one of the bubbles, desperately trying to escape before he lost consciousness. Back inside the shop, Jian quietly watched the water continue leaking from the ceiling, while sensing an increasingly suspicious mana filling the room. Before Jin Myung could understand what was happening, the water chalice skill wrapped around him, restraining him in an instant. Sophie's subordinate appeared right behind Jian with a knife pressed against his neck. She claimed she held no personal grudge against him, but Sophie had become extremely displeased because of him. Although she had been ordered to kill both men, she offered Jin Myung one chance to survive. If he apologized to Sophie for insulting her and agreed to buy Aquarius's divine artifacts at a high price, she would spare his life. Jian, however, couldn't sit quietly any longer. Curious more than anything else, he casually wondered whether waving knives around in public had become normal these days. Before the guard could react, Jian snapped the divine artifact knife in half with his bare hand, as if it were nothing but a cheap stick. The guard's eyes widened in complete disbelief. Completely unfazed, Jian calmly suggested that Aquarius should at least pay for the property damage after all this. Jin Myung couldn't stop staring. That dagger had been a genuine Aquarius divine artifact, yet Jian had broken it with nothing but his fingers. The guard immediately sent an A-rank replicated summon toward him, but Jian destroyed it with a single punch and casually asked whether she had more, because smashing them actually felt pretty satisfying. Watching an A-rank replica disappear in one hit finally convinced the guard that Sophie hadn't exaggerated how dangerous this man really was. As Jian checked whether Jin Myung was alright, the guard decided there was no choice left except eliminating him before he became a threat to Sophie. She activated Sophie's divine artifact and borrowed even more divine power before summoning an orange-rank water wolf created entirely from Sophie's high-purity mana. Instead of panicking, Jian practically lit up with excitement. To him, Sophie wasn't attacking anymore. She was delivering free materials. After casually asking Jin Myung if he could help himself to anything nearby, Jian grabbed 2 daggers and charged straight into the water wolves. Every slash cut through another summon while simultaneously collecting data on Sophie's skills. The system continuously recorded Oblivion Calling Water Chalice, Mirror Replication Fragments, Mentality Boost traits, and numerous other abilities. Jian became more and more excited with every monster he dismantled, happily commenting that Sophie's summons were surprisingly high-quality materials. By the time he finished carving through the entire pack, the Saint Guard could only stare in horror after watching every single summon get wiped out with ridiculous ease. Jian, on the other hand, looked almost disappointed that this was all Sophie could offer. Terrified beyond belief, the guard completely abandoned the fight and fled while shouting that Jian wouldn't get away with this. Jian simply grinned and remarked that people who made threats like that were never actually scary. A few moments later, Sung-jae finally escaped and rushed into the shop to check whether Jian and Jin Myung were safe. Instead, he walked into complete chaos. Water wolves were scattered everywhere, and every summon had already been destroyed. After sensing the lingering mana, Sung-jae immediately realized the monsters had all been created by a saint. Jian casually agreed but pointed out that sending so many summons against someone from the production class only meant handing him free crafting materials. Just as Sung-jae urged everyone to leave, Jin Myung suddenly stopped them. Watching Jian fight had brought back memories from 20 years ago, when he constantly followed Li Jian around to study his production methods. He remembered every detail: how Li fought, how he harvested materials from defeated monsters, and even that crazy expression he always wore during battle. Everything matched perfectly. Jin Myung finally realized the impossible truth and was about to say Li Jian's name out loud when Jian quietly signaled for him to stay silent. That single smile confirmed everything. Tears immediately welled up in Jin Myung's eyes as he realized his master had truly returned. Jian simply told him to keep all those valuable materials safe because he would come back for them later, adding that he also had something important to ask him in the future. Jin Myung gratefully bowed without hesitation. The old man really was a real one, and an absolute simp for Jian. On the way out, Sung-jae asked why Sophie had suddenly targeted him. Jian casually brushed it off, guessing he had probably rubbed her the wrong way. Sung-jae became even more worried after realizing Jian had somehow managed to make an enemy out of the Aquarius Saint. Jian simply told him to wait, because something way more entertaining was about to happen. Later, the two stopped by Cafe Eden and treated themselves to some ridiculously fancy desserts. Jian instantly fell in love with the gelato and happily told Sung-jae to eat as much as he wanted. Sung-jae didn't mind the food at all, but he couldn't stop worrying about how insanely expensive the cafe was. During the earlier fight, Sophie's fleeing subordinate had accidentally dropped an Aquarius insignia, and Jian had quietly pocketed it without anyone noticing. After taking a closer look at the badge, he realized it was far more useful than it first appeared. Sung-jae immediately recognized it as an Aquarius insignia that functioned not only as an identification card, but also as a storage device capable of holding skills granted by other divine gods. That realization also worried him, because carrying someone else's ID could easily come back to bite them later. Jian casually brushed the concern aside and decided they could deal with that problem after finishing their desserts. Just then, someone approached from behind and greeted Sung-jae, mentioning that he enjoyed the gelato there as well. The familiar voice instantly made Sung-jae freeze. His worst fear had come true. Standing behind them was Choi Sung-yuk, the Gemini Divine Cadre captain. Jian paused with an oversized spoonful of gelato halfway to his mouth as he immediately recognized Sung-jae's annoying boss. Choi politely introduced himself before praising Jian as the incredible man who had defeated the Spider Queen that even Yang Wei couldn't subjugate. Jian casually asked why that should matter to him. Choi then revealed his true purpose. Recruiting exceptional talent was one of a Divine Cadre captain's responsibilities. Jian immediately skipped to the important part and asked what kind of bribe he was offering. Choi smiled and revealed that he intended to reward Jian with one of Li Jian's 8 divine artifacts, which would soon be sold at the drachma auction. That sentence instantly pushed Jian's patience to its limit. He slammed his spoon onto the table after realizing the saints were actually auctioning off his personal belongings. With ice cream still smeared across his cheeks, Jian calmly agreed to attend the auction himself, since he had absolutely nothing left to lose. When he asked where the auction house was located, Choi politely suggested wiping the gelato off his face first, before explaining that an artifact belonging to the legendary Li Jian deserved the greatest stage in the world. The drachma auction would be held inside the world's largest auction house, the wealthy fortress city of Drachma, floating nearly 16,000 feet above the ground. The story then shifted to the Drachma Great Auction, where Sophie Marty looked pale as hell while quietly drinking alcohol in one corner. The Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, wasn't having any of it. Watching her sit there trembling ruined his mood so much that he bluntly told her to get lost because she was even making his drink taste bad. Inside, Sophie cursed him as nothing more than a muscle-brained idiot with zero manners, but she swallowed her irritation. As much as she hated being around him, there was no safer place than staying close to Steven. After all, he had once stood against Li Jian himself. Steven then confidently declared that Li Jian's divine artifact, which was being auctioned that day, already belonged to him, and warned Sophie not to even think about bidding on it. As Steven walked away, Sophie tried asking where he was going, only to get completely brushed off, since it was none of her business. Left alone again, Sophie tried calming herself by convincing her own mind that the man who carried Li Jian's overwhelming aura would never come to the auction anyway. Even after 20 years, the trauma still refused to leave her. A moment later, her eyes landed on Hugo Otters, and a sly smile slowly spread across her face. She had just found herself a very valuable target. Meanwhile, Hugo had only come to the auction because he believed Jian would naturally show up if his divine artifacts were being sold. Before he could continue searching, Sophie quietly approached him and greeted him as if nothing had happened. Hugo immediately made it obvious that seeing her was the last thing he wanted. Sophie calmly pointed out that he had become incredibly difficult to reach over the years before deliberately bringing up the days when he had been the face of the Saints. She remarked that time had changed him quite a bit. Hugo completely ignored her, making it clear he had no interest in talking. Having her pride bruised like that didn't sit well with Sophie, so she deliberately aimed for his deepest wound. She reminded him that ignoring people and acting however he pleased might cost him his children, just like it had cost him his wife. Hugo froze where he stood. Sophie continued pouring salt into the wound, mocking him by saying his wife might as well already be dead and ridiculing him as an incompetent head of the family who couldn't even protect the people closest to him. The moment those words landed, flames burst around Hugo as pure rage filled his eyes. He attacked without hesitation, but Sophie effortlessly blocked his burning hand with her water magic before reminding him about the truce the Saints had agreed upon 10 years earlier. She even mocked him for still calling himself a half-saint. Just as she prepared to strike back, someone suddenly called her a pest before casually flicking her away like she weighed nothing. Jian had finally arrived. Hugo stood there completely stunned while Jian casually asked why Taeksu looked so worried. The question immediately made Hugo defensive, making Jian tease him even harder before casually glancing towards Sophie, who now had another bump on her forehead. Seeing her again only made Jian wonder why this pest somehow managed to appear everywhere he went. The story then briefly shifted into Sophie's perspective as memories from 20 years ago came flooding back. To her, Li Jian, the 13th awakened saint, had always been the strongest. More than hatred, what she truly felt toward him was fear. His face had always been covered in horrifying scars. His personality was unbelievably aggressive. He never forgave anyone who rubbed him the wrong way, and the cold look in his eyes constantly made her feel insignificant. Those memories carried her back to one particular day, 20 years earlier. Covered head to toe in bandages, Jian had stormed straight into the Aquarius sanctuary. Every servant desperately tried stopping him, but he simply shoved them aside and forced his way through. Sophie immediately demanded that he leave for barging into her sanctuary, but Jian answered by smashing his fist into the wall right beside her face. The impact alone nearly flattened her. He reminded her that he had personally sent people to bring her to the injured victims of recent calamities, yet instead of treating them, she had been wasting her time. Furious beyond belief, he dragged her by the hand while reminding her that countless people had lost their arms and legs protecting her, yet she couldn't even be bothered to save them. Sophie couldn't have cared less. In her eyes, those people should have been grateful they sacrificed themselves for someone important like her. She complained that the Saints were already receiving enough criticism from the public, and openly admitted she had no intention of cleaning up anyone else's mess. That answer completely snapped Jian's patience. When Sophie recoiled in disgust because Jian smelled like sweat, and complained that she needed to finish her makeup before an interview, Jian tightened his grip even harder before slapping her across the face. At that point, he admitted he had been an idiot for expecting a pest like her to understand human decency, and concluded that pests only learned after getting beaten. In the end, Jian literally dragged Sophie to the injured victims and forced her to continue healing them until she collapsed from exhaustion. From that day onward, Sophie developed a deep fear of Li Jian and convinced herself that he was nothing more than an irrational brute. The story returned to the present as Sophie's worst nightmare became reality. She slowly regained consciousness after Jian casually woke her up by calling her a pest. The moment she opened her eyes, she realized she had been tied up. Any thoughts about escaping immediately vanished after she recognized Jian standing in front of her. Furious, she demanded to be released at once and couldn't believe anyone would dare tie up a saint. Jian wasn't surprised in the slightest. Even after 20 years, she hadn't changed one bit. Everything about her was exactly the same as before. Sophie refused to accept that things were still like they had been back then. Secretly, she activated an acidic fluid on her hand, fully expecting it to melt the ropes restraining her. In her mind, escaping was easy. All she needed to do afterward was reach Stephen Marker and hide behind him. Jian simply stared at her with complete disbelief before casually flicking her forehead again. The painful strike made Sophie scream, but Jian noticed something else instead. His finger had been slightly burned. Sophie instantly burst into laughter and proudly revealed that her acid protection skill automatically activated whenever someone hit her body. She confidently declared that the acid would slowly melt Jian's hand and eventually consume his entire body. Inside her own imagination, she was already picturing Jian desperately begging her for forgiveness. Reality shattered that fantasy almost immediately. Jian calmly held up his finger, now perfectly healed without leaving even the smallest mark, before knocking her down again with another brutal flick. Sophie could only stare in utter disbelief. That wasn't ordinary recovery. It was a completely broken ability that made no sense. Satisfied that she finally understood the situation, Jian decided it was time to settle every score between them. He calmly started counting every reason Sophie deserved punishment. The first hit was for publicly claiming she had once been Li Jian's doctor. 5 more hits were added because Jian knew she had been the one responsible for sending assassins to the appraisal shop. Another 50 hits were piled on because of everything she had said to Taesu earlier that day. By that point, Sophie completely accepted that she was doomed. Jian calmly prepared his finger before repeatedly flicking her forehead over and over again, while Taesu quietly sat nearby drinking tea as though nothing unusual was happening. Watching the scene unfold, he couldn't help realizing that Jian truly treated everyone equally. Man or woman, anyone who crossed him eventually got beaten. At the same time, Taesu noticed something even stranger. Every single time Jian landed another flick, his divine energy visibly continued to grow stronger, making it obvious that Jian was becoming even more powerful while beating the absolute hell out of the Aquarius Saint. After taking all 50 flicks straight to the forehead, Sophie finally blacked out with bumps covering her head from every angle. While she was completely out cold, another system notification appeared before Li. His divine status had finally been unlocked, showing that it currently sat at -50%. The system further explained that if his divine status ever dropped to 0%, his zodiac would lose its power, and staying at 0 for too long could even lead to death. On the bright side, Li discovered another interesting effect. Every time he beat someone up, his divine status increased, meaning the more he fought, the stronger he could become. Taesu then interrupted his thoughts and wondered why Li hadn't questioned Sophie about the dagger that had stabbed him 20 years ago. Jian wasn't concerned at all. He was convinced that Pest didn't have the guts to stab him herself. Besides, he had already found someone capable of investigating the dagger, so there was no reason to waste time asking her. Taesu quickly figured out that Li had simply been beating the absolute hell out of Sophie because he wanted to torment her. A moment later, Li casually pulled out a smartphone, making Taesu wonder where he had even gotten one. Jian explained that he had borrowed it from someone he knew, who just so happened to be Sungjae, Taesu's own son. With that settled, Li headed toward the auction and dumped the rest of the cleanup on Taesu, casually giving him permission to toss Sophie into the nearest trash can if he felt like it. Left behind with the unconscious witch, Taesu could only sigh while Li promised he would get in touch once the auction was over. Still wondering what to do with Sophie, Taesu noticed someone entering and briefly assumed it was Jian returning. Instead, it was Stephen Marker, the Saint of Leo. The moment Stephen spotted Sophie unconscious on the ground, he immediately demanded to know what Hugo was doing there. Taesu greeted him normally, but Stephen clearly wasn't interested in exchanging pleasantries. When Taesu asked why he had shown up, Stephen explained that Sophie had hired him as her bodyguard, and since he already had business in drachma, he accepted the job. Stephen then asked Taesu the same question. Taesu simply replied that he had come because of the auction. As he prepared to leave, Stephen guessed he must also be there to buy one of Li Jian's holy relics. That statement genuinely caught Taesu off guard, since he had no idea Jian's relics were even being auctioned. Stephen immediately mocked him, saying it didn't matter anyway because a broke guy like him could never afford one. Smirking right back, Taesu hit him where it hurt by pointing out how obsessed Stephen still was with Li Jian's relics. The irony wasn't lost on him. Stephen had spent years refusing to acknowledge Li Jian, yet he couldn't stop chasing after the very relics Jian created. Taesu even questioned whether Stephen honestly believed those relics would magically make him stronger. As expected, mentioning Li Jian instantly triggered Stephen. Furious, he attacked Taesu while warning him to stop bringing up Jian's name. Before things could escalate any further, one of Stephen's disciples rushed over with urgent news that the Gemini faction was attempting to buy every single one of Li Jian's relics. Stephen immediately released Taesu since the auction took priority. As for Sophie, he casually left her behind, saying Taesu could do whatever he wanted with her. Taesu reminded him that every saint was currently competing to recruit the most disciples anyway, so wasting time here wasn't worth it. Before walking away, Stephen sarcastically advised Taesu to lose the attitude if he wanted to live longer. Taesu thanked him with just as much sarcasm. After Stephen disappeared, Taesu quietly looked at the burn marks left on his hand from Stephen's grip and admitted to himself that the Leo Saint wasn't even close to being second-rate. Meanwhile, inside the drachma auction, Li, Sungjae, and Choi Sunghyuk were relaxing inside a VIP room while placing bids on various relics. After winning another bid, Choi congratulated Jian and assured him that he could buy whatever he wanted. Jian thanked him, while Choi brushed it off by saying it was the least Gemini could do for someone as talented as him. Sungjae, on the other hand, started getting nervous after seeing how much money his boss was spending and quietly asked whether this level of spending was really okay. Choi jokingly asked if Sungjae could at least cover the drinks because he had forgotten his company card. Sungjae was left speechless before Jian casually interrupted by holding up a black debit card, explaining that he had already paid. Choi immediately recognized the card and wondered how Jian had gotten it. Jian casually replied that Choi had been drunk, so he simply paid for him because bosses shouldn't be making their employees cover the bill. That answer made Choi sweat a little. Jian looked young, but he was surprisingly difficult to deal with. Even so, Choi quickly reminded himself that this rookie had defeated the Spider Queen, making him someone worth investing in. Compared to recruiting a monster like Jian, a few drinks were practically free. Deciding to get serious, Choi praised Jian's incredible potential and confidently declared that he could easily become S rank or even higher. He then offered Jian the blessing of the Gemini Saint, explaining that doing so would make him the saint's successor, while granting him countless benefits completely free of charge. Jian immediately realized what Choi was doing. That sneaky bastard was secretly using Gemini's invisible mind control ability to naturally build trust. Choi officially invited Jian to become Gemini's disciple and be reborn as one of their followers. Instead of being tempted, Jian burst out laughing. Once he stopped laughing, he bluntly wondered whether Choi seriously expected him to serve that zodiac. Completely caught off guard by Jian's sudden hostility, Choi awkwardly tried changing the topic, just as one of the auction staff entered with Li Jian's newly purchased relic, complete with its official warranty. The moment Choi saw the relic's name, his expression froze. He couldn't believe Jian had actually used Gemini's money to buy Li Jian's own relic. Jian simply reminded him that he had been told to bid on whatever he wanted, so he did exactly that. Choi nearly lost his mind. Everyone knew Stephen Marker was completely obsessed with collecting Li Jian's relics. Panicking, Choi apologized and explained that the relic already belonged to someone else, promising it would be returned. Right on cue, the door burst open as Stephen Marker himself stormed inside, demanding to know who dared touch what he already considered his property. Jian immediately recognized the intruder as the guy hopelessly obsessed with his relics. Choi practically begged Stephen for forgiveness, repeatedly assuring him the relic would be returned, which finally calmed the Leo Saint down. Feeling generous after hearing that, Stephen even said they could take their time paying for it before smugly thanking Choi. In his mind, it was hilarious that he was about to walk away with a priceless relic without spending a single penny. Taking advantage of the situation, Stephen even tried bullying Gemini into handing over even more valuable items for free. Before Choi could respond, Jian cut in and bluntly cursed Stephen. He reminded him that the relic had been won fairly through bidding, so if Stephen wanted it that badly, he could simply pay another 200 billion on top. Instead of getting angry, Stephen laughed. He actually liked Jian's guts and admitted it was refreshing to meet someone in Gemini who wasn't a complete coward. Choi, meanwhile, was convinced Jian had just signed his own death warrant. Stephen shoved Choi aside and walked straight toward Jian before introducing himself the only way he knew how with a fight. Jian calmly observed him and admitted that Stephen had improved a little over the past 20 years, which was exactly what he expected from someone who specialized purely in combat. Unlike Aries or Aquarius, Leo actually faced opponents head-on instead of hiding behind tricks, and somehow that only irritated Jian even more. Stephen casually rested a hand on Jian's shoulder, and a loud crack echoed through the room. Sungjae immediately panicked while Choi couldn't even bear to watch, convinced Jian had just been crippled. Stephen smugly joked that the young man would probably spend the rest of his life stuck in a wheelchair. However, once the dust settled, Jian was standing there completely unharmed, calmly brushing the dust off his shoulder. Stephen could only stare in disbelief. Smirking, Jian casually pointed out that Cliffbreaker didn't work on him because it was originally his own skill. Stephen had trained endlessly to learn that technique for the sake of protecting others, yet somewhere along the way he had started using it simply to show off. Hearing that left Stephen completely stunned. He couldn't understand how this mysterious guy knew so much about his signature move. Before he could ask another question, the host announced the auction's main attraction, forcing both of them to shift their attention. Stephen decided to leave for now, promising he would return later for the pendant. After he walked out, Sungjae immediately rushed over to check whether Jian was injured, while Choi remained completely baffled. Watching someone casually survive a direct attack from a saint without a scratch should have been impossible, leaving him with one question that refused to leave his mind. Who exactly was this ridiculously mysterious guy? The scene then shifted back to the drachma auction, where the host finally unveiled the relic everyone had been waiting for. Before revealing it, he reminded the audience of the infamous Berlin Wolf incident from 25 years ago. Back then, an unknown calamity had appeared on a German island with terrifying abilities that melted both armor and weapons. Even the 12 saints struggled against it, and every raid sent to subjugate the monster ended in failure. Everything changed when Li Jian stepped in and single-handedly killed the calamity. The relic being presented today was the very weapon he had used during that legendary battle. The moment Stephen Marker laid eyes on it, His excitement went through the roof. This was the weapon he had dreamed of obtaining for years. The story briefly flashed back to that island 20 years earlier, where reporters hovered above the battlefield, explaining that it had already been 3 days since Li Jian entered the island, yet there was still no news about him. Several saints had attempted to investigate the area themselves, but none of them managed to advance because of the poisonous swamp surrounding the calamity. Stephen and his own disciples had also been forced to stop. His subordinates admitted they couldn't move any farther, and couldn't even imagine how Jian had managed to enter, let alone fight that monster. Watching everything unfold left Stephen questioning himself. Jian wasn't even chosen by a zodiac, so why did he always stand so far above everyone else? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He desperately wondered what Jian had that he himself lacked. Before he could find an answer, Jian suddenly emerged from the island, carrying the impossible victory. The calamity had been defeated. The legendary hero had returned once again, stealing every bit of attention. While Stephen's followers complained that Li Jian had stolen the spotlight yet again, Stephen convinced himself that the real source of Jian's overwhelming strength had to be that weapon. Back in the present, the host proudly introduced the relic as one of Li Jian's 8 holy relics, calling it the legendary weapon used during the Berlin Wolf battle. The relic itself turned out to be nothing more than an enormous bone stick, yet it was praised as the strongest bone weapon in the world, possessing unmatched historical and practical value. The audience was completely blown away just seeing it in person. Meanwhile, outside the floating city, a nearby calamity suddenly sensed the presence of Li Jian's relic and began reacting to it. Inside the auction hall, Sung-jae nearly threw a fit after realizing Li Jian's holy relic was about to end up in the wrong hands. Even Commander Choi looked visibly frustrated. Jian, on the other hand, stayed completely chill and honestly struggled to remember what that relic even was, since he had used it such a long time ago. He even tried convincing Sung-jae that the relic wasn't really that valuable, but Sung-jae immediately exploded, yelling that Jian had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. The outburst briefly annoyed Jian, but Sung-jae quickly calmed down after looking at his face and explained why everyone was going crazy over it. Every accessory, weapon, tool, sculpture, amulet, and holy relic personally crafted by Li Jian had always been considered the absolute best. Anyone interested in divine artifacts dreamed of getting their hands on one. That obsession became even worse because Stephen Marker had spent years collecting Li Jian's relics from every corner of the world. Since Stephen was already overwhelmingly powerful as a saint, nobody dared compete with him whenever one of Jian's relics appeared. It was a huge shame watching all those legendary creations end up inside Stephen's personal collection. The only silver lining was that the auction money would eventually be transferred into the government-managed account created under Li Jian's name. Hearing all that, Jian became surprisingly interested. Instead of getting angry, he happily grabbed some popcorn and started wondering how much people were actually willing to pay for an old bone. The auction immediately kicked off with a $1 million opening bid, before the numbers skyrocketed toward 50 million in the blink of an eye. Every new bid also caused Jian's own stats to increase, making the situation even funnier from his perspective. He couldn't believe people were throwing away that much money over a freaking bone. The bidding eventually reached $100 million before Stephen casually stole the spotlight by walking down the stairs and placing a jaw-dropping $1 billion bid. Just to flex even harder, he immediately raised it again to $10 billion. The host nearly forgot how to speak, while every other bidder instantly gave up in despair. Sung-jae desperately stared at Commander Choi, silently begging him to do something, but no one challenged Stephen's offer. The auction finally ended with Stephen officially winning the relic for $1 billion. Outside the auction hall, several workers casually discussed the ridiculous sale, criticizing the wealthy people inside for treating billions like pocket change, while ordinary workers couldn't even dream of seeing that amount of money. One frustrated worker bitterly wished someone would just destroy the whole place. Almost as if the world heard him, a calamity suddenly appeared overhead. Back inside the auction hall, everyone celebrated Stephen's victory, as he proudly declared that obtaining Li Jian's relic would push him to an even greater level. Before anyone could enjoy the moment, the entire auction was thrown into chaos when a calamity attacked, drawn there specifically by Li Jian's relic. Instead of panicking, Stephen looked genuinely excited. To him, this was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired weapon. At the same time, reports arrived that the magic tower inside the teleportation zone was collapsing. If its massive remains crashed into the ground below, the floating city itself would come crashing down with it. Every mage and disciple nearby desperately combined their strength to stop the debris, but the falling chunks were simply too enormous to destroy. Panic quickly spread throughout the city until Hugo Otters arrived. Using Apollo's wrath, he obliterated the gigantic rubble in a single shot, instantly saving everyone below. People immediately realized the Sagittarius Saint had arrived and began thanking him. Hugo, meanwhile, was too busy cursing Stephen under his breath to care. Another calamity suddenly burst onto the battlefield and attacked the civilians. Hugo prepared to deal with it, only for a dragon-like calamity to appear as well, forcing him to face two powerful monsters at once. Just as one of them prepared to devour him whole, Lee Jian suddenly jumped in and saved him before roasting Taesu for nearly getting himself eaten. Jian couldn't believe a battle saint was somehow worse at fighting than him, making Taesu quietly sulk. Taesu defended himself by insisting he really was trying his best, but Jian wasn't buying it. He reminded his friend that he had almost ended up as dragon food. Before they could continue arguing, Steven stormed over in frustration after seeing them interfere with what he considered the perfect test subject for his new weapon. Neither Jian nor Taesu cared in the slightest, leaving Steven even angrier. Without warning, Steven activated his divine skill and trapped everyone inside an indestructible thunderstorm barrier. Satisfied with the setup, he proudly marched toward the dragon, convinced he was about to prove himself stronger than Lee Jian. The spectators cheered him on as he confidently swung the giant bone directly at the dragon's head. The result left everyone speechless. Nothing happened. Thinking he hadn't used enough power, Steven poured even more energy into the weapon, yet it still failed to do any meaningful damage. Instead, the dragon smacked him away. Completely dumbfounded, Steven couldn't understand why Lee Jian's legendary weapon wasn't working. Meanwhile, Jian and Taesu searched for a way out of the thunderstorm barrier, but Taesu admitted that divine skills weren't something that could easily be broken. Both of them ended up getting irritated over Steven's stupidity for trapping them inside with the monsters. Since escaping wasn't an option, they decided to deal with the calamity first. The controlled civilians trapped inside the barrier had unknowingly become shields protecting the monster, forcing Jian to charge in without any real plan just to save them. Taesu immediately tried stopping him, but Jian ignored the warning. One of the mind-controlled hostages suddenly attacked Jian, only to get grabbed by the head and knocked unconscious in an instant. Watching Jian casually disable civilians without seriously hurting them completely shocked Taesu because even he couldn't pull that off. Jian immediately took the chance to roast his friend again, saying he had planned on handling everything himself anyway because expecting help from a weakling was pointless. Taesu fired back, annoyed that Jian never had anything nice to say, before deciding to cover him from behind. Seeing that finally put a grin on Jian's face. It reminded him that Taesu still had some fight left in him after all. Just like old times, the two teamed up once again. While Taesu provided cover fire, Jian rushed straight into the crowd of controlled civilians, quickly knocking them out one after another. The calamity suddenly attempted to slaughter the remaining people, but Taesu instantly shot it, earning genuine praise from Jian. Jian then charged directly toward the monster, telling it to quit wasting everyone's time and disappear already. One devastating strike later, the calamity was dead. Taesu let out a relieved sigh, and Jian calmly explained that everyone under the calamity's control would wake up and recover soon. Immediately afterward, a flood of system notifications appeared before Jian as his stats increased again, and he obtained a brand new skill called Suicidal Instinct, which could only be activated after accumulating enough divinity. Without hesitation, Jian accepted the new ability. At the same time, Steven continued struggling with the giant bone, desperately wondering whether he simply couldn't draw out its true power or whether he was still weaker than Lee Jian. Before anyone could process what was happening, Jian shattered Steven's supposedly unbreakable divine skill from the inside, something nobody believed was even possible. Steven stood frozen. The dragon immediately sensed Jian's overwhelming presence and realized the human standing before it wasn't ordinary. Moments later, Jian completely annihilated the calamity. Watching everything unfold, Steven finally reached one terrifying conclusion. There was only one person capable of doing something like this, Lee Jian. Jian slowly turned toward him and blasted him for shamelessly exploiting Lee Jian's name to build his own reputation. Furious and refusing to believe the truth, Steven charged forward and swung the giant bone at Jian with everything he had. Jian casually caught the weapon with one hand before crushing it into pieces with his bare fingers. Looking completely unimpressed, he revealed that Steven had just spent $1 billion on nothing more than a dog bone. Watching his treasured relic shatter into dust completely broke Steven's spirit. Jian decided it was only fair to return the favor and immediately sent the Leo Saint flying with one brutal punch. Meanwhile, Sophie slowly regained consciousness, still tied to a chair and lying flat on the floor. Her head throbbed like crazy after taking all those flicks. At the same time, Jian grumbled that he'd deal with that Leo bastard later if the guy was still alive, since Steven had made him fall from such a ridiculous height. Taesu immediately freaked out, but Jian casually brushed it off, reminding him that the bulky idiot had a ridiculously tough body and would survive just fine. Instead, Jian asked whether everyone trapped inside the barrier had been rescued safely. Taesu confirmed that all the civilians had made it out and were relieved to be alive. Satisfied, Jian pulled out his little piggy bank and ordered Taesu to clean everything up before they left, proudly reminding him that he was still slave number one. Jian then mentioned that he had come to Drachma with someone, so they needed to bring that person back as well. Taesu naturally assumed he meant the guy who had lent him the smartphone. Jian casually revealed that the person was Sung Jae. Taesu immediately froze, convinced he had misheard. Jian repeated himself and clarified that it was Sung Jae from Gemini. He even praised the kid, saying his magic had enough potential to make him a commander someday. Despite being young, Sung Jae was smart, talented, and definitely someone worth keeping around. That was exactly what broke Taeksu. The realization that Lee Jian was talking so highly about his own son nearly made him lose his mind. Clutching his head in frustration, Taeksu realized Jian had somehow gotten involved with the one kid he desperately wanted to keep away from him. Jian immediately picked up on Taeksu's emotional breakdown and figured out exactly what was going on. Taeksu had spent years trying to keep both of his children away because they were die-hard Lee Jian fans. If either of them ever discovered Jian was actually alive, his peaceful family life would be completely over. Completely ignoring Taeksu's suffering, Jian decided to contact the Gemini commander, who could teleport everyone back. Taeksu desperately tried stopping him, insisting that Gemini hated him anyway, so calling them would be pointless. His words reminded Jian of Sungjae storming off during the auction earlier. Seeing Jian hesitate, Taeksu shamelessly kept adding fuel to the fire, convincing him that every Gemini member naturally hated him. Before Jian could think too hard about it, Taeksu patted him on the shoulder and told him not to waste his time worrying about those idiots. Unfortunately for him, Sungjae had quietly walked up behind them and heard everything. The second the two turned around after hearing his voice, Taeksu knew he was absolutely cooked. Sungjae immediately demanded an explanation while Taeksu internally panicked, wondering if his son had already heard the entire conversation. Sungjae, however, wasn't letting anyone dodge the question. Taeksu desperately tried calming him down by promising he would explain everything later, but before he could say another word, something suddenly burst out from the remains of the calamity and lunged straight toward Jian. Without missing a beat, Jian's creation slime instantly swallowed the strange object before it could reach him, leaving both father and son staring in complete disbelief. Jian casually shook the slime and ordered it to spit out whatever junk it had just eaten. Taeksu quickly examined the mysterious substance, suspecting it had come from the calamity's remains, and warning that it could be dangerous. Sungjae, however, wasn't paying attention to that at all. The moment he saw the slime, something clicked inside his head. He immediately recognized it from the history books that documented Lee Jian's holy relics. Every strange ability he had witnessed until now, combined with that slime, finally connected all the dots. Completely overwhelmed with excitement, Sungjae asked whether Jian was actually Lee Jian himself. Poor Taeksu could only stand there as reality came crashing down. One person was shouting in pure excitement, another was drowning in despair, while Jian looked thoroughly annoyed by the whole situation. The story then shifted to the Leo sect headquarters in the United States, where an emergency executive meeting was underway. Commander Oliver informed everyone that their leader, Stephen Marker, still hadn't returned after disappearing the previous day. He suggested asking Gemini for help, since they specialized in tracking people down. One of the disciples immediately reminded him that Oliver had picked a fight with Gemini not too long ago, making it pretty unlikely they'd be willing to help now. At the same time, rumors had already begun spreading that Stephen had been sent flying by none other than Lee Jian. Surprisingly, Oliver didn't seem concerned in the slightest. He confidently believed that Lee Jian had once lost to Stephen, and insisted everyone already knew Stephen was the strongest among all the saints. Before the discussion could continue, an extremely enthusiastic ringtone dedicated to Lee Jian suddenly echoed throughout the meeting room. Everyone turned toward Vice Chief Yuha, who sheepishly apologized and admitted she had accidentally left her manners at home. Oliver immediately lectured her, reminding her that this was a serious meeting focused on finding their missing chief. Yuha couldn't care less. She openly questioned why everyone was acting like Stephen couldn't survive a few punches, and confidently claimed the big guy would be perfectly fine. Oliver reminded her that she was both the vice chief and one of the 10 stars, meaning she should be setting an example instead of fooling around. Yuha completely ignored him because she was too busy reading messages from her brother about their amazing uncle, who apparently happened to be visiting their father. Her curiosity instantly won, and she casually walked out of the meeting to head home, leaving Oliver screaming in frustration that they were supposed to be having an important meeting. Meanwhile, back at the Aquarius Holy Sanctuary, reporters completely surrounded Sophie Marty's residence after the chaos in Drachma. Questions about both the auction incident and Lee Jian came flying from every direction. Sophie's manager stepped in and apologized, explaining that the saint wouldn't be answering any questions for now and would instead hold a public interview later. As security cleared a path through the crowd, people whispered among themselves, speculating that Sophie had actually been kidnapped and later released. Behind the scenes, Sophie silently cursed Jian, convinced he had pushed everything completely out of control. Then her necklace suddenly began glowing. The reporters assumed it had something to do with the recent terrorist attack, but the truth was far worse. The necklace carried Jian's message, forcing Sophie to publicly reveal what had really happened to Lee Jian 20 years ago. Panic completely consumed her. If she exposed the truth, the other saints would kill her. If she stayed silent, Jian definitely wouldn't let her off either. While she had been unconscious, Jian had secretly attached a cursed necklace that couldn't be removed, turning it into a ticking time bomb around her neck. Furious, Sophie blamed Jian for ruining everything. Meanwhile, Jian couldn't have been more relaxed. While casually debating whether he should make himself some ramen, the television reported that Sophie Marty still refused to leave her residence or release any official statement. The news predicted that the Drachma incident would trigger massive changes across the world. Somewhere else, A mysterious man quietly watched the broadcast and muttered that he had a very bad feeling about where all of this was heading. The story then shifted to Hugo's house, where Taesu was testing the brand new bow Jian had made for him. After firing a few shots, he couldn't help admitting that it felt absolutely perfect, way better than the bow that old goat had given him before. Meanwhile, Jian kept nailing the bullseye over and over again, making Taesu complain that he needed to stop being such a perfectionist. Instead of listening, Jian decided to make things even worse by putting on a blindfold and still splitting every arrow dead center. Taesu instantly realized Jian's evil plan. The whole point was to give him an inferiority complex on purpose. Jian couldn't even hide his grin anymore, and happily admitted that messing with Taesu was simply too much fun. Just then, Sungjae walked over, carrying a glass of iced water for Uncle Jian. Watching his own son completely ignore him made Taesu burn with jealousy. He immediately rushed over and innocently asked where his own drink was, only for Sungjae to coldly tell him to grab one from the fridge himself. Taesu practically wilted on the spot while Jian sat there thoroughly enjoying the injustice. A moment later, Jian checked the changes to his abilities after everything that happened in Drachma. The system informed him that the holy sanctuary of the serpent bearer, Ophiuchus, had finally been created. Since its level was still low, the sanctuary itself was extremely small. The system further explained that a holy sanctuary was an exclusive territory that only the serpent bearer could maintain and use. It also revealed that accepting a human familiar would strengthen the sanctuary's power even further. While Jian quietly thought about that information, Sungjae interrupted and reminded him it was time to leave. Taesu immediately asked whether Jian already had plans for the day. Jian simply nodded because there were still plenty of people he intended to meet. The scene then shifted to a restaurant, where Choi Sung-hyuk, the Gemini Divine Cadre captain, had apparently decided the fastest way to recruit Jian was by bribing him with an entire tray piled high with fried chicken drumsticks. Unfortunately for Jian, that strategy worked a little too well. While happily munching on another drumstick, Jian listened as Choi once again asked whether he would finally join Gemini. Jian couldn't help thinking this guy was unbelievably persistent. Even the waitress looked horrified after witnessing Jian's bottomless appetite. Choi explained that recruiting someone with Jian's talent mattered far more than anything else, and even reminded him not to forget the billions of Gemini's money he had casually blown during the auction. Jian tried his absolute best to pretend he hadn't heard that part. Thinking back over everything, he realized he had already beaten the stuffing out of Steven, Pest Sophie, and fat bastard Yang Wei, meaning the next target on his list was Gemini's saint, that trash purple witch. Surprisingly, Jian agreed to join Gemini, but only under one condition. He wanted the badge Choi was currently wearing. The guards immediately lost it, furious that Jian would dare ask for something personally given to Choi by the Gemini saint herself. Jian didn't even bother looking at them. Still chewing on his chicken, he casually suggested that kids shouldn't interrupt while adults were talking. Then he smoothly turned back to Choi and pointed out that all the benefits and privileges of Gemini came through that badge. If Choi truly wanted him to trust Gemini, then handing it over shouldn't be a problem. Jian shamelessly manipulated him by insisting this was the least Gemini could do for someone with his level of talent. Choi asked for a moment to think while his guards practically guarded the badge with their lives. Jian wasn't interested in waiting, and reminded Choi that he had somewhere else to be. At the same time, he glanced at the message Sungjae had sent while waiting at his favorite gelato cafe. Meanwhile, Sungjae happily sat there imagining how excited his sister would be after finally seeing Uncle Jian smiling in person. He even planned to ask Jian to autograph the dagger he had given him. Before he got the chance, someone deliberately knocked the dagger out of his hands before mocking him for playing with dangerous things. The culprit turned out to be Siwoo Yoon, an A-rank Gemini disciple. Sungjae immediately demanded to know what he was doing there, but Siwoo arrogantly lectured him about respecting his seniors while reminding him that this cafe happened to be their regular hangout. Sungjae clenched his teeth in frustration. Siwoo always picked on him simply because he was slightly older. He desperately wanted to beat that blonde brat into the ground, but couldn't, because Siwoo was the son of the Libra Saint. Siwoo knew that perfectly well, which only made him even more unbearable. Sungjae demanded his dagger back, insisting it meant everything to him. Instead, Siwoo's lackeys pinned Sungjae down while Siwoo mocked him for barking without being able to bite. Curious, he wondered why Sungjae was making such a huge fuss over one dagger. He sarcastically questioned whether Lee Jian himself had made it, or whether it was some precious keepsake from Sungjae's dead mother. The second those words came out, Sungjae completely snapped. The holy relic immediately reacted to its owner's danger. A brilliant light burst from the dagger as the emergency summoning spell hidden inside activated. The next thing anyone knew, Siwoo took a brutal smack straight across the face. Jian had literally emerged from inside the dagger itself. Siwoo instantly burst into tears after getting nailed right on the nose, while Sungjae almost cried from happiness after finally seeing Uncle Jian appear. Jian scratched his own head, wondering why the teleportation had hurt a little, before realizing the emergency summoning he had secretly placed inside the dagger must have activated while he was still stuffing his face with fried chicken. Looking around, Jian immediately asked Sungjae whether these idiots had been the ones threatening him. The answer instantly made him crack his fingers. The moment he learned someone had dared lay a hand on his nephew, Gion completely lost his cool. Watching him grin sent chills racing through Siwoo and his friends. None of them remembered Sungjae ever mentioning that his uncle was an absolute thug. Gion calmly informed them that they'd better remember exactly what happened to people who touched someone belonging to him. That terrifying grin alone convinced every one of them they were completely screwed. Meanwhile, the story briefly returned to the restaurant. Choi had finally decided that Gion was worth the gamble, and reluctantly handed over his precious badge on the condition that Gion officially joined Gemini immediately afterward. Deep down, Choi believed the trade was still worth it, because once Gion signed the contract, he planned to sneak in several hidden clauses that would eventually allow Gemini to take the badge back. Confident in his plan, Choi signaled one of his subordinates to bring over the official contract. Unfortunately for him, the second the paperwork appeared, Gion vanished on the spot thanks to the emergency teleportation. Choi and his men could only stare in disbelief. Not only had they lost the badge, but they were also stuck paying for the mountain of fried chicken Gion had devoured before disappearing. Back at the cafe, Gion wasted absolutely no time beating the life out of everyone who had been bullying Sungjae. Siwoo tried intimidating him by introducing himself as an A-rank Gemini disciple and the son of the billionaire Libra Saint, but Gion kept smacking him across the face without giving a single damn. Siwoo's face quickly swelled up so badly that he could barely get any words out. Gion casually cracked his fingers again, ordered him to stand back up, and reminded him they had barely even started. Furious and humiliated, Siwoo unleashed blue flames before summoning Phalaris's bull. Chaos immediately erupted throughout the cafe as people realized someone had started using combat magic inside a safe zone. While everyone else ran away, Siwoo smugly assumed Gion was finally finished. Instead, Gion casually mocked the attack, saying the flames weren't even strong enough to light a candle. Then he did something that completely broke Siwoo's brain. Gion took control of the spell itself, extracted the data from Phalaris's bull, and openly admitted he wasn't a mage at all, he was a blacksmith. Using the stolen data, he instantly forged a brand new divine artifact right there. The glowing stone in his hand transformed as Gion declared it was time to teach Siwoo how fire was actually supposed to be used. A gigantic blue inferno exploded from the newly created relic, burning straight through Siwoo before launching him across the cafe like an insect. The blast even ripped his pants apart, leaving him sprawled across the ground in nothing but bright blue underwear. Gion calmly warned him never to bother Sungjae again, unless he wanted to get burned for real next time. After giving Sungjae a playful wink, Gion reminded him never to hold back against jerks like those, because he would always have his back. Sungjae could only stare at his uncle with sparkling puppy eyes. Only a few moments later, a girl suddenly rushed into the cafe calling Sungjae's name. The second she saw the complete destruction around her, she immediately wondered what on earth had happened. Sungjae excitedly announced that he had finally arrived. The girl turned out to be Yuha, Sungjae's older sister. Sungjae proudly introduced Gion as the legendary hero whose battle recordings they had watched together countless times. The instant Yuha saw him, every memory came flooding back. She stared at Gion in complete disbelief before quietly pinching herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. After spending 20 years imagining the scarred warrior trapped inside the demon tower, she never expected him to return looking even more handsome than before. She couldn't stop staring at him, relieved beyond words that he had come back alive and safe. Sungjae eventually interrupted her silent admiration by reminding her that everyone could practically hear what she was thinking. Gion immediately recognized her as Hugo's daughter, Cheon Yuha. While Yuha politely bowed and thanked him for taking care of Sungjae, Gion laughed it off and told her to stop being so formal because Taeksu's daughter was basically his own niece. The words instantly brought tears to Yuha's eyes. Sungjae naturally assumed she was simply overwhelmed with happiness. Nervously gathering her courage, Yuha finally asked Gion for a favor. Gion smiled and assumed she probably wanted an autograph. Before she could finish asking, however, another calamity suddenly burst out of the ground. Yuha looked completely done with life after seeing the perfect moment ruined. She immediately drew her weapon and charged toward the monster while confidently declaring that she'd confess to Gion once the fight was over. Gion stood there completely baffled, slowly turning toward Sungjae to ask whether he had actually heard the word propose. Sungjae awkwardly explained that his sister always switched into battle mode whenever Uncle Gion was around, but our guy is low-key freaking out at the word propose. The situation only got worse. An emergency announcement echoed across the city, ordering every civilian to evacuate immediately as more calamities kept erupting from every direction. In the middle of the chaos, Yuha fought like her life depended on it, cutting through monster after monster with her spear while desperately trying to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Deep down, all she wanted was to deal with the calamities first, so she could finally confess to Gion afterward. But no matter how many monsters she cut down, even more kept appearing. Realizing she would never finish at this pace, she decided to wipe them all out in one shot. Red energy exploded around her spear as she spun it at full speed, refusing to let some stupid monsters ruin her proposal. The moment she unleashed Lotus Spark, a crimson shockwave ripped straight through the battlefield and tore countless calamities apart, while the red light swallowed the horizon. Watching from a distance, Gion couldn't help feeling proud. Hugo's daughter had grown into someone who could fight even better than her father. After clearing the area, Yuha excitedly waved toward Jian, but before she could celebrate, another calamity suddenly appeared behind her. Jian instantly rushed forward and shoved her out of the way. To his surprise, the monster actually spoke. Instead of attacking again, it admired how easily the serpent bearer had dodged its strike before stretching out its rope-like weapon and declaring that it wanted Li Jian as its personal pet. Beside it stood a lava-dripping inferno lizard that radiated intense heat. Jian sighed, wondering why everyone kept trying to fight him with fire. He casually warned the calamity that it was about to embarrass itself, but his attention quickly shifted toward the inferno lizard. Rather than seeing it as an enemy, Jian immediately recognized it as a walking treasure. Since he still needed a proper blast furnace for forging divine artifacts, he decided that the inferno lizard would make the perfect personal gas burner. The calamity confidently believed Jian was someone worth taming, completely unaware that the real walking disaster standing in front of it was Jian himself. Wherever he went, calamities always ended up suffering instead. Yuha quickly realized these weren't ordinary monsters, but cryptid calamities, enemies that absolutely had to be stopped before they spread further. Before she could charge back in, Jian cut her off and asked whether she seriously planned to handle everything by herself. He calmly ordered both siblings to leave the main monster to him and focus on evacuating the civilians instead because he trusted them to handle that part. Fired up by his confidence, both Yuha and Sungjae immediately followed his instructions. As they rushed away, Jian finally turned toward the calamity. Their one-on-one battle started instantly. The monster lashed out with its whip-like ropes, but Jian effortlessly slipped around every attack. Mocking him, the calamity wrapped him up in its ropes before slamming him straight into the ground. When the dust settled, Jian stood there completely unharmed. He casually snapped the ropes apart with brute force and asked whether that was really the best it could do. The monster immediately ordered the inferno lizard to unleash its flames. A gigantic explosion swallowed the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sungjae informed Yuha that the evacuation had finished successfully, but Yuha couldn't stop staring toward the sea of flames in the distance. Jian was fighting a high-class cryptid, possibly red class or even worse, and she still remembered he had only recently escaped the demon tower. Worried sick, she ignored Sungjae's warning not to interfere and rushed back toward the battlefield after promising she'd return safely. Meanwhile, the inferno monster assumed Jian had already been reduced to ashes. That fantasy shattered, the second Jian's mocking voice echoed through the flames. Instead of being impressed by the monster itself, Jian was far more impressed by the quality of the inferno lizard's fire. Compared to this, Siwoo's flames earlier were practically lukewarm. Smirking, Jian officially decided the inferno lizard would become his personal smelting furnace. Hearing that made the monster freeze in panic. Jian immediately summoned his crafting hammer, and the system prompted him to choose a production target while highlighting the calamity itself. Horrified, the monster realized Jian was actually trying to turn it into crafting material. Before Jian could continue, the calamity launched another blazing assault. At almost the same moment, Yuha burst back into the fight using Thunderclap and drove her spear straight into the monster's neck. Furious, the calamity grabbed the spear, flung Yuha through several walls, and ordered the inferno lizard to devour her. As the lava-covered beast charged toward Yuha, Jian casually grabbed the giant lizard with one hand like it weighed nothing before smashing it straight into the ground. The calamity could only stare in disbelief after watching someone throw the inferno lizard around bare-handed. Jian's expression instantly turned ice-cold as a massive serpent appeared behind him. Looking directly into the monster's eyes, he warned it never to touch Yuha again unless it wanted to die. Locking eyes with Ophiuchus filled the calamity with absolute terror. It completely lost control, refusing to accept that a human could overwhelm it this badly. Forced into desperation, it transformed into a red-class imaginary type calamity covered in blazing inferno wings. Giving up on making Jian its pet, it declared him an enemy instead and activated Smash Hellbound, charging forward with enough power to incinerate everything nearby. Flames swallowed the entire sky as if the city itself had caught fire. Yuha screamed Jian's name, expecting the worst. Instead, Jian casually stopped the monster's flaming punch with one hand. The reason left everyone speechless. He was wearing nothing more than a pair of fireproof vinyl gloves enhanced using the Inferno Wing's own materials. Somehow, a pair of plastic gloves had completely blocked an attack capable of burning an entire city. The stunned monster could only watch as Jian's super regeneration instantly healed the minor burns on his hand. Laughing, Jian informed the Inferno Wings that they would now spend the rest of their existence fueling his furnace. When the monster considered that humiliating, Jian burst into laughter again and asked whether it was seriously looking down on the greatest gloves ever invented for eating spicy chicken. At that moment, the system informed Jian that the Inferno Wings couldn't become one of Ophiuchus's familiars because their negative energy was still too strong. They would first need to be purified. Jian immediately realized what that meant and happily raised his fist. It was finally time for another purification punch. He didn't stop after one hit. Jian relentlessly pounded the Inferno Wings into the ground over and over again, while the terrified Inferno Inferno lizard watched from the corner. Unfortunately, before purification could finish, the system announced that the target had already died, making purification impossible. Jian clicked his tongue in disappointment, surprised the calamity had died that quickly. Since the owner was gone, he simply turned toward the trembling Inferno lizard instead and decided it would replace the broken furnace. The terrified creature immediately surrendered and willingly accepted becoming Ophiuchus's prisoner. Gion even gave it the chance to choose its own name, and the monster selected Torch. Moments later, Yuha and Sungjae finally arrived, relieved to find Jian completely unharmed. Yuha immediately said there was something important she had to ask him. The moment she said that, Jian remembered the proposal from earlier and nearly panicked because Hugo's daughter was basically his niece. Before he could awkwardly clear up the misunderstanding, Yuha asked something completely different. She wanted to know whether Jian had truly sacrificed himself inside the Demon Tower 20 years ago. She admitted she had always found the official story suspicious. It never made sense that the strongest saint in history had somehow been the only one to die fighting the Crimson Eye. There had never been a proper investigation or any evidence, leaving her with nothing but unanswered doubts. After witnessing Jian's strength today, she became certain he hadn't sacrificed himself at all. Someone had betrayed him. Jian smiled proudly and admitted that she really was Taesu's daughter. He finally revealed the truth. 20 years earlier, one of the 12 saints had betrayed him inside the Demon Tower during the battle against the Crimson Eye. Hearing that completely shattered both siblings. They couldn't understand how the very saints who were supposed to protect humanity could betray the greatest hero alive. Jian quietly explained that his overwhelming strength had always made the other saints feel inferior. After he defeated the Crimson Eye alone, the only obstacle standing between them and absolute power was Jian himself. Once the strongest enemy disappeared, the saints were free to rule the world. Although he admitted it was still only his personal suspicion, everything pointed in that direction. Sungjae couldn't hold back anymore. Just imagining Jian trapped alone inside the Demon Tower for 20 years, while the saints stole everything he owned, broke his heart. Both siblings burst into tears. Smiling gently, Jian thanked them, but reminded them there was no reason to cry for him. He fully intended to make every single saint repay everything they had done, 1,000,000 times over. Just then, he checked the latest news on his phone and saw reports announcing that Sophie Marty had suddenly arrived in Korea to hold a major press conference. The story then shifts to the venue where the long-awaited press conference is about to begin. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as reporters eagerly speculate about what Saint Sophie Marty could possibly reveal regarding the mysterious events that took place 20 years ago. Some journalists suspect her statement is connected to the recent rumors claiming that Li Jian has returned, believing she is about to expose a truth that could shake the entire world. A few moments later, Sophie walks onto the stage, looking visibly shaken. Internally, she's completely panicked, convinced she's in serious trouble. She briefly considers running away, but the relic fastened around her neck by Li Jian prevents any chance of escape. She even fears it could explode like a bomb if she disobeys him. In her mind, she imagines Li controlling her like a puppet, forcing her to speak through invisible strings. Although she doesn't know how the other saints would react, she's absolutely certain of one thing: if she ignores Li Jian's orders, he'll kill her. Left with no other option, she decides to protect herself by telling the truth. After taking a deep breath, Sophie begins the press conference by addressing the Demon Tower incident that occurred 20 years ago. The reporters immediately become interested, recalling that the incident involved humanity's battle against the terrifying Red Eye. According to the official history, the 12 saints defeated the monster together and were celebrated as the world's greatest heroes ever since. Speaking nervously, Sophie finally reveals the truth. She admits that the person who truly defeated the Red Eye wasn't the 12 saints, it was Li Jian alone. For a brief moment, complete silence fills the room as everyone struggles to process what they just heard. Then the meaning of her confession sinks in, and the reporters erupt into chaos. Questions fly from every direction, as journalists desperately demand answers. Sophie's statement completely overturns the story the world has believed for the past 2 decades. Reporters frantically ask whether the saints have lied to humanity for 20 years, and whether this means Li Jian is actually still alive. Already exhausted and terrified, Sophie barely has the strength to continue speaking. Before she can reveal anything further, a sinister figure suddenly approaches from behind, radiating an overwhelming dark aura. It is none other than the Cancer Saint, Jean-Louis Morin. After observing Sophie's pale appearance, Jean-Louis calmly remarks that she doesn't seem healthy enough to continue the conference. His chilling smile immediately fills Sophie with fear. Terrified, she desperately tries to explain herself, insisting that things aren't what he believes. Ignoring her, Jean-Louis quietly switches off the microphone, before leaning close enough for only Sophie to hear him. In a cold, threatening voice, he orders her to keep her mouth shut and demands to know exactly what she intended to reveal in front of the entire world. He reminds her of her place, saying she should have continued enjoying the privileges of being a saint instead of creating unnecessary problems. He warns that if she values her life, she should remain silent, even threatening to rip her mouth apart if she says another word. Completely overwhelmed, Sophie can only tremble in fear. Once he's finished intimidating her, Jean-Louis calmly hazes the microphone back on and addresses the audience with a composed expression. He apologizes for the interruption, and claims that Sophie was forced to make false statements because she had been blackmailed. Maintaining his confident smile, he reassures everyone that there is nothing to worry about and announces that he will personally escort Saint Sophie Marty away safely. As confusion continued to spread through the press conference, the cancer saint, Jean-Louis Morin, apologized for gathering everyone there and abruptly announced that the conference was over. The reporters were unwilling to let the matter end so easily. One brave journalist stood up and asked what was going to happen to the shocking story about Li Jian if the conference ended without any explanation. In an instant, a sinister dark aura engulfed the reporter, filling him with overwhelming fear. Jean-Louis coldly declared that Li Jian had died inside the Demon Tower 20 years ago. With absolute confidence, he argued that if Li Jian were truly alive, he would have revealed himself long ago. Since he had never appeared, Jean-Louis insisted there was no reason to believe he had survived. Another reporter quickly asked who had supposedly been threatening Saint Sophie. As more journalists began firing questions, Jean-Louis lost his patience. Looking down on them with contempt, he dismissed the reporters as insignificant insects who needed to remember their place. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, everything changed in an instant. Li Jian made a dramatic entrance, crashing into the scene with a powerful flying kick that sent Jean-Louis reeling. Casually remarking that it looked like Jean-Louis was about to slaughter the reporters, Li immediately stole everyone's attention. Seeing Li appear in person, Sophie panicked even more, realizing her situation had become far worse. Li arrived, carrying the massive tail of the Inferno lizard over his shoulder. Looking at Jean-Louis, whom he mockingly referred to as rotten crab meat, he commented that it felt good to see him again. Without wasting another second, he swung the enormous lizard tail like a club and smashed it directly into Jean-Louis. Watching the unbelievable scene unfold, Sophie stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Li was literally using a gigantic monster's tail as a weapon. Nearby, the Inferno lizard, now nicknamed Torch, could only whimper miserably. Having become the serpent bearer's captive, it had been completely subdued, while Sungjae stood nearby, keeping an eye on it. Li glared at Jean-Louis and demanded to know who gave him permission to end the press conference before Sophie finished speaking. Buried beneath the collapsed debris, Jean-Louis appeared defeated. However, another Jean-Louis suddenly emerged from behind like a ghost. The duplicate immediately recognized the weapon Li was carrying, identifying it as the Inferno lizard's tail. Realizing what that meant, he concluded that Li was the one who had defeated the Inferno lizard. Li, irritated by the sight of yet another copy, cursed at him and told him to stop hiding behind clone techniques. Jean-Louis was genuinely surprised that Li had identified his duplication ability so quickly. Curious about his opponent's identity, he demanded to know who he was. Without hesitation, Li proudly introduced himself. "I'm Li Jian." The reporters couldn't believe what they were hearing. Laughter and disbelief spread throughout the crowd because the legendary Li Jian they remembered couldn't possibly look this young or this handsome. Jean-Louis laughed as well. Although he admitted that Li possessed considerable skill, he mocked him for pretending to be someone so unbelievable, suggesting he should have chosen a more convincing identity. His laughter didn't last long. Li immediately slammed the giant lizard tail into him once again, swinging it effortlessly with nothing but his own strength. Determined to knock some sense into him, Li continued battering Jean-Louis with the oversized tail. The reporters watched in complete shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Li Hugorned toward the Huguenot audience and jokingly asked why everyone was simply standing there staring at him. He then playfully rushed toward the reporters while still wielding the enormous tail, sending the entire crowd scrambling away in panic as they fled from the seemingly unhinged hero. Amid the chaos, Sophie saw an opportunity to escape and quietly attempted to slip away. Unfortunately for her, Li instantly caught her in the act. Appearing directly above her with a smug grin, he asked where she thought she was going, reminding her that she still hadn't finished telling everyone the truth. Standing before the gathered crowd, Li openly declared that when the Red Eye appeared 20 years ago, the other saints lost their nerve and abandoned the battle. Afterward, they used his name and reputation to claim the glory for themselves, while taking everything that rightfully belonged to him. Li doesn't stop there. He continues exposing Sophie, mocking her by saying that no amount of plastic surgery could ever fix the rotten personality hiding underneath. Determined to uncover everything that happened 20 years ago, he insists that the truth must finally come to light. As Li repeatedly flicks her forehead, Sophie snaps in frustration, calling him a complete psychopath. She complains that he doesn't need to interrogate her because he's already revealing everything himself with that unstoppable mouth. Before either of them can continue, a deafening rumble suddenly shakes the entire area. At that moment, the system issues Li an urgent warning, notifying him that an overwhelmingly dangerous presence belonging to a dark constellation is rapidly approaching. A wave of sinister energy immediately engulfs the surroundings. Darkness spreads across the venue, causing parts of the environment to seemingly vanish before everyone's eyes. Sophie watches in horror as people begin disappearing into the darkness, screaming that the civilians are being swallowed up and erased. Maintaining a serious expression, Jean-Louis summons the power of his constellation, releasing an ominous aura filled with overwhelming killing intent. Smirking, he finally accepts that the man standing before him truly is Li Jian. However, he couldn't care less how Li managed to survive the demon tower. With mocking sarcasm, he asks whether he should throw Li a welcome home party after his unexpected return. Meanwhile, the story briefly shifts to Hugo's home. Alone in the house, Hugo decides to make himself a simple dinner of ramen since Yuha, Sungjae, and Li Jian are all away. While eating, he hays on the television and comes across the live coverage of Sophie's disastrous press conference. At first, he simply watches the chaos unfold. But then the news anchor reports that a man claiming to be Li Jian has appeared during the conference and is currently engaged in a fierce battle against the Cancer Saint. The instant Hugo hears those words, he freezes. Realizing exactly who they're talking about, he accidentally spills his bowl of noodles in complete shock. Back at the press conference, Jean-Louis has completely abandoned any restraint and relentlessly attacks Li, while terrified reporters flee the area. Effortlessly dodging every strike, Li calmly tells Jean-Louis that attacks this sloppy will never hit him. Refusing to back down, Jean-Louis unleashes his black flare magic, convinced that this devastating attack will finally finish Li. A scorching surge of black energy tears through the air toward him. Just before it connects, Li raises his dagger, which intercepts and blocks the dark shadows head-on. The reporters watching from a distance can't help but cheer after witnessing such an incredible display. Without hesitating, Li charges straight through the torrent of black energy. As he closes the distance, Jean-Louis conjures numerous swirling spheres of darkness to surround him. Sneering confidently, Jean-Louis mocks Li, sarcastically asking whether he'd spent the last 20 years doing nothing except practicing acrobatics. Unimpressed, Li effortlessly slips past every incoming attack as though they were completely harmless. Looking bored, he asks if this is really the best Jean-Louis can do. In the next instant, Li swings his blade and slices Jean-Louis cleanly into pieces. However, the victory lasts only a moment. Jean-Louis' severed head vanishes, revealing that it was merely another clone. Annoyed, Li complains that instead of improving his strength over the past 20 years, Jean-Louis seems to have devoted all his time to making copies of himself. Another clone immediately appears behind him, and Jean-Louis smugly accepts the insult as if it were praise. Then the battlefield changes once again. An enormous vortex of black energy erupts like a tornado, consuming everything within its reach. The sinister darkness spreads across the battlefield, forcing its way into the eyes and throats of everyone nearby, including the innocent civilians. Seeing innocent people caught in the attack, Li curses Jean-Louis for his recklessness and angrily asks whether he actually plans to clean up the disaster he's creating afterward. The Cancer Saint decides that this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Li Jian once and for all. As Jean-Louis' power continues to grow, Li suddenly glares at him with burning anger and bluntly asks whether he was the one who betrayed him inside the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Instead of answering directly, Jean-Louis begins creating countless clones of himself. Looking amused, he asks Li if he's spent the last 2 decades obsessing over finding the traitor responsible. He mocks Li, saying it's ironic that the legendary hero who saved humanity would hold on to such resentment for so long. Jean-Louis sneers that, with the way Li behaves, people would mistake him for a street thug rather than a saint. Li brushes off the insult, saying Jean-Louis certainly knows how to talk big. However, he points out the hypocrisy of someone who hides behind endless clones, calling him nothing more than a coward. Jean-Louis then reveals the true horror behind his cloning ability. These aren't ordinary duplicates. They're created by gathering and using the life force of every journalist present at the conference. He smugly explains that if Li destroys the clones carelessly, the stolen life force could scatter, putting all of the innocent victims' lives at risk. In other words, every clone has become a living hostage. Even after hearing that, Li only smirks. He comments that such a filthy and disgusting ability perfectly matches Jean-Louis' rotten personality. Confident in his advantage, Jean-Louis summons an enormous army of clones. Believing victory is already his, he assumes Li's insults are nothing more than his final words. The countless copies surge forward together like a tidal wave of shadows, all focusing on a single target. Suddenly, however, the swarm crashes into something completely unexpected. Instead of Li Jian, they find themselves facing the gigantic tail of the Inferno Lizard. Even Jean-Louis is left confused, wondering how the monster's tail suddenly appeared there. Li casually explains that he acquired a new ability during the incident at Drachma called Get Him in My Place. The skill allows him to instantly summon a chosen target to stand in his place and act as a shield for the class. Serpent Bearer. Taking advantage of the confusion, Li charges forward and punches one of the massive clones. Unlike the others, this particular clone catches his attention. Using his keen instincts, he realizes that it's directly connected to the real Jean-Louis. If he destroys this one, all the remaining clones should collapse as well. Jean-Louis' confidence begins to crack. Activating his unique 13th sense, Li carefully analyzes his opponent and pinpoints the exact location of the clone's vital core. Looking straight at Jean-Louis, he remarks that since he already knew his techniques were filthy, only an idiot would fail to notice the rotten core hidden inside all that corruption. Moments later, Li reaches directly into the giant clone and grabs the core fragment with his bare hand. Both the enormous clone and the real Jean-Louis scream in disbelief. No one had ever managed to locate that hidden core before, not even people using Gemini's powerful perception abilities. Unfortunately for Jean-Louis, Lee possesses the extraordinary 13th sense. Without hesitation, Lee rips the core completely out of the clone. The moment it shatters, massive cracks spread through Jean-Louis' dark power. Even the sinister constellation supporting him recoils in fear before its influence begins to fade away. As the darkness collapses, Lee absorbs the Cancer Saint's energy for himself. With the core destroyed, every soul Jean-Louis had stolen is finally released. The life force returns to its rightful owners, allowing the unconscious journalists and even Sophie to regain consciousness safely. Badly weakened, Jean-Louis stares at Lee in shock. He demands to know what exactly happened to him inside the Demon Tower, wondering how a mere human could now possess power that feels comparable to that of a god. Lee simply looks at him with amusement, surprised that Jean-Louis can still talk after suffering such a brutal beating. Holding the shattered core, he casually remarks that he'll make good use of it later. Realizing he can't win, Jean-Louis quietly decides to retreat. As his body gradually begins dissolving, he warns Lee that he still has one final trump card waiting for him, implying that the battle is far from over. Lee isn't surprised in the slightest. He knows Jean-Louis isn't the type to give up so easily. Just then, Lee's phone rings. It's Hugo. The moment Lee answers, Hugo immediately starts yelling at him, calling him a complete lunatic. After venting his frustration, Hugo urgently tells Lee to get out of there as fast as possible. He explains that the clone Lee just destroyed wasn't an ordinary one. It was Jean-Louis' highest grade clone, and destroying it has triggered something far worse. According to Hugo, a missile has already been launched toward their location and is rapidly closing in, leaving Lee with almost no time to escape. The scene then shifts into space, where a satellite launches a devastating missile capable of wiping out an entire city. It is revealed to be the Mormont missile, a weapon jointly developed by Gemini and Capricorn after Li Jian's disappearance. Designed as humanity's ultimate safeguard, the missile was created to completely annihilate any large-scale calamity that humanity could not defeat. By calling down an orbital strike, it could erase both the calamity and everything surrounding it. Hugo explains all of this to Li Jian, and reveals something even more alarming. Jean-Louis had programmed the missile so that if his life signal ever disappeared, the Mormont would automatically launch. Li understands the logic, since Jean's highly advanced clone would be recognized the same way as the real person. Even so, he dismisses the plan as pointless, because simply running away would not solve anything when the missile was powerful enough to destroy several cities in an instant. As Hugo anxiously asks whether he has any plan at all, Lee quietly glances at Sophie Marty and comes up with an idea. Sophie notices his unsettling expression, but has no clue what that dangerous man is planning. At the same time, emergency announcements echo throughout the city, warning everyone that the Mormont missile is heading straight toward them and ordering all civilians to evacuate to the nearest shelters. Panic spreads instantly as the blazing missile descends from the sky. The citizens cannot understand why a weapon created to eliminate calamities is now targeting the center of Seoul, and they desperately flee while teleportation skills sell out almost immediately. Yuha and Sungjae are left completely confused by the unfolding disaster. Suddenly, another object comes hurtling down from above, but this time it is Li Jian himself. Grabbing hold of Sophie Marty, he activates the teleportation and flight abilities of the Gemini Commander's badge by holding it in his mouth. The two of them teleport directly in front of the rapidly approaching missile, soaring through the sky as if Li were a broken version of Iron Man without any armor. Using Sophie like a human airbag, he positions them directly in the missile's path. While flying toward the incoming weapon, Li reminds Sophie that she once claimed she could accomplish anything if she truly put her mind to it, and tells her to prove it by dealing with the missile. Terrified beyond words, Sophie screams that such a thing is impossible and desperately asks whether he seriously expects her to stop a missile by headbutting it. Lee calmly explains that he cannot risk both his own life and the lives of everyone below, so there is no other choice. Holding both of her arms, he scolds her for spending the last 20 years slacking off and tells her it is finally time to earn her keep. Sophie begs him not to throw her, calling him a complete psycho, but Lee ignores her pleas and hurls her toward the missile with incredible force. As she flies through the air, screaming, she curses Lee and calls him a fool. The instant Sophie collides with the missile, she immediately summons the god of Aquarius. Even the deity is horrified by the absurd situation and cannot stop cursing Li Jian for being completely insane. Sophie quickly tells the god to stop complaining and focus on saving her instead. In response, the god of Aquarius activates every enhancement and blessing available to protect her saint. As Sophie continues screaming in absolute terror while racing toward the incoming missile, a gigantic droplet of water suddenly materializes before her. It is revealed that the enormous droplet is the god of Aquarius's divine skill, tear of the goddess. A massive torrent of water bursts forth from the divine artifact and collides head-on with the Mormont missile. The raging flames are gradually overwhelmed as the tremendous force of the water completely extinguishes the missile. Sophie breathes a sigh of relief after successfully stopping it, but her relief is short-lived when she realizes she can no longer remain suspended in the air. As she begins plummeting toward the ground, she desperately calls for Lee to catch her. Instead, Lee simply waves goodbye, assuming that with all the buffs granted by the god of Aquarius, she will survive the fall without any problems. Although the missile has been neutralized, the crisis is far from over. Lee acknowledges that Sophie performed better than he expected, but he also points out that her work was sloppy because the shattered remains of the missile are now raining down toward the city. On the ground, panic spreads once again as countless citizens watch the burning debris descend upon them. At that moment, Lee remembers that the Mormont missile was created by Gemini, and a wicked grin spreads across his face as another scheme comes to mind. Deciding that it is the perfect opportunity to announce his return, he plans to greet the Gemini Saint, the Purple Witch, with a spectacular surprise. Through telepathy, Lee contacts Hugo, who immediately asks whether he managed to stop the missile. Without wasting time on explanations, Lee urgently asks to borrow Hugo's absolute coordinate skill, an archer ability that guarantees any chosen target will be moved to a designated location without fail. Realizing the situation must be extremely serious for Lee to sound so desperate, Hugo instantly grants him the skill. Lee thanks his slave number 1 before combining Hugo's absolute coordinate ability with the commander's authority granted by Choi Sung-hyuk's Gemini badge. As both powers activate, Lee smirks like a devil and decides it is time to send the Purple Witch a special gift. In an instant, every piece of the missile's debris vanishes from the sky and is teleported somewhere else. Witnessing the danger disappear, Yuha and Sungjae celebrate with joy, believing their hero has saved everyone once again. Meanwhile, Gemini Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk is left stunned when the Mormont missile completely disappears. His confusion is interrupted by an urgent call from Gemini's holy sanctuary, the Yin-Yang Palace. Concerned, Choi answers Commander Ken, only to be furiously berated. Ken angrily demands to know what Choi has done with his commander's authority, and reveals that every single piece of the Mormont missile's debris has suddenly appeared above the Yin-Yang Palace, and is crashing down onto Gemini's headquarters. Lee's scheme becomes obvious. He deliberately redirected all of the missile's wreckage as a gift to the Purple Witch. The scene then shifts to the Blue House, where the president and government officials are discussing the shocking series of events surrounding Lee Jian. Reports reveal that he caused chaos during Sophie's press conference, attacked the Cancer Saint, and even destroyed the Mormont missile that had been launched over Korea. Before the meeting can continue, the ceiling of the president's office suddenly collapses. Lee Jian makes a dramatic entrance by crashing directly into the conference room while carrying Hugo in one hand and Commander Choi in the other. He immediately tells everyone to stop whispering behind closed doors and settle everything now that he has arrived. Lee declares that he has come to reclaim the money that rightfully belongs to him, the fortune earned from selling his relics. Attempting to access his account through Hugo's authority, Lee discovers that he cannot open it. Knowing that Hugo was originally assigned as his proxy, he demands an explanation. After the officials exchange uneasy glances, one of them finally admits that the Korean government decided it was too dangerous to leave Sir Hugo in charge of Lee Jian's account, so they removed his authority. The official goes on to explain that Sir Hugo was a foreigner, and after Lee Jian disappeared, the Korean government found it difficult to place its trust in a saint from another country when Korea already had its own saints. On top of that, the Sagittarius sex influence had steadily declined over the years because of various incidents and accidents. As a result, they decided they had no choice but to hand Lee Jian's funds over to someone they considered more reliable. The explanation only enrages Lee further. Furious that these people chose to trust the Purple Witch of all people, he punches the official square in the face. What angers him the most is that they dared to look down on Hugo. Lee bluntly declares that Hugo is his slave, so only he has the right to treat him however he wants, while none of these people have any right to insult or belittle him. Although his words sound like a defense of his friend, he immediately follows them up by saying that Hugo may be a fool whose only redeeming quality is his good looks. Even so, he insists that Hugo does not deserve to be disrespected, no matter how poor or insignificant everyone thinks the poverty saint is. Hugo is left completely speechless after being humiliated so thoroughly by the very person who is supposedly standing up for him. Refusing to tolerate the discrimination any longer, Lee asks Hugo why everyone treats him this way despite him being a naturalized citizen. Hugo can only sigh and admit that he blames himself for the situation. Growing even more impatient, Lee cracks his knuckles and demands that they return his money immediately. Before anyone can respond, a voice suddenly orders Lee Jian to shut up. Commander Choi instantly recognizes the speaker as the Gemini Saint, Hayes. She arrogantly declares that Lee's account now belongs to her and tells him to get lost. She openly admits that she intends to use his money to repair the Yin-Yang Palace, because Lee was the one who teleported the Mormont missile debris there and left the sanctuary in ruins. Warning him to prepare for the consequences, Hayes confronts him directly. Lee simply stares at her with a puzzled expression, wondering who she even is. His reaction catches her completely off guard, and she immediately decides that she needs to eliminate him. As Hayes' magical power begins to surge, everyone nearby senses the overwhelming pressure and fears for their lives. She then activates Spirit Invocation, Gemini's strongest technique, and summons a powerful spirit from another world. Commander Choi becomes excited as the legendary Queen of Fairies, Reliqueen, answers the summoning. He proudly explains that her strength rivals that of a zodiac god and confidently believes Lee Jian has no chance against such an opponent. However, before anyone can react, Lee instantly destroys Hayes' confidence. He lunges straight at her and casually swats her away as if she were nothing more than an insect, sending her crashing through the ceiling. As soon as she is struck, Gemini's magic rapidly begins to fade. Reliqueen attempts to flee the situation, but Lee grabs her by the hair before she can escape. As Hayes falls from above, the truth is finally revealed. The woman Lee attacked was never the real Gemini Saint. Instead, she was using a transformation skill borrowed from Pisces to disguise herself as Hayes. Because the user loses consciousness after Lee's attack, the transformation spell immediately dissipates, exposing the deception. After shocking everyone present, Lee calmly points out that he was right all along because he had never actually seen the real Hayes. Confident that the true Purple Witch is nowhere to be found, he announces that she will no longer be able to protect anyone. With her deception exposed, Lee once again demands that everyone return the money that rightfully belongs to him. Later, Lee Jian leaves the government building with Hugo after successfully reclaiming his money, and the two decide to celebrate by getting something good to eat. During their conversation, Hugo becomes troubled as he wonders why the real Hayes never showed herself. Knowing her personality, he finds it impossible to believe that she would stay hidden, especially since she was the type to summon a meteor into the middle of a city whenever she became angry. After thinking it over, Lee recalls that the real Gemini Saint also failed to appear when he destroyed the Yin Yang Palace. He concludes that there can only be one explanation because there is no way someone like Hayes would suppress her anger under those circumstances. Based on what he knows, Lee forms a rough idea of where she might currently be, and the two decide that they will pay her a visit later. The scene then shifts to Sungjae's apartment, where Lee Jian, Sungjae, Yuha, and Jimin gather to interrogate Reliqueen, who is now sealed inside a secure display case. Lee casually offers his burger to the siblings while they prepare for the questioning. Yuha suddenly says that she wants him, causing Lee to nearly choke on his burger in shock. However, she quickly finishes her sentence, clearing up the misunderstanding and leaving him relieved. Jimin then asks whether Sir Hugo will be joining them, and Lee explains that Hugo is currently out taking care of an errand for him. With that settled, the interrogation begins. Reliqueen has been imprisoned inside an Ares holy relic, an extremely durable and secure display case specifically designed to contain powerful beings. Lee warns the Fairy Queen to answer every question honestly, terrifying her in the process. He reminds her that being locked inside the display case is far better than ending up inside his book, a holy relic capable of converting any chosen target into text and storing them within its pages forever. He advises her to think carefully before speaking. Lee's first question is why the Purple Witch, Hayes, has still not appeared. More accurately, he asks why she cannot appear at all. Even Reliqueen admits that the situation is strange. After considering everything, Lee concludes that Hayes must be trapped somewhere. To everyone's astonishment, he declares that her location is actually somewhere inside Sungjae's house. Reliqueen silently nods, confirming that his deduction is correct. Although she hesitates to reveal the exact hiding place, Lee's growing anger frightens her into pointing toward a nearby statue. As Lee picks up the statue, Jimin recalls that it is the very same statue that had broken the other day, and wonders what it has to do with anything. Smirking sarcastically, Lee remarks that he finally understands why the statue smells so foul. Jimin then reveals that Hayes had kissed the statue before, leading Lee to realize that she had most likely used her magic to leave her mark on it. Using his 13th sense, Lee interferes directly with the spiritual world. The moment he does, the statue suddenly comes to life and begins shouting at Reliqueen, demanding to know why she revealed its location to Lee Jian. It is then revealed that the real Gemini Saint, Hayes, has been hiding inside the statue in spirit form all along. Filled with regret, she laments her terrible luck after being discovered by the one person she least wanted to encounter. Wondering how everything spiraled into such a disaster, she blames the circumstances and reflects on how none of this would have happened if events had not gone wrong on the day the Tower of Demons collapsed. Back then, she had sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura and immediately recognized it as the presence of Lee Jian. The story then shifts to Hayes' flashback shortly after the Tower of Demons collapsed. She is completely shocked to discover that Li Jian is still alive. Using her magic mirror, she secretly watches him as he heads toward the home of his friend's son. Since the location is well within her range, Heiz decides to investigate personally. Using her teleportation and soul possession abilities, she teleports to Sungjae's apartment and transfers her soul into a statue inside the house. Everything goes according to plan until disaster strikes. When Li Jian later visits the apartment, he accidentally breaks the statue, completely ruining Heiz's plan. Because the possessed object is destroyed, her soul becomes trapped inside it and can no longer escape. Her possession skill fails, leaving her imprisoned inside the broken relic with no way out. Feeling sorry that a holy relic has been damaged, Jimin decides to repair it himself. Heiz briefly regains hope, believing that if he can restore the statue to its original condition, she will finally be freed. Unfortunately for her, Jimin simply glues the broken pieces together, leaving the statue imperfect and her soul permanently trapped inside. Realizing she still cannot escape, Heiz breaks down in tears. Returning to the present, Li Jian begins wondering what kind of punishment he should inflict on Heiz, hoping it will be so terrifying that the rumors spread everywhere. Furious at her situation, Heiz lashes out at Relic Queen, insisting that the Fairy Queen can easily break free from the Ares display case. However, Relic Queen refuses, explaining that Li Jian would capture her the moment she escaped, and begging Heiz not to order her to do something so pointless. Yuha quietly nods in agreement, while Li is pleased that Relic Queen understands her place. Desperate, Heiz then orders her disciple, Sungjae, to attack Li Jian. Caught between his loyalty to the Gemini sect and his admiration for his idol, Sungjae struggles with the command because he has no intention of fighting Uncle Li. Heiz hysterically reminds him that the Gemini sect has always been Li Jian's enemy. Without the slightest hesitation, Sungjae calmly announces that he is quitting the Gemini sect immediately because, as long as he remains a Gemini disciple, he would naturally be expected to fight Li. Heiz is left stunned, believing she must have misheard him. Sungjae openly admits that although he belongs to the Gemini sect, Li Jian has always been his hero, making it impossible for him to become Li's enemy. To prove his resolve, he removes his Gemini badge and throws it away, abandoning the sect on the spot. The moment Sungjae renounces Gemini, the entire building begins to shake violently. Heiz immediately realizes what is happening, and explains that the disturbance is divine punishment from the Gemini zodiac god. Because one of Gemini's highest-ranking disciples has shifted his faith toward Ophiuchus, the Gemini god has unleashed divine punishment in anger, and its crushing power is now bearing down on Sungjae. As he collapses, Yuha rushes to support him. Heiz urges her former disciple to beg for forgiveness, reminding him that he is supposed to become her successor, and desperately orders him to attack Li Jian before it is too late. She continues ranting that Li is a violent and dangerous man who should never be trusted. Despite suffering under the punishment, Sungjae tells her to be quiet. He condemns the saints for abandoning innocent people whenever their own lives are at risk, while Li Jian has always been the one risking everything to save others. Overcome with anger, Sungjae calls the saints hypocrites who care only about themselves while pretending to be humanity's saviors. Remembering all the times Li rescued him, he declares that none of them have the right to look down on Li Jian. Sungjae's words further enrage the Gemini holy god, Freya, who personally manifests herself and intensifies the divine punishment. Gathering immense power, Freya declares that Sungjae and his so-called hero should both disappear. Unable to watch his nephew suffer any longer as blood pours from Sungjae's body, Li Jian activates the cancer skill, Abyss Cutter, and cleanly severs the connection between the god and the saint. At the very same moment, chaos erupts inside the Gemini holy sanctuary, the Yin-Yang Palace. As the disciples work to remove the Mormont missile debris, they suddenly discover that they can no longer use magic or even gather magical energy. Panic spreads throughout the entire sect. Commander Ken orders everyone to contact disciples stationed in other regions, but they quickly learn that telepathy, teleportation, and even the teleportation gates have completely stopped functioning. The disciples fighting calamities elsewhere are stranded because all of their equipment has frozen inside the calamity zones, and without telepathy, no one can even contact them. It appears that Gemini's magical power has vanished entirely. Back at Sungjae's house, the Gemini god's divine energy has disappeared as well. Li apologizes to Sungjae for putting him through such suffering because of him, and sincerely thanks the boy for placing his trust in him. Sungjae responds with a bright smile. Meanwhile, a furious Heiz demands to know what Li has done and where her zodiac's power has gone, only to realize that her connection to Freya, the Gemini holy god, has been completely severed. It is then explained that whenever a zodiac directly interferes with the mortal world, it requires an enormous amount of power and resources. Instead of descending personally, the zodiac grants its saints the ability to wield its power. In simple terms, the zodiac functions like a power plant. The saint serves as the transmission tower, and the disciples act as electrical outlets that receive and distribute that power. This analogy perfectly explains the current blackout. As Heiz desperately retreats deeper into the statue to hide, Li Jian immediately notices and mockingly asks how it feels to suddenly become completely powerless. He explains that the same technique was once used by Cancer Saint Jean-Louis, who could sever the connections between people with the skill Abyss Cutter. By combining combining that cancer skill with one of his own abilities, Lee managed to produce a far more interesting result. Rather than merely cutting Hayes off from her zodiac temporarily, he had completely severed the contract between her and the Gemini god. Lee reveals that the technique he used is called Divine Cutter, a forbidden ability capable of cutting any connection its user desires. Every time the skill is mastered further, it evolves and creates an entirely new ability. Hayes threatens him by saying that the Gemini zodiac's wrath will soon fall upon him, but Lee remains completely unfazed. Instead, he welcomes the opportunity because it would finally allow him to confront the zodiac god face to face. Almost immediately afterward, the sky begins to rumble violently as dark storm clouds gather overhead. The furious Gemini god, Freya, senses that she has lost both her saint and her disciples and decides to descend into the world despite the tremendous risks involved. As her overwhelming divine power begins shaking everything around them, Lee calmly takes out a core fragment of dark cancer from his storage, an item capable of absorbing zodiac power. Freya is visibly shocked to see him possessing a fragment that originated from another zodiac. Although Lee laments that he no longer has his beloved Sky Punisher, which would have allowed him to slice the god in half with ease, he decides to make do with what he has. Using the core fragment, he forges a single-use weapon known as the Abyss Storm Scythe and immediately strikes Freya with it, dealing significant damage to the Gemini god. The attack leaves Freya writhing in pain, astonishing everyone present because no ordinary human should have been capable of injuring a zodiac. As expected, the Abyss Storm Scythe shatters after its single use, but Freya's fury only grows stronger as she gathers even greater divine forces to descend completely into the mortal realm. As the heavens continue trembling, countless strange beings begin appearing alongside the Gemini god's advancing army. Just then, Hugo arrives, accompanied by his zodiac, Apollo, and immediately confronts Freya. He warns her that she is about to violate the sacred rules by interfering directly in the mortal world with her true form. Yuha and Sungjae are stunned to suddenly see their father standing before a zodiac god. Freya dismisses Hugo with contempt, claiming that a mere Sagittarius saint is incapable of stopping her. She mocks both Hugo and the declining state of the Sagittarius zodiac, questioning what either of them could possibly accomplish against her overwhelming might. Hugo calmly admits that his own zodiac alone is indeed incapable of stopping her, but he points out that they are far from the only higher beings displeased by her actions. Hugo explains that countless superior beings who watch over the world are already expressing their opposition to Freya's direct interference. According to the rules governing the zodiacs, descending into the mortal world in their true form is considered a serious violation. Because of this, the other zodiacs have begun imposing sanctions to prevent Gemini's invasion. They are prepared to expel Freya's army from the world while firmly establishing the boundaries of their own territories. As a consequence of ignoring these rules, the Gemini zodiac is forced to expend an enormous amount of faith, and if Freya insists on continuing her interference, she risks provoking the maximum level of hostility from all the other zodiacs. Hugo apologetically explains that the other zodiacs have no intention of standing by and allowing Freya to rampage freely. He asks the Gemini god whether she is still willing to continue despite the consequences. Bound by countless divine chains, Freya screams in fury, declaring that she will never forget what happened that day. Completely unfazed, Lee Jian responds with a mocking middle finger and sarcastically asks what she could possibly do about it. Moments later, the system notifies him that he has completely crushed Gemini's pride. As a reward, he earns recognition from countless superior beings, receives an enormous amount of experience, levels up, and is informed that a special trial awaits him once he reaches level 10. With the crisis finally over, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Lee praises Hugo for arriving at exactly the right moment, but Hugo remains furious over what Freya did to Sungjae. He feels that simply driving her away was not enough, and remarks that he should have shot an arrow straight through the middle of her forehead. Lee reassures him that Freya and her brother will eventually pay dearly for what they did. Hugo then hands Lee the item he had retrieved from the Yin Yang Palace as requested. Hayes immediately recognizes it in horror as the Soul Register, the official record containing the contracts of every Gemini familiar. Lee is delighted to obtain it, while Hayes is left in complete disbelief that they managed to steal such an important document despite it being hidden in the palace's most secure location. Hugo calmly reminds her that infiltration and concealment are basic skills for an archer. On top of that, he was able to accomplish the mission thanks to the badge Lee had given him. Hearing this, the enraged Hayes insults Hugo by calling him nothing more than Lee's slave. As Lee examines the Soul Register, he discovers that every Gemini familiar can now be transferred to his own constellation because they have completely surrendered to Ophiuchus. He now has the authority to either recruit them as his own familiars or keep them as prisoners. To his surprise, the commander of the familiars, who is currently imprisoned deep beneath the Yin Yang Palace, willingly offers his surrender. Since the commander is a mythical class familiar, Lee is suspicious and questions whether the surrender is genuine. To prove its sincerity, he He orders the register to show evidence. In response, the soul register offers up the physical body of one of Gemini's familiars, which turns out to be none other than Hayes' own body. The sight leaves Lee laughing uncontrollably, while Hayes' soul completely breaks down in despair. Satisfied with the proof, Lee officially accepts the surrender of Gemini's familiars, and they are transferred to Ophiuchus. Since every familiar requires a name, Lee casually assigns them the unimaginative names number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. As Hayes watches every one of her familiars abandon her, she feels as though she has fallen into a living nightmare. Without giving her a chance to recover, Lee grabs Hayes by the neck and reminds her that even her zodiac has abandoned her, leaving her completely alone. He warns that she had better answer his questions truthfully. Lee immediately begins interrogating her about the person who stabbed him inside the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Pretending to know nothing, Hayes feigns surprise and acts as though she has never even heard that Lee had been stabbed. Refusing to believe her, Lee presses a scorching hot fragment of the Abyss Storm scythe against her, causing her to scream in agony. Although Hayes desperately insists that she truly knows nothing, Lee continues torturing her until she finally breaks. Unable to endure the pain any longer, she reveals the only clue she knows, saying that the culprit must be the Virgo Saint because he is currently in possession of Lee Jion's legendary weapon, the Sky Punisher. After releasing Hayes' neck, Lee Jion grins and remarks that she should have revealed such valuable information from the very beginning. Feeling unusually generous, he decides to return her body. Relieved, Hayes believes she has narrowly escaped disaster, but her relief vanishes the moment she sees her body being handed over to Requeen instead. The fairy gratefully thanks her master, Lee Jion, for the gift, while Lee sarcastically apologizes to Hayes, claiming that he accidentally gave her body away. Requeen happily hugs Lee in appreciation as he smiles. In the background, Sungjae and Jimin struggle to hold Yuha back because she becomes jealous after seeing Requeen hugging Lee and tries to attack the fairy. Meanwhile, Bunny Yang becomes irritated with Requeen for refusing to listen to him. He complains that there is no point in searching for someone to fix the contract because they are already reviewing it. Requeen immediately silences him, confidently stating that she can identify unfair clauses and loopholes at a single glance. She explains that the soul contract had originally been drafted by specialists from the Virgo sect, but Lee Jion has already removed every clause that favored Yang Wei. Impressed by Lee's work, Requeen asks him to let her review the soul contract as well, so she can refine it further and upgrade it into an SS-class contract. Before responding, Lee's attention is drawn away by strange hooting noises. Curious, he looks toward the box where he has stored all of the surrendered familiars along with the broken statue from Sungjae's house. Inside, Hayes tearfully begs to be released, while her former familiars shower Lee with endless praise. They proudly declare that becoming Lee Jion's familiars is an incredible honor, and whenever Hayes glares at them, they only become more excited, expressing how thrilled they are to stand before him and look directly into his face. Hugo watches the scene with disbelief, unable to comprehend how arrogant the familiars have become. However, before he can finish speaking, every familiar points at him and rebukes him, asking how a mere farmhand could dare to speak before their master, Lee Jion. Hugo's pride is completely shattered by the insult, but Lee casually corrects them by saying that Hugo is his slave, not a farmhand. Even with that correction, Hugo collapses in despair, unable to endure the humiliation. After the joking dies down, Lee asks the familiars why they abandoned Gemini and chose to pledge themselves to Ophiuchus. The familiars claim they grew tired of Gemini's tyranny, but the real reason is much simpler. They witnessed Lee completely overpower and humiliate Gemini, convincing them that he was far stronger. They reveal that many other familiars also wish to become Lee's followers, but they remain imprisoned deep beneath the ocean below the Gemini sanctuary. They further explain that humanity has already lost more than half of its territory to an unknown civilization. Although it appears as if the Zodiacs are fighting to preserve the balance of the world, merely protecting the remaining territories has already become an overwhelming task. As a result, humanity has never even attempted to reclaim the lands it lost long ago. Hearing that those imprisoned familiars are beneath the sea near the Yin-Yang Palace, Lee realizes the location must be somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, likely close to the territory ruled by the mysterious unknown civilization. The information immediately sparks his interest, and he decides that he will personally travel there to investigate the situation for himself. The familiars then formally declare that they now belong to Ophiuchus and will faithfully follow Lee Jion until the day they die. Welcoming them warmly, Lee accepts the three brothers into his service, while Sungjae and Yuha proudly watch their uncle gather even more loyal followers. Meanwhile, Sungjae is thrilled to see such high-ranking familiars respectfully bowing before Lee Jion. At the same time, Yuha happily blurts out that she is glad she proposed to someone as amazing as him. The moment those words leave her mouth, the entire room falls silent. Even Lee Jion, who rarely fears anything, becomes genuinely nervous as he waits for Hugo's reaction. Hugo stands frozen in disbelief, with the word proposal echoing repeatedly in his mind. Someone jokingly remarks that this would make Hugo Lee Ji-yeon's father-in-law, creating the most ridiculous family tree imaginable. The joke instantly pushes Hugo over the edge. Without hesitation, Hugo fires a blazing arrow at Lee, while Lee desperately tries to calm him down. Hugo bitterly complains that his own daughter has never even told him she loves him, not even on Father's Day. Consumed by jealousy and anger, the Archer Saint completely loses control. Cursing the entire time, he activates his stealth abilities and relentlessly attacks Lee. In response, Lee uses God's gaze to track Hugo's magical energy, despite his concealment. Hugo continues unleashing a barrage of arrows, but Lee effortlessly catches every one of them and, with clear annoyance, asks why Hugo keeps throwing what look like nothing more than fireflies at him. As Hugo's anger intensifies, Lee continues humiliating both him and the Archer Zodiac, earning a massive amount of Zodiac experience points in the process. Determined to keep fighting, Hugo activates his divine skill, Helios Ring. Watching this unfold, Lee wonders when Hugo plans to stop. Even Apollo questions Hugo's decision, asking whether it is really wise to use such a destructive skill inside his own house. Apollo also reminds him that he is still paying off the loan for repairing Sungjae's previously destroyed home, but Hugo is too furious to listen. Seeing Hugo's stubbornness, Lee realizes exactly where Sungjae inherited his fiery temper from, and decides it is finally time to end the chaos. Yuha then reminds her father that he is no match for Lee Ji-yeon, causing Hugo to sulk in frustration. Lee lightly smacks Hugo on the head and reassures him that he would never pursue his best friend's daughter. He also points out that Hugo has almost demolished the entire house with his tantrum. Lee then comforts Hugo by explaining that his children are simply too shy to express their feelings openly, and that their silence should never be mistaken for ingratitude. In fact, they have gone out of their way to make him happy. Just then, Hugo notices that Sungjae and Yuha have brought him his favorite coffee, along with strawberry cakes. Tears well up in Hugo's eyes as he is overwhelmed with joy, believing his children finally appreciate him. However, his happiness lasts only a moment before both of them rush straight past him to Lee instead. They excitedly tell Lee that they have already sent the footage of his recent battle to the reporters. Lee smiles, pats Sungjae on the head, and praises him for the good work. Overjoyed, Sungjae enters full fanboy mode and declares that he will never wash his hair again because his idol touched it. As Lee enjoys the strawberry cake, he notices that his slice contains an unusually large number of strawberries. Looking over at Hugo's cake, he realizes one of the strawberries is missing. Yuha casually admits that she moved it onto Lee's cake instead. Enraged by the blatant favoritism, Hugo desperately tries to steal the strawberry back from Lee's plate, but every attempt ends in failure. Meanwhile, Raqueen, who is busy sewing Yang Wei back together, watches the entire scene with amusement and is genuinely surprised to discover that Hugo has such a surprisingly family-oriented side. The scene then shifts to Manila, the capital of the Philippines, where a terrifying red-class calamity known as Thousand Tentacles is expected to appear. The disciples preparing for the battle begin worrying about whether they can survive the raid. Sensing their fear, Commander Oliver raises everyone's morale by reminding them that the greatest opportunities are born from the greatest crises. He declares that even though their saint, Stephen Marker, is still missing, they will defeat the red-class calamity and prove to the entire world that the Leo sect remains as powerful as ever. Inspired by his speech, all the disciples shout in unison with renewed determination. Nearby, Yuha quietly complains about the deafening noise, wishing she could just go home because she already misses Uncle Jian. In another tent, the Capricorn Saint mocks the Leo sect, calling them nothing more than a bunch of savages pretending not to be afraid. Deciding to stay out of their affairs, he smirks to himself and wonders whether the gift he sent has already reached Lee Jian. Meanwhile, at Archer St. Hugo's heavily damaged house, his secretary, Eun Yerin, arrives only to find that the building no longer even has a ceiling. Shocked by the destruction, she asks what happened, but Hugo simply sulks and tells her not to ask. While looking around, Yerin notices the live broadcast of the Thousand Tentacles raid playing on the television, and Hugo informs her that Yuha is currently participating in that mission. A moment later, Hugo notices a mysterious box in Yerin's hands and asks what it contains. She explains that it had been left outside the front door, so she assumed it was a package meant for Hugo. Suddenly, the box begins bouncing around and loudly asks where Lee Jian is. Startled by the talking package, Yerin immediately throws it away. At the same time, Lee Jian is struggling to forge new relics because the materials and crafting tools available to him are simply too poor in quality. He realizes that creating relics of the rank he desires will require much better equipment. Frustrated, he curses the limitations of the Hammer of Crafting and regrets not having his legendary achievement hammer. Incidentally, that famous weapon is known by two different names, Hammer and Rammer, so both names refer to the same item. Since he cannot produce high-quality relics with his current equipment, Lee decides that he should first gather better weapons before confronting the Virgo Saint. Just then, The system notifies him that another constellation has entered the sanctuaries of both Ophiuchus and Sagittarius. When the mysterious box is finally opened, everyone discovers that it contains a tool created by the Capricorn Saint. A voice from inside introduces itself as Sergeyevich. Hugo immediately recognizes the situation and sighs in annoyance, commenting that this is exactly the sort of thing Yang Wei would do. Hearing the name, Bunny Yang curiously asks whether someone just called for him. Alerted by the unexpected intrusion into his sanctuary, Li Jian walks in carrying a hammer and demands to know who dared enter his territory. To his surprise, he finds the old Capricorn Saint instead. Sergeyevich is delighted to finally meet Li again and formally introduces himself. However, Li casually misremembers his name and calls him Sebastian instead. The old Capricorn quickly corrects him, emphasizing that his name is Sergeyevich and reminding Li that he is the Capricorn Saint who specializes in crafting, just like him. Sergeyevich proudly explains that ever since Li Jian disappeared, nearly all of the world's finest weapons have been crafted by his own hands. Sergeyevich quickly gets to the point, explaining that he came to apologize for everything that happened in the past and to rebuild his partnership with Li Jian. However, before he can even finish speaking, Li smacks him across the head with his hammer. Hugo remarks that Li could have at least let the old man finish talking, but Li dismisses the idea, saying whatever Sergeyevich was about to say would have been complete nonsense anyway. Since the conversation is going nowhere, they decide to watch the live broadcast of the ongoing raid instead. Meanwhile, at the raid site, the Capricorn Saint realizes that his original plan has failed miserably. Rather than giving up, he calmly decides to move on to an alternative plan. At the same time, one of his disciples informs him that everything is almost ready. During the live broadcast, a reporter covers the operation against the Red Class Calamity, Thousand Tentacles. The audience is reminded that Li Jian defeated the same type of calamity 20 years ago, making it highly likely that this monster belongs to the very same species. Numerous powerful sects have gathered to face the threat. The Leo sect, led by Yuha and Commander Oliver, takes charge of the main assault. The Pisces sect specializes in naval combat, while the Taurus sect protects the front lines. The Aquarius sect provides holy power capable of stopping even nuclear-level attacks, and the Capricorn sect supports the raid by crafting and reinforcing weapons. A short while later, the Capricorn Saint himself appears on the live broadcast. The moment Li Jian sees him, he notices that the old man is wielding the achievement hammer. Hugo immediately recognizes it as the very hammer that Li used in the past. Using the legendary tool, the Capricorn Saint begins strengthening and reinforcing other holy relics, proudly demonstrating the enhancement abilities for which he has become famous. The sight enrages Li beyond measure, realizing that the Capricorn Saint stole his achievement hammer and has been receiving praise for using it ever since. Li boils with anger. He immediately decides that before dealing with the Virgo Saint, he will first teach this old goat a lesson for stealing his treasured weapon. Before Li can act, however, the reporter suddenly points toward the ocean, after noticing something enormous rising from beneath the waves. The Red Class Calamity, Thousand Tentacles, finally emerges, placing every combat unit on high alert. Strangely, everyone notices that something is clinging tightly to one of the Calamity's massive legs. As the cameras zoom in, the unbelievable truth is revealed. The person hanging onto the monster is none other than Stephen Marker, who is still desperately trying to recover his $1 billion bone. Tremendous shockwaves spread across the sea as Stephen wrestles with the gigantic Calamity over the weapon. Everyone watching is stunned to witness a man fighting such a terrifying monster over nothing but a bone. Then they remember that the bone had been purchased for $1 billion, making the absurd situation seem slightly more understandable. Commander Oliver can only scream internally as he realizes that Stephen is still obsessed with that ridiculous bone. He desperately yells at his chief to come to his senses and let the weapon go already. At that moment, the Capricorn Saint, Ivan, quietly approaches Oliver and asks whether he intends to keep standing around now that both the Calamity and the Leo Saint are already engaged in battle. Since the majority of the forces gathered belong to the Leo sect, Ivan subtly suggests that Oliver should issue the commands. Oliver immediately becomes suspicious, sensing that the crafty old man is trying to seize control of the operation through manipulation. Ignoring the provocation, Oliver orders every soldier to drink the strengthening potion that the Capricorn sect previously distributed to enhance their physical abilities. Once everyone finishes drinking the potion, Oliver begins assigning roles to each faction. He orders the Pisces sect to use their magic to improve everyone's mobility in the ocean, while instructing the Aquarius sect to cast support spells that strengthen both combat performance and survival instincts. Commander Oliver ordered the Taurus disciples to form a defensive line, because they would be needed to stop any calamities that reached the shore. With the plan in place, he led the charge himself, declaring that they were fearless warriors prepared to lay down their lives. Activating Leo's beast form skill, Oliver's body was empowered with the strength of a wild beast as he tore into the calamity with monstrous force. At the same time, Yuha instructed the Leo disciples to combine their magic into a powerful unity skill. Their combined energy formed a massive magical lion that roared before lunging at the 1,000 tentacles. As the lion held the monster in place, Oliver urged everyone to continue their assault. Leo's disciples burst out of the water and attacked with their weapons, slashing relentlessly and forcing the giant calamity to thrash violently. Just then, Stephen Marker furiously ordered the disciples to stay away until he recovered his precious bone, calling them idiots. Completely obsessed, he clung to the billion-dollar bone as though his life depended on it. Commander Oliver angrily demanded that Stephen stop acting so ridiculously and forget about the worthless bone, but the two continued arguing while the surrounding disciples watched in disbelief, convinced that both of them had completely lost their minds. Before the situation could get any more absurd, Yuha stepped in and called Stephen an idiot for risking everything over a single bone. She assured her disciples that she did not need any support buffs before activating her rapid step skill. Wrapped in blazing red energy, she dashed across the sea at incredible speed, sliced through the giant tentacle, freed Stephen along with the bone, and sent both of them crashing into the water. After saving him, she even stepped directly on Stephen's face in complete disrespect. The disciples praised her incredible feat of crossing the ocean in one leap and cutting through such an enormous tentacle. With Stephen rescued, disciples from the other sects immediately joined the battle, determined not to let the Leo sect claim all the glory for themselves. The combined forces began hacking away at the calamity's countless legs while searching for its weak points. As more limbs were severed, the monster's movements gradually slowed, giving everyone hope that victory was finally within reach. However, that confidence vanished in an instant when the calamity suddenly went berserk and something deep within it awakened. Massive waves began crashing across the sea, and the fighters initially believed a tsunami was approaching. The Taurus disciples immediately activated Iron Wall stance to stop the incoming disaster, but the situation quickly became far worse than anyone had imagined. A far more horrifying creature emerged from the ocean as countless additional tentacles burst out from the original monster's body. To everyone's horror, it was not the 1,000 tentacles anymore, but an entirely new mega calamity known as the Million Tentacles. The disciples were left wondering where such an impossible monster had come from. Watching the terrifying transformation, the Capricorn Saint Ivan calmly declared that there was no choice left except to use his final trump card. Holding a detonator, he revealed that he had secretly planted bombs all across the shoreline, precisely for a catastrophe like this. Before he could press the switch, however, the detonator suddenly shattered into pieces. At the very same moment, a giant plush relic appeared from nowhere and swallowed Ivan whole, trapping him inside its mouth while he struggled helplessly. Jian Li then stepped out of a teleportation gate, disappointed that Ivan had not changed at all after 20 years. Thanks to Requeen's teleportation ability, Jian had arrived directly on the battlefield while Hugo and his assistant watched everything unfold. Jian acknowledged that people were indeed in danger, but he criticized Ivan's reckless plan to blow up not only the calamity, but everyone else as well. Suggesting that Ivan spend some time reflecting on his actions, Jian prepared his weapon and declared that after 20 years, it was time to teach the old man once again how to properly slice up an octopus like sashimi. Meanwhile, Yuha continued fighting almost entirely on her own. Knowing that everyone else had already exhausted themselves battling the 1,000 tentacles, she decided to ignore the smaller calamities and focus solely on defeating the strongest one. Activating her ultimate technique, Rapid Lotus Stride, she remembered watching Li Jian's recorded battle against the 1,000 tentacles countless times. That legendary raid had become a sacred guide for countless disciples, even among those who disliked Jian, and Yua had memorized every movement. Recreating his fighting style with astonishing precision, she dashed past the smaller tentacles at incredible speed, slicing them apart one after another before closing the distance to the monster's main body. Determined to end the battle, she concentrated immense blazing energy into her spear with Lotus Flash and thrust it toward the space between the calamity's eyes. However, just before the attack landed, one of the enormous tentacles effortlessly caught her fully charged spear as if it weighed nothing. Her strongest attack failed instantly, and before she even realized the danger, another gigantic tentacle swung toward her, threatening to crush her completely. In the blink of an eye, someone rushed in and caught Yuha before the incoming attack could crush her. It was Stephen Marker, who stumbled backward while carrying her to safety. As Yuha's vision blurred, she watched countless disciples desperately fighting the monstrous calamity, only to be seized one after another by its enormous tentacles. At that desperate moment, she wished Uncle Jian were there so he could charge straight into battle with his broadsword. To her complete shock, Jian suddenly emerged from within her manifestation itself. Her eyes widened as she saw saw him charging fearlessly toward the monster with his sword in hand. The moment Li Jian entered the battlefield, the fate of the million tentacles was already decided. Wielding his serpent sword, he unleashed the technique Mountain Thrust and cut through the colossal calamity in a single strike. A tremendous explosion sent violent waves across the ocean as everyone stood frozen in disbelief. The gigantic octopus-like monster was completely shredded into pieces by one blow, leaving the spectators awestruck by Jian's overwhelming strength and his iconic serpent sword. Standing atop one of the severed tentacles, Jian calmly returned to the shore while everyone rushed toward him. Clearly annoyed, he bluntly remarked that he could not simply stay at home while watching everyone act like a bunch of fools. His comment angered several disciples, who defended their pride by insisting they could have defeated the octopus on their own. However, before Jian could say anything else, a surviving tentacle suddenly grabbed him and swallowed him whole. Panic spread instantly as Yuha cried out for her uncle, while the others became convinced that even Jian had finally been defeated. Moments later, the monster's body began trembling violently before an intense flash of light erupted from within the sea. Jian burst out from inside the creature while wielding Yuha's spear and using her own technique, Lotus of Disaster. Everyone stared in complete disbelief after recognizing it as Yuha's signature skill. Without giving the monster any chance to recover, Jian followed up with sharp-edged Baptist, slicing the calamity apart in a single devastating strike before making a flawless landing atop a floating tentacle. Looking completely unimpressed, he casually remarked that this octopus was no different from the one he had killed years ago, and even suggested that everyone grab a tentacle each and make octopus skewers out of it. Commander Oliver and all the disciples were left speechless after witnessing Jian eliminate the terrifying monster entirely by himself. Everyone finally realized that the countless stories surrounding Li Jian had never been exaggerated. Those who witnessed his overwhelming power became deeply captivated by him, and genuine reverence began taking root within their hearts. Reporters immediately broadcast the incredible event, believing they had just witnessed the birth of another legendary chapter in history. People across the world learned through the news that the returned hero, Li Jian, had single-handedly defeated the Million Tentacles. His achievement quickly became a legendary tale that inspired countless people to admire him. At the same time, the Ophiuchus Bible was created to record all of Li Jian's exploits, and each story contained special power. Jian realized that the more his disciples read those records, the stronger he himself would become. His thoughts were interrupted when Yuha excitedly waved at him from the shore. After jumping back to land, Jian checked to see if she was alright, but then noticed something attached to her back. Embarrassed, Yuha tried to brush it off, but Jian quickly guessed that she had also started collecting bones, joking that it must be a Leo habit. Flustered, Yuha admitted it was simply part of her personal collection. Jian then handed back her broken spear, explaining that it had been damaged while he was defeating the calamity. To make up for it, he promised to forge her a brand new spear himself. Yuha's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of receiving a weapon personally crafted by Uncle Jian. Unfortunately, her happiness lasted only a moment before Stephen Marker rudely shoved his way between them. Calling Jian an idiot, Stephen reminded him that Yuha was under his command. What truly caught Stephen's attention, however, was Jian's promise to forge Yuha a brand new weapon. Filled with excitement, Stephen eagerly urged Jian to forge a new weapon for him as well. After all, 20 years ago, Li Jian had crafted weapons for all the saints, and since Jian had personally destroyed his precious giant bone, Stephen insisted it was only fair that he replace it. While Jian was rapidly running out of patience, Stephen suddenly became unusually generous, declaring that he forgave Yuha for stepping on his face and even for taking away his beloved bone. Before anyone could react further, a massive explosion erupted out at sea, scattering a cloud of green energy across the battlefield. Startled, Stephen initially assumed Jian had used the battlecry bomb skill, but Jian immediately denied being responsible. Moments later, a strange green mist drifted across the battlefield like a whispering breeze, covering everything in a murky haze. Both the Taurus and Leo disciples were completely confused about what was happening. Suddenly, a wolf-like creature lunged at one of the Taurus disciples, who mistakenly believed it was simply one of Stephen's followers before it viciously bit into his neck. Almost immediately, countless monsters emerged from the site of the explosion. Yuha, unable to understand the chaos, wondered why Stephen's people seemed to be attacking the Taurus sect. At that moment, a familiar voice proudly announced that everyone was witnessing the beautiful explosion created by his Mormont, though he admitted he was disappointed he had not been able to prepare an even bigger one. The speaker was none other than the Capricorn saint, Sebastian, who appeared wearing heavy armor. Marching forward confidently, he captured Lime. Furious, Jian immediately demanded to know what Sebastian had done to Lime. Confused, Stephen questioned Sebastian about whether he had really planted such a dangerous bomb where his own allies were fighting. The old Capricorn calmly explained that the real operation had not even begun yet, and that the explosion they had just witnessed was merely a greeting before the true attack. Jian quickly realized that Sebastian had somehow driven the Leo disciples into a frenzy, earning praise from the old man for his sharp observation. Wanting to demonstrate something even more entertaining, Sebastian blew a whistle. The instant its sound echoed across the battlefield, The Leo disciples completely lost control and turned their attacks toward Jian and everyone around him. Stephen desperately shouted at his followers to regain their senses, but they ignored him entirely. Several Leo disciples even grabbed Yuha and launched an assault against Jian. Sebastian smugly remarked that after exhausting themselves fighting the calamities, the Leo disciples had become the perfect pawns, proudly declaring the situation to be checkmate. Meanwhile, Stephen confronted the old man, who seemed delighted to see Jian lying on the ground. Furious, Stephen demanded to know what Sebastian had done to his men and why they refused to obey his commands. Chuckling, Sebastian admitted that it was unfortunate Yuha had never consumed the potion he had distributed earlier. He revealed that the potion reacted uniquely to the fallout from his Mormont explosion. As a result, everyone who had drunk it would ignore every command except the sound of Capricorn's whistle. Enraged, Stephen ordered Sebastian to restore his disciples immediately, calling him every insult he could think of. Surprisingly, Sebastian agreed, but only under one condition. At that moment, Jian's sword was summoned before them, and Stephen instantly recognized it. The old Capricorn revealed that it was a weapon personally crafted by Li Jian himself. He then offered Stephen an irresistible bargain, ordering him to use that very sword to kill Li Jian. Stephen immediately rejected the proposal, refusing to become the old man's puppet. However, Sebastian began blackmailing him, making it clear that if Stephen wanted his disciples returned to normal, he would have no choice but to obey. Pretending to sympathize with him, Sebastian admitted he understood the inferiority complex Stephen had always carried because of Li Jian. Although those words struck a nerve, Stephen told him to stop talking nonsense. Sebastian continued provoking him, pointing out Stephen's obsession with collecting Jian's weapons. Finally, the old man confessed his own deepest frustration. No matter how hard he worked as a craftsman, Jian's overwhelming talent and craftsmanship always stood before him like an impossible wall that only grew taller with time until he could no longer even see its peak. Consumed by jealousy, Sebastian tried convincing Stephen that this was their perfect chance to eliminate that wall forever. He even promised that, unlike Jian, he would personally forge Stephen a weapon of his own, although it certainly would not come without a price. Meanwhile, Stephen picked up the hammer, and Sebastian confidently declared that the two of them could surpass Li Jian together and become the greatest pair of zodiac sex. Believing the offer was too good to refuse, the old man urged Stephen to take Jian's sword and kill him. As Stephen drew the sword, Yuha desperately shouted at her chief, warning him that everything was part of Sebastian's scheme and reminding him that Ivan could never be trusted. Ignoring her pleas, Stephen slowly approached Jian with the weapon in hand, while Yuha desperately warned him not to lay a finger on her uncle. However, when Stephen finally swung the sword, he did not attack Jian. Instead, he slashed straight into Sebastian's armor. The old man bitterly claimed that Stephen had just thrown away the greatest opportunity of his life, but Stephen immediately shut him down. He declared that he would never trust someone who had turned his own comrades into mindless puppets. Stephen's true feelings became clear, as he admitted that he was nothing like Sebastian. Unlike the old man, he had devoted his entire life to surpassing Li Jian, instead of wasting it, drowning in jealousy and an inferiority complex. He firmly declared that he had no intention of replacing Jian through such a cheap, shameful, and dishonorable method. Raising his middle finger toward Sebastian, the Leo Saint confidently proclaimed that he had already surpassed Jian in every way, except one: he simply lacked a worthy weapon. Stephen emphasized that he and Sebastian had absolutely nothing in common. He reminded the old man that Sebastian himself had admitted he could never equal Jian's skill as a blacksmith. Driving the point home, Stephen bluntly stated that he had no interest in using the pathetic weapons crafted by a bitter old madman like him. Those words finally pushed Sebastian beyond his limit. Furious, he warned Stephen that he would regret rejecting his offer before aiming one of his weapons at him. The weapon fired, but Stephen effortlessly smashed it to pieces with his bare hands. Unfazed, Sebastian mocked him for getting overconfident and revealed that his armor concealed an even deadlier weapon. Sections of the armor unfolded into a missile launcher, and the old man immediately launched a missile directly at Stephen, convinced that even the mighty Lion Saint could not survive such an attack. Instead of retreating, Stephen transformed into a massive lion and clamped the incoming missile between his powerful jaws. The missile exploded inside his mouth, yet he endured the blast. In that very moment, Stephen realized that perhaps the old man had been right about one thing 20 years ago. He had spent his entire life pushing himself beyond every limit, enduring endless hardship and crushing pressure for one reason alone: to surpass Li Jian. A tremendous surge of power erupted from within him as he activated the skill Thunderclaw. Charging forward in a single bound, the lion slammed into Sebastian with overwhelming force, sending the armored craftsman stumbling backward. Crackling with immense power born from relentless effort, Stephen stood over him and admitted that the armor was certainly impressive. Even so, he tore the armor apart with his claws before mocking Sebastian, pointing out that even the Aquarius Saint fought without hiding behind armor. He then ordered the old man to stop cowering behind his equipment and face him directly. Meanwhile, Li Jian finally stepped in, wearing an expression of complete boredom as he asked the two of them how much longer they intended to keep fighting. Both Stephen and Sebastian turned toward him in shock, unable to understand how he was still standing there. Looking completely unimpressed, Jian explained that he had only stayed back because he wanted to see what Sebastian had prepared. As for the Berserk Leo disciples, they had simply been too weak, so he had beaten them all unconscious. Without another word, Jian kicked Stephen aside, explaining that he had far more important questions to ask the old Capricorn saint. Moments earlier, Jian had already grown tired of watching Stephen and Sebastian fight while he stood there yawning. Deciding he had seen enough, he casually stepped into the battle. As the mind-controlled Leo disciples charged at him, Jian effortlessly defeated every single one of them. At that point, the story shifted to a flashback from 20 years earlier, shortly before the raid on the Demon Tower. Back then, a prophecy had foretold that Li Jian would die inside the tower. In the flashback, the Capricorn saint Ivan discussed that prophecy with another saint, and together, they decided to ensure that the prediction came true. Sebastian admitted that he willingly went along with the plan, because the moment he heard it, he became consumed by excitement. Everything said afterward no longer mattered to him. His only thoughts were of killing Li Jian, dissecting every part of his body, and taking all of his strength for himself. Those obsessive desires gradually led him completely astray. The flashback ended abruptly when Jian smacked Sebastian across the face, snapping him back to reality. Irritated, Jian complained that he had never asked to see the old man's memories, and simply demanded to know who had betrayed him. Sebastian agreed to reveal the truth, but only if Jian guaranteed his safety first. Showing his ruthless side, Jian immediately grabbed the old man's tongue and made it crystal clear that he was in no position to negotiate. He warned Sebastian to stop wasting time or he would rip his tongue out by the roots, making it obvious that he was not bluffing. Terrified, Sebastian finally confessed that the one responsible was Virgo. Hearing that name, Jian remembered that the Purple Witch had previously given him the exact same answer. With two identical testimonies pointing to the same person, Jian concluded that Virgo had indeed been the one who stabbed him in the Demon Tower. He decided that he would need to visit the appraiser again, since he still had to retrieve the dagger as well. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Jian demanded that Sebastian return the achievement hammer. Realizing he had no way to escape, the old man surrendered and handed over the legendary achievement rammer. At last, reunited with his treasured weapon, Jian watched Sebastian tremble with rage. He then snapped his fingers, opening a teleportation gate, before ordering his three familiar brothers to appear. The three massive familiars emerged and respectfully greeted their master. Jian ordered them to drag the Capricorn Saint back to their realm, and even gave them permission to remove one or two of his arms or legs if he resisted. Panicking, Sebastian demanded to know how Jian had managed to control those familiars. Before he could receive an answer, the three brothers dragged him through the portal as he screamed in disbelief. Waving him goodbye, Jian cheerfully told him to spend some time reflecting on his actions, though he should not expect forgiveness. After Sebastian was taken away, the Leo disciples finally regained their senses, leaving both Yuha and Stephen relieved to see everyone back to normal. Meanwhile, the Capricorn disciples fell into chaos after witnessing their celestial lord being dragged away. Left with no other option, the Capricorn Divine Cadre captain activated a hidden mechanism, causing all of their armor to begin glowing. Bursting into laughter, he challenged the Leo sect while proudly revealing that their celestial lord had secretly tampered with everyone's equipment before the battle had even begun. Hoping to see the Leo warriors suffer, he prepared to unleash the next stage of his plan. Although one of the Capricorn disciples begged him not to provoke the Leo sect any further, the captain ignored the warning and ordered the Mormont launcher to fire. The Mormont missile shot straight toward Li Jian. Looking at it with complete indifference, Jian wondered whether this strange toy was really called Mormont. Deciding to deal with it using his newly recovered hammer, he activated its ability. The system asked him to choose a target, and Jian struck the incoming missile with the achievement hammer. Instead of exploding, the hammer's power transformed the Mormont into a magnificent display of fireworks by changing the target's form. Colorful explosions filled the sky, while the Capricorn disciples stood there completely stunned by what had just happened. At that moment, the Leo warriors stepped forward. Stephen Marker declared that the Capricorn bastards should prepare themselves for trying to manipulate the Leo sect. Smirking confidently, he proudly reminded everyone that the Leo warriors were powerful beasts with incredibly tough bodies. Even though they had previously fallen victim to the Mormont, ordinary explosions were nowhere near enough to seriously injure them. Terrified, the Capricorn disciples immediately turned and ran after noticing Jian standing behind Stephen. Refusing to let them escape, Stephen asked Jian whether he had any decent weapon, something large, durable, and satisfying to swing around. Hearing that description, Jian suddenly realized that Stephen himself perfectly matched every requirement. He was huge, sturdy, and excellent at smashing people. A mischievous grin spread across Jian's face as he announced that he did, in fact, have the perfect weapon. Stephen instantly became uneasy after seeing that smile. Before he could react, Jian grabbed him by the legs and began swinging the massive man around like a giant yo-yo before hurling him straight into the fleeing Capricorn disciples. Stephen crashed into them with tremendous force, sending them flying in every direction, while Jian casually remarked that next time he might even try going bowling with him instead. The scene shifts to the European Union of Humanities, in the outer region of the Western Protective Dome, known as the Red Zone. The entire area bears the scars of a calamity, leaving destruction everywhere. Virgo Sect Chief Ranger Zane moves cautiously through the ruined zone after catching a foul stench in the air, knowing a calamity could show up without warning. His disciples, however, are more interested in gossiping about the octopus raid in the Philippines and Li Jian's ridiculous performance there. They talk about how he made the Leo sect and the other sects look like complete stooges, while Capricorn's failed attempt to trick Leo at the end had caused massive losses for both sides. The Virgo disciples quietly celebrate having 2 fewer competitors, but Zane orders them to shut up and reminds them that their real job is finding the party that disappeared the previous day. Zane points out that the red fog is already enough of a distraction and tells everyone to concentrate on the search. Not long after, a strange voice suddenly echoes from the empty space ahead, repeatedly calling for help. Zane takes the lead and moves toward it with the disciples following behind. However, the farther they go, the more suspicious he becomes. The scream keeps circling through the city with the exact same pattern, almost like a recorded message, and it doesn't sound human at all. Trusting his instincts, Zane suddenly orders everyone to stop and regroup before they go any farther. The group eventually reaches a dead end, yet the cries of help continue coming from the dark void ahead. Zane looks around, but finds absolutely no one, making the situation even more unsettling. His suspicions soon prove correct when something dark and ominous begins creeping toward him from the shadows. Zane stiffens in fear as strange, monstrous branches slither through the area, carrying those eerie cries with them. The voices sound like people begging for help, but Zane quickly realizes they are not coming from living humans. They are the echoes of souls trapped inside the creature. Before Zane can even process what he is seeing, the twisted branches suddenly surge toward him. The Chief Ranger is completely overwhelmed as the monstrous growth wraps around him and engulfs his body. At Hugo's place, Gian is sprawled in front of the television, watching the news turn his Philippine rampage into a full-blown legend. Reporters keep going on about how he wiped out the calamities alone and made the other sects look pathetic in comparison. Gian has already had enough of the octopus story, though, and shifts his attention to the Bible. The records of his achievements are being converted into power, giving him another reason to keep adding impressive feats to its pages. He figures that anything he does worthy of major headlines will eventually become another chapter in the Bible. The system then brings up 3 pending trials, each carrying a pile of rewards. Gian suspects they appeared because of his battle with Gemini, which is unfortunate since the trial of power prevents him from using the instinct of the battle god. The first trial requires him to kill a god-eating monster without that skill. The second demands a scribe who can record Ophiuchus's achievements, while the trial of fame requires him to gain a human disciple. Gian is more confused than excited, especially because he has no clue what kind of person qualifies as a scribe or where he is supposed to find a disciple. His hammer can make plenty of things, but apparently not people. His god's gaze then evolves, allowing him to inspect people's faith. Gian immediately tests Yang Wei and Yeren after catching Yeren dusting off the Aries saint. Yang Wei's faith is 90% toward Aries, while Yeren has 90% faith in Ophiuchus and 80% in Sagittarius. Gian also discovers an annoying condition. Accepting someone who lacks complete faith in him can reduce his constellation status. That makes him rethink his choices, and Sungjae and Yuha become the obvious candidates since both have 100% faith in him. Gian gets excited and asks where they are, only to learn that the 2 left with Hugo early that morning. He decides to deal with that later, just as Jin Myung, the Virgo affiliate, calls him. Meanwhile, the story cuts back to a painful memory from the calamity. Young Sung-jae is hiding inside a car while his mother desperately tries to keep him calm. She assures him that his father will arrive soon and crush the monster, then encourages her son to stay brave. Before she can do anything else, the monster attacks her, leaving the terrified boy helpless. Sung-jae suddenly wakes from the nightmare, shaking badly. Yuha notices immediately and holds his hand, while Hugo understands that the boy is reliving something traumatic. Sung-jae tries to brush it off by saying he was simply excited about seeing his mother again after so long, but Yuha suspects that the nightmare is connected to the lingering effects of the Zodiac's wrath. Yuha suddenly reaches into her bag and pulls out a present for Sung-jae, telling him it is the birthday gift he had asked for. The gift is a relic containing stored Gemini mana, and she explains that she and their dad got it for him. Sung-jae immediately brightens up because he can use the relic to fill contribution points with the constellation. Yuha feels happy that they were able to get him something he actually needed and wishes him a happy birthday. Sung-jae smiles and thanks his sister for everything. When they arrive at the hospital, they visit their mother, Chun Ji-woo. Yuha starts telling her about Uncle Jian and all the crazy battles he has been involved in, proudly talking about his legendary fights. She hopes her mother will wake up one day so she can finally meet Jian, and Yuha has a whole bunch of things she wants to tell her. Outside the hospital, Hugo watches his children through the window with a sad expression while answering a phone call. He is surprised to see that the call is from the European Union of Humanities, especially because he never expected them to contact him on a day like this. The Union asks for his assistance with calamity control, and Hugo initially assumes the Virgo sect is already protecting the Western Dome area. However, the Union representative explains that this is no ordinary calamity, and that Virgo has already announced that they will no longer get involved. The representative then reveals that the calamity has a connection to Hugo himself, causing an unpleasant memory to come rushing back. It is the same calamity that appeared in Korea 10 years earlier and completely destroyed the airport. Now, the crimson fog has appeared once again, leaving Hugo stunned by the news. The scene then moves to Belgium, inside the Virgo sect's jurisdiction, where Jian is waiting for his appointment. He is hardly surprised that it happens to be raining on the very day he finally arranged to meet someone after such a long time. While waiting, Jian sends Sung-jae a message and offers him the chance to become his disciple, only for the boy to flatly refuse. Jian is genuinely caught off guard because he expected his nephew to be excited about the offer. He then remembers that Yeren had mentioned it was Sung-jae's birthday, and realizes there might be more to the situation, especially after learning that Sung-jae doesn't even celebrate his birthday. Jian suspects Yeren didn't tell him everything. Before he can think about it further, Jin Myung arrives and interrupts his thoughts, assuming that something has been bothering him. Jin apologizes for making Jian come all the way to Belgium, but Jian isn't bothered because Raqueen's teleportation skill got him there within seconds. He also had his own reason for coming, since he needed to settle some business with the Virgo sect. Jian looks around the region and points out that everything in Belgium seems to be connected to Virgo, which leads Jin to explain how badly Europe has been affected since the zodiacs appeared, and the sect system became established across the world. Europe has essentially turned into a massive theocracy, with the people being expected to put their faith in the sects, because Virgo is responsible for protecting the dome they live under. Jin tries to justify their position, but Jian immediately notices that his own faith doesn't match his explanation. Using God's gaze, Jian checks Jin's faith, and discovers that his faith in Virgo has been decreasing, while his faith in Ophiuchus has risen. The discovery shocks Jin, because Jian has basically exposed what he was trying to hide. Jian realizes that Jin didn't simply ask him to come because of the dagger. He also wanted to discuss something involving the Virgo sect. With nowhere left to hide, Jin admits that there is nothing he can conceal from Jian, and activates a rented Pisces skill called Silence Barrier, creating an enclosed space that blocks every sound from escaping or entering. Once they are isolated, Jin finally gets to the main reason for the meeting and begins with the dagger Jian had asked him to investigate. He explains that the weapon used to stab Jian 20 years ago possesses a powerful death aura. Unfortunately, much of the information connected to the dagger had been destroyed by an evil force, making the investigation extremely difficult. Even so, Jin managed to extract several fragments of memory from the weapon. Those fragments were enough to reveal the identity of the person who had attacked Jian in the Demon Tower. The revelation becomes even more disturbing when Jin admits that the attacker belonged to the very same sect he serves. The person responsible for stabbing Jian 20 years ago was none other than Virgo Saint Kevin Ajar. After returning to Hugo's house, Jian discusses Sung-jae's refusal with Raqueen. He explains that Sung-jae chose to remain with Gemini despite being punished for disobeying them, making Jian suspect there must be something behind that decision. He asks Raqueen to investigate why Sung-jae joined Gemini in the first place and uncover anything unusual about his past. Jian also wants her to find out exactly what sect secretaries do. Raqueen figures she can ask Yang Wei or Hayes about the secretary position later, and immediately goes back to her video game. Not long after, Sung-jae approaches Raqueen with a favor, and the timing works perfectly. He asks her to open a passage leading to the secret chamber inside Gemini's magical library. The library contains the sect's most distinguished magical knowledge, while the hidden chamber holds forbidden knowledge that only the highest-ranking disciples are allowed to access. Sung-jae explains that he cannot enter normally because he threw away his Gemini badge, but even having the badge would not be enough to reach the secret chamber. He desperately needs to discover something inside, so Raqueen eventually agrees to open the passage. However, she warns him that the chamber contains dangerous forbidden magic and demands to know what he intends to find there. Sung-jae reveals that he is searching for an evocation skill capable of summoning something from another world. Meanwhile, Jian continues thinking about what Jin Myung told him regarding the dagger. Jin had searched through years of records and discovered that the same dagger had been auctioned several times in the past. His predecessor had once appraised the weapon and detected the same dangerous aura inside it, eventually tracing its origin back to Virgo. The dagger had even been stored inside Virgo's vault, leading Jin to suspect that the sect had been repeatedly auctioning it off to gradually get rid of the cursed weapon. Jian assumes Jin's predecessor must have uncovered something important during his investigation, but Jin reveals that the man never got the chance to tell anyone. He was found dead while investigating the dagger, stabbed by the exact same weapon he had been examining. Jin believes the entire incident was carefully manipulated to eliminate anyone who got too close to the dagger's secret. The weapon also carries an extraordinarily powerful curse, unlike anything he has encountered before. Only a faint trace of that curse remains now. Yet Jin believes that even Jian 20 years ago would not have been able to withstand the dagger's full power. That conclusion leaves a disturbing possibility. Some incredibly powerful and evil being exists somewhere behind all of this, something dangerous enough that even saints and zodiacs may not be safe from it. The story moves back to the mystery surrounding the dagger. Li Jian recalls that Cancer Saint Jean Louis is infamous for his curses, but the aura coming from the dagger is nothing like the power of any zodiac. Even the dark aura of a Cancer Saint seems harmless compared to it. Putting the pieces together, Jian realizes that the person who stabbed him 20 years ago may have had some connection to the calamities. The uncertainty weighs on him, but he decides to clear his current trial first and deal with Virgo afterward. Not long after, Jian arrives at the train station and finds a group of people stepping out. They turn out to be the Archer St. Hugo's disciples and elite members. In the red zone, affected by the Crimson Fog calamity, the Sagittarius elites are already working to clear the area, although the roots spread throughout the zone are making their job difficult. Jian is surprised to see them there and learns that Sagittarius regularly accepts requests to exterminate calamities. Their elites basically work as mercenaries and troubleshooters when other groups need help. Hugo himself is meeting with a European Union representative to gather more information, and the disciples explain that they came ahead of him because Hugo would have accepted this mission regardless. The target is simply too valuable to ignore. The monster they have come to hunt is known as the Crimson Fog, a calamity said to desire the power of God. At the European Union Parliament, the Calamity Countermeasure headquarters explains the creature's abilities. Crimson Fog releases a crimson mist that absorbs the vitality, life force, and souls of everything around it. It has reportedly been in Europe for 10 days, yet the public has been told that the calamity was already exterminated. Hugo immediately finds the situation suspicious, especially after learning that more than 5,000 people have already died. The union representative remarks that most sects have not cared about casualty numbers for decades, making the situation even more disturbing. Hugo then asks about Kevin Ajar, the Virgo saint, and learns that Virgo had already attempted to eliminate Crimson Fog. Several squads made up of high-ranking disciples were sent into the red zone, but the entire force was swallowed by the fog and wiped out. The mist is so powerful and widespread that even Virgo's close combat specialists had no chance against it. Kevin Ajar is currently near the North Sea, dealing with another calamity of the same class, leaving him unable to handle both threats simultaneously. Because of that, the European Union has broken tradition and requested help from another sect. After searching for a suitable sect, the European Union finally chose Sagittarius, a relatively independent sect that often worked as mercenaries. The representative tried to persuade Hugo by reminding him that he was the Archer Saint, and had Li Jian beside him, the man who had made an incredible impression during the Philippines raid. He earnestly asked Sagittarius to take care of the Crimson Fog. Hugo immediately sensed something wrong behind the man's polite smile. He knew Kevin Ajar's pride well enough to believe that the Virgo saint would rather die than let outsiders handle a calamity inside his territory. That made Hugo suspect the real goal was to lure both him and Jian into a trap and eliminate them together. The union representative had already been instructed to bring them there. Someone had specifically told him to lure Hugo and Li Jian by using the Crimson Fog as bait, knowing Hugo would never refuse once he heard about it. While the man's intentions reeked of malice, Hugo revealed the real reason he couldn't ignore the calamity. Crimson Fog had taken away the woman he loved, Chun Jiwoo, his wife and the mother of Sung Jae and Yuha. Jian had never met her because he had already been trapped inside the Demon Tower when Hugo's family suffered the tragedy. Hugo also revealed that his first disciple and commander, Lee Jaewon, had died while trying to save Jiwoo and Sung Jae from the Crimson Fog. Hearing Jaewon's name makes Jian remember him as the young disciple who used to carry their belongings around 20 years ago. He never expected that same kid to eventually become the Sagittarius commander. Jian finally understood why Hugo had always avoided talking about his family and began wondering just how terrifying the Crimson Fog had been. Hugo might have become weaker over the years, but Jian knew exactly how strong he had once been. Jian himself had trained Hugo in combat, and the two of them had fought calamities side by side countless times. It was difficult for Jian to accept that someone like Hugo Otter, once considered one of the strongest saints in the zodiac, had been defeated by a calamity he had never even heard about. Jian then demanded that the Sagittarius elites explain what the hell had happened to Hugo while he was gone. The elite archer initially treated the story as something too painful to casually tell, making it clear that it was far from some bedtime story. Still, Gion was the one asking, so they could no longer avoid telling him. The truth went back 10 years, to the day of Sung Jae's 7th birthday. 10 years earlier, the scene returns to an airport where Hugo's wife, Chun Ji-woo, has just arrived. She speaks with Hugo over the phone, happily explaining that the data and materials he and Mr. Lee sent have helped them develop a prototype weapon for dealing with calamities. Ji-woo is also a guest member of Sagittarius, and she gets emotional while talking about Sung Jae waiting at the airport for her. Lee Jae-won, the Sagittarius disciple and commander, had brought Sung Jae along because the boy had been desperate to see his mother. While they wait, Sung Jae's stomach starts growling, so Jae-won decides to get them something to eat. While Sung Jae waits with his mother, he notices two suspicious men releasing something before immediately running away from the scene. A moment later, The airport suddenly loses power, plunging everything into darkness. Sungjae becomes frightened and wonders why all the lights have gone out, but the situation gets much worse when an ominous crimson mist begins spreading throughout the airport. The crimson fog calamity appears, throwing the entire place into chaos. Jiwoo realizes they're in serious trouble and warns Jaewon, who drops the food and rushes toward the monster as it moves to devour her and Sungjae. Jaewon throws himself between the calamity and the mother and son, climbing directly into the monster's mouth to push them out of danger. Sungjae watches in horror as his uncle Jaewon is swallowed, but Jaewon manages to give him a reassuring thumbs up before disappearing inside the monster. Tears immediately fill Sungjae's eyes as Jiwoo covers them and pulls him away. The horrified airport guards contact the sect while monstrous branches spread through the area, forcing Jiwoo to grab Sungjae and run. Outside, people are being killed or left barely alive as the calamity continues its rampage. Jiwoo eventually hides Sungjae inside a car and reassures him that his father will arrive and destroy the monster in an instant. But the situation becomes even more tragic when the crimson fog reaches Jiwoo and sweeps her away. Sungjae is left traumatized, desperately wishing he had gotten to see his mother sooner so he could have told her all the fun things that had happened. Instead, he blames himself for what happened to both his mother and Jaewon. As the boy breaks down crying, a brilliant light suddenly tears through the sky, followed by flames descending from above. Hugo arrives and immediately checks whether Sungjae is hurt. The boy is relieved to see his father, but through his tears, he reveals that the monster killed both his mother and Jaewon. The moment Hugo hears those words, his entire world comes crashing down. Just as the crimson fog prepares to ambush Hugo, he burns the monstrous branches to a crisp and launches himself into the air. As he approaches the calamity, he notices several people trapped on the massive tree growing from its back. Then he spots his wife, Chun Jiwoo, tangled among the branches. Despite the shock, Hugo forces himself to stay calm, believing there might still be a way to save her. He approaches the tree and finds Jiwoo unconscious, then uses his blazing energy to burn through the branches and reach her. But before he can free her, the souls trapped inside the tree begin surrounding him, desperately begging him for help. Their cries distract Hugo for a moment, and a branch suddenly pierces through him. The crimson fog immediately captures him, becoming fascinated by the divine power inside his body. The calamity greedily reaches for that power and begins absorbing Hugo's divine energy, leaving him screaming in agony and completely helpless. Sungjae watches his father being consumed and breaks down in tears. Just as things become hopeless, a purple aura spreads through the area as Haze, the Gemini saint, arrives and uses her protection spell to rescue the people trapped inside the tree. Other saints also arrive to help finish the calamity. Hugo is left stunned by their sudden appearance until Scorpio Saint Haley reaches him and checks whether he is still alive. She helps him recover and explains that she gathered as many saints as possible after hearing about the crimson fog. Haze, Wei Yang, and Stephen Marker unleash their full power against the calamity, combining their attacks in an attempt to destroy it. However, the crimson fog simply opens its massive mouth and absorbs their magical attacks. The saints are stunned to realize that the calamity has swallowed their power, and although it appears to have taken damage, its body quickly regenerates. The crimson fog immediately retaliates, sending its monstrous branches tearing through the city. Stephen calls for Haze to protect everyone, forcing her to activate Mana Barrier. The barrier manages to hold back the calamity, but Haze begins bleeding as the strain pushes her power beyond its limit. She cannot maintain it for much longer. At that critical moment, another saint arrives and unleashes the vines of the Golden Rule, striking the crimson fog with overwhelming force. The newcomer is Libra Saint Giselle Laurence, who orders the other saints to stop panicking and get themselves together. Hugo is shocked to see her and asks Haley if she had called Libra for help, but Haley explains that she had only contacted Leo, Aries, and Gemini. Giselle quickly assesses the situation and orders Haze to teleport the crimson fog somewhere far away. Since the calamity is capable of consuming their powers, continuing the fight here is too dangerous. Giselle points to Hugo as proof of what could happen if they allow it to continue, since his saint powers have already been taken from him. She tells Haze to send the calamity somewhere isolated, preferably into lava or deep beneath the ocean. Haze remains uneasy, knowing the crimson fog could potentially return someday, even if they teleport it away. But Giselle decides that eliminating the immediate threat is more important. Hugo, still bleeding badly, desperately points out that the crimson fog still has the souls of the people they rescued. Only their bodies were saved, while their souls remain trapped inside the calamity. He insists that they cannot leave the souls behind and declares that he can still fight despite his injuries. Meanwhile, the crimson fog struggles violently against Giselle's golden vines, trying to break free. Haze and Giselle realize that even the vines of the Golden Rule are reaching their limit. With no time left, Giselle orders Haze to teleport the calamity immediately, warning that if they delay any longer, everyone will be annihilated. Haze has no choice but to obey and activates her teleportation. The crimson fog is successfully transported away, ending the immediate battle. However, the world believes the Saints have defeated the calamity, unaware that it was merely teleported rather than eliminated. News broadcasts praise the Saints for protecting everyone, while Giselle privately regrets being unable to save more people. Hugo, on the other hand, becomes the target of public hatred. Citizens criticize the Archer Saint, accusing Korea's supposed protector of responding poorly and causing unnecessary deaths. They mock him for failing to save even his own family, and question how someone like him could continue calling himself their protector. Hugo eventually visits the memorial altar and publicly apologizes for what happened, but the criticism only becomes harsher. People call him unworthy of being a saint, and the words completely break him down before he finally leaves. Elsewhere, Stephen Marker turns off the television in disgust and wonders whether Hugo really deserved that level of blame. Sophie Marty agrees that the treatment is far too cruel. Wei Yang remains indifferent, arguing that someone had to take responsibility and pointing out that Sagittarius becoming weaker would make it easier for Aries to expand its influence in Korea. Taurus Saint Ivan Kruger then enters and mocks Stephen for suddenly developing a conscience after spending his time smiling and waving at people. He claims Hugo was foolish for confronting the calamity alone without his divine relic, reminding everyone that Hugo was only a half-saint and should have known his own limits. Cancer Saint Zhang Lui Moleng interrupts and reveals that Sagittarius is now reduced to a quarter saint because the Crimson Fog stole half of Hugo's remaining power. Ivan and Moleng laugh at Hugo's downfall, pushing Stephen and Sophie over the edge. They storm out and slam the door behind them. Stephen admits that the whole situation is messed up, while Sophie worries about whether Hugo will recover. Stephen can only say that they need to give him time. He is also surprised that Sophie, who had been jealous of Jiwoo, is showing sympathy. Sophie admits that she hates Jiwoo, but never wanted anything like this to happen to her. Stephen feels sorry for Hugo, though his biggest concern now is what will happen to Hugo's children. At the same time, Hugo arrives at the hospital to find it surrounded by journalists, who immediately bombard him with questions. They ask whether he plans to hold a group funeral, including one for his wife, since the victims' bodies were transferred to a Scorpio hospital. Some reporters even speculate that Hugo is keeping the soulless bodies there simply to avoid more criticism. Hugo says nothing, and quietly enters the hospital, where he asks his assistants about Commander Lee Jae-won. They inform him that Jae-won's body was recovered last and is currently being transported there. They also explain that the Crimson Fog expelled most of the bodies, likely because Jae-won had fought to prevent them from being completely digested. Hugo orders them to place Jae-won in the ICU with the other victims, and considers them fortunate to have access to such a hospital, intending to thank Haley later. Yeren eventually breaks down and tells Hugo that he doesn't have to carry all the blame when he lost his own wife, while still fighting the calamity. She urges him to tell the public that there may still be a chance to recover the victims' souls if the Crimson Fog is ever found. Hugo refuses because that possibility is far too uncertain. Telling the public that the victims are not truly dead, only soulless, would give them hope that Hugo himself cannot guarantee. To him, that would be cruel rather than comforting. He admits that most of his power has been taken, while even the other saints were unable to defeat the Crimson Fog and could only teleport it away to stop further destruction. Hugo bitterly wonders who would risk their life and remaining power for souls that might never be recovered, especially when such an attempt could fail anyway. Yeren continues reminding him that the tragedy is not entirely his fault, but Hugo remains crushed by his failure. He admits that he simply wasn't strong enough to save them. Jian had trusted him to protect Korea, and after failing that responsibility, Hugo feels he has no excuse. Even through his grief, he forces a smile and thanks Yeren, knowing that he has to endure. As Hugo heads towards Sungjae and Yuha, Yeren tries to follow, but the vice chief stops her and explains why Hugo chose to keep the victims in the hospital instead of sending them to a funeral hall. Hugo still believes he may be able to bring them back someday. There may be no way to do it now, but he refuses to give up because abandoning them would feel the same as abandoning his wife and Jaewon. When Hugo reaches Jiwoo's hospital room, he stops outside before opening the door. From inside, he hears Sungjae apologizing to his mother and blaming himself for what happened at the airport. The boy believes that if he hadn't been hungry and Jaewon hadn't gone to get food, they would have left earlier, and Jiwoo and Jaewon would still be alive. Sungjae continues sobbing as he takes responsibility for everything. Hugo stands outside, overwhelmed by grief and unable to enter. He desperately wishes he had told Sungjae that none of it was his fault, but he had stayed silent because he was afraid that if Sungjae knew how broken Hugo felt, the boy would start blaming himself even more. The scene returns to the present as Hugo's disciples break down in tears after hearing everything. Jian apologizes for making him relive it, but Hugo admits he should have told him sooner. He had sensed that something was wrong from Jian's messages, but he never realized Jian had been waiting for him to open up. Jian explains that the chief had been unable to continue because he kept breaking down, so he had called Jian instead. With the fire crackling nearby, Hugo finally brings his story and the tragedy of the Crimson Fog to an end, but this time, he is determined to make things right. Later, the Sagittarius disciples clear the area and burn the remaining traces of the calamity. As Hugo gives orders, one disciple brings him a drink, while Yeren gives him chocolates. The others gradually bring him snacks and small gifts, quietly trying to lift his spirits after everything he has endured. Hugo is overwhelmed and tells them they do not need to do all that, but the disciples simply leave to scout the area. Jian enjoys the chocolates, while telling Hugo to savor the moment. At the same time, Raqueen contacts Jian through telepathy and reveals that she spoke with Sungjae. Sungjae has entered the secret chamber of Gemini's magical library to search for an evocation skill, which is the only reason he has refused to leave the Gemini sect. Evocation evocation skills can summon beings from another world, and Sungjae believes one might allow him to bring back the souls of his mother, Jaewon, and everyone else who died that day. Knowing his desperation, Raqueen opened the chamber for him. Inside the library, Sungjae starts selecting books that require contribution points and offers the mana bracelet Yuha gave him for his birthday to the sect, receiving 18,700,000 contribution points in return. He rents the Book of the World Tree, and its knowledge immediately pours into his mind as he searches for information about evocation skills. However, someone has been watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, the book is snatched away by Shiwoo, who dismisses it as being far too complicated for Sungjae. Shiwoo mocks him for entering the library despite not appearing during the chaos in the sect. Sungjae demands the book back, but Shiwoo deliberately makes things worse by creating several identical books and telling him to pick the one he wants. Sungjae finally loses his temper and uses magic, while Shiwoo sarcastically questions whether Jian will protect him this time. With a malicious grin, Shiwoo throws out a necklace and reveals that Sungjae's father and Uncle Jian will soon be dead. Meanwhile, back in the red zone, Hugo fires an arrow into the sky, illuminating the area. The chief decides it is better to have some light rather than risk encountering another calamity in complete darkness, and orders everyone to return to base. Groups A and B respond, but Group C remains silent. Then an ominous monster cry echoes through the area, followed by a deafening roar that shakes the ground. Hugo immediately realizes the crimson fog has returned. Rage surges through him as flames erupt around his body, but Jian tells him to calm down. Hugo struggles to contain himself, admitting that it is difficult but promising to try. The Sagittarius forces prepare for battle once again, and for Hugo, this is no ordinary mission. After 10 years, the Crimson Fog has returned, turning the encounter into a brutal revenge match. Meanwhile, people across the city begin panicking as the trees suddenly turn red far earlier than expected. Without warning, monstrous branches burst through the ground around the archers, making it clear that the calamity is emerging from inside the dome itself. Jian immediately leaps into action and drives his foot straight into the Crimson Fog's face, landing an iconic kick before standing on the monster. He recognizes it as the calamity that hurt his friend and family and smashes its head with a powerful blow. However, a branch suddenly coils around his leg and pierces his flesh, drawing blood. That instantly tells Jian that this is no ordinary calamity. He becomes completely serious, a side of him that has not appeared since he left the Demon Tower, and the Crimson Fog is about to get its ass beaten. At the same time, Shiwoo grips the necklace, causing a flash of radiant light that forces Sungjae to shield his eyes. When he looks again, he sees an illusion of the Crimson Fog standing before him. Terror grips the boy as Shiwoo deliberately makes the fear worse by reminding him of the monster. The blonde bastard mocks Sungjae by claiming that Li Jian and the Sagittarius forces will all die today because none of them can stand against the Crimson Fog. Back in the red zone, the calamity attempts to consume Jian's power as well, but Jian makes it clear that it can keep dreaming. Hugo fires a blazing arrow into the root wrapped around Jian's leg, burning it apart. Jian warns the monster that it cannot treat everything in sight like food, and insists that it will never be able to digest his power. Once the branch releases him, Jian activates super regeneration, instantly healing the wound. Jian realizes that the Crimson Fog has returned to consume everything around it, including the entire city, and he intends to stop it. He summons the achievement rammer while the Sagittarius archers take aim. Jian treats the monster like it has mistaken the world for an all-you-can-eat buffet and declares that they are going to cut it open. He activates Berserk mode, enlarges the rammer, and brings it down on the calamity's head with brutal force. As the Crimson Fog roars, the archers fire, with an arrow striking its eye and causing a powerful explosion. Hugo orders another attack, and the archers use a hired Capricorn skill, but the calamity absorbs their mana. Hugo immediately changes the strategy and orders them to use only relic arrows. The blazing arrows repeatedly strike the monster and slow it down, but the enraged Crimson Fog responds by sending roots erupting from every direction and scattering the archers. Frustrated by the endless roots, Jian summons the Clump of Creation and uses its clay and lime to create a massive pair of scissors. As the colossal scissors emerge, Jian grabs them and decides that it is time for some pruning. He tears through the roots with terrifying speed, cutting them apart one after another, while even Lime freaks out at the violence. Jian then accelerates like lightning and drives his daggers through the calamity, repeatedly slicing into its body until the Crimson Fog is ripped open and blood sprays everywhere. The archers are stunned that Jian destroyed the calamity so quickly, but Hugo immediately notices something wrong. The roots are still moving despite the monster appearing to be dead. Meanwhile, Sungjae celebrates after witnessing the battle and confidently mocks Shiwoo, believing that his father and Uncle Jian have completely ruined his perfect plan. Shiwoo admits that they are stronger than he expected, but his expression remains calm as he insists that the battle is not over. He explains that the Crimson Fog's greatest obsession is eating, and everything it consumes becomes part of its power. He then deliberately drags Sungjae back into the memories of the massacre, reminding him exactly how terrifying the calamity was when he experienced it himself. Suddenly, the necklace in Shiwoo's hand releases a surge of magic, signaling the start of a second round. At the same time, the Crimson Fog begins regenerating, leaving the archers completely stunned. They urgently tell Hugo to check the dome, wondering if the barrier has already been breached. Jian prepares to tear the calamity apart again, but he stops when roots begin clawing their way out of the ground. He calls the monster a cheeky bastard and quickly realizes the truth. The crimson fog infiltrated the dome through its underground roots. A massive roar follows as the calamity craves more food, while Shiwu laughs and explains that the mist only needs a moment to devour an entire city. The dome is no longer a protective shelter. It has become a massive food storage filled with even more people than the airport had. Sungjae suddenly realizes that Shiwu has been speaking as if he witnessed the airport incident himself. His memories return to that day, when he saw Shiwu at the airport being scolded by his older brother for failing to keep the creature contained. Sungjae finally realizes that Shiwu was the one who released it. Shiwu laughs at how long it took him to figure it out and admits he thought he would die while keeping the secret for 10 years. He casually challenges Sungjae to expose him, call the police, or tell the public, while showing no remorse for what happened. He even claims that Sungjae's father may already know the truth, but since Shiwu is the son of the Libra Saint, the strongest sect in the world, he doubts that a mere archer saint can do anything to him. Sungjae angrily reminds him of all the innocent people who died because of his actions, but Shiwu dismisses their deaths as meaningless bad luck for being there that day. Furious, Sungjae pulls out the item capable of summoning Jian. Shiwu immediately flinches, remembering the beating he once received, and warns Sungjae to think carefully because the crimson fog is right outside. Sungjae ignores him and activates the item, but instead of summoning Jian, he uses a trick with lightning magic and headbutts Shiwu, knocking the blonde bastard unconscious while calling him a chicken shit. With Shiwu down, Sungjae gathers the magical books and examines the item used to restore the crimson fog. He realizes that if the item can bring the calamity back, it might also be possible to reverse the process. The problem is that he needs to reach Europe, where the calamity is currently fighting. Since he cannot properly use magic without a relic, Sungjae takes the item and the book, then uses the book's mana to teleport himself toward Europe. Meanwhile, the battle against the crimson fog continues. Jian repeatedly attacks the calamity with the pruning cutter, but the damage is barely effective. He activates super regeneration, yet the blood mist slows his movements and reduces the skill's efficiency. Hugo warns him to pull back while he attacks the monster himself, giving Jian enough time for his left arm to fully regenerate. Then Jian asks Hugo if he recognizes the aura surrounding the calamity, admitting that the sensation is strangely familiar to him. He remembers encountering the same aura inside the demon tower. 20 years ago, the Tower of Demons appeared during the massive invasion of the Red-Eyed Army, and people could only speculate whether the tower was an ark or an outpost for those calamities. One fact, however, was certain. The calamities inside were far beyond ordinary classifications, possibly reaching a level that could only be described as impossible class. Activating his 13th sense, Jian searches for the calamity's weakness and discovers that the Crimson Fog has 3 cores. The most active core is made from sacrificed souls and life energy, while the other roots are continuously draining even more energy from somewhere else. Jian quickly realizes the roots are connected directly to the dome and that the entire structure is being used as an energy source. He immediately warns everyone that they need to break the connection because the dome has effectively become a prison for everyone trapped inside. Hugo orders the archers to fire at the dome, but the Crimson Fog catches them and uses the sacrificed people to create twisted copies of them. Seeing this, Jian curses the monster and becomes even more determined to grind the bastard into the dirt. Meanwhile, Sungjae uses teleportation, but the process glitches and drops him somewhere unexpected. He soon realizes that the Libra relic altered his coordinates. Strangely, the rosary in his possession begins glowing and points toward a massive tree standing in front of him. Sungjae finds the strange tree unsettling because it resembles a gigantic core with red leaves and crimson mist pouring from its branches. He suspects that this must be the source of the Crimson Fog. Fortunately, Shiwu's rosary protects him from the mist's effects, allowing him to approach without being consumed. Sungjae realizes that this tree may be responsible for everything that happened to those people. Holding the book, he absorbs its mana and prepares to make the tree pay for what it has done. Above the dome, reporters broadcast the disaster live, revealing that a sudden calamity has struck the European dome. The commander watching the report curses Shiwu for being an idiot, since the information he revealed was never supposed to reach the public. By now, people have identified the calamity as the Crimson Fog, which had already been connected to several incidents and is now suspected of being responsible for the disappearances around the Virgo sect sanctuary. The entire dome is filled with toxic red mist, preventing rescue teams from entering because of the danger. Virgo Saint Kevin Ajar, Raqueen, and Hiji watch the news with growing horror as the destruction unfolds. Footage from inside shows Jian fighting the roots while warning Hugo to dodge an incoming attack, but Hugo is struck before he can move. Jian struggles against the mimicked victims while worrying about Hugo, only for the Crimson Fog to suddenly grab both of them. The monster mocks them as weak and prepares to devour them. Before it can consume them, the Crimson Fog suddenly recoils in pain. Its tree is under attack. Sungjae is striking it with everything he has, thinking about his mother, his father, Jaewon, and everyone else who suffered because of the calamity. His attacks force the Crimson Fog into a frenzy as it begins moving toward the dome. At the same time, Hugo prepares Sergeyevich's bow, determined to stop it. He explains that they avoided using the weapon earlier because its power could have distracted Jian, but with Jian now separated from them, there is no reason to hold back. Hugo draws the Earth Axis arrow from the armory and fires while ordering everyone else to attack. The disciples reinforce themselves with every skill they have, trying to restrain the calamity even if they cannot kill it. They know the monster can regenerate at an absurd rate, so their only option is to hold it down long enough to prevent further destruction. The Crimson Fog curses humanity as the attack slams into its head, forcing the monstrous calamity to recoil in agony. Meanwhile, Sungjae keeps attacking the strange tree, but he realizes there is a dangerous mana repulsion between Libra and Gemini. Despite the strain, he pours all his strength into one final attack. The tree finally cracks, and the Crimson Fog is left in disbelief as its power source, the city, and all the souls it had prepared begin slipping away. The calamity's core fractures, releasing countless souls from its roots. With the dome collapsing, everyone wonders if its destruction is connected to the sudden disappearance of the Crimson Fog's power, and who could have caused it. Sungjae collapses from exhaustion, his hand throbbing badly as the Libra holy relic breaks. Yet when he looks up and sees the open sky where the dome once stood, he smiles proudly, knowing he was the one who made it happen. His moment of pride ends when a massive explosion erupts nearby. Sungjae is warned that the power of the sun god is pouring out, and barrier skills automatically activate to protect the relic's owner from the intense heat. The barriers withstand the blast, but disappear after exhausting their full effect. Sungjae is confused by the flames because they resemble his father's power, yet something about them feels different. The heat is powerful enough to melt an entire city. The disciples panic as Hugo appears and shields them, explaining that the Crimson Fog has stolen and is now using Sagittarius's power against them. Hugo checks on Chief Goat, who is too weak to continue, while more disciples rush over to help him. Sungjae recognizes the calamity using Hugo's Eye of the Piercer, though its power feels completely different from the version Hugo normally uses. The Crimson Fog eventually notices Sungjae and realizes that he was the one who destroyed its tree. Hugo is stunned to find his son in the middle of the battlefield and realizes Sungjae was responsible for bringing down the dome, calling him a fool for taking such a huge risk. The calamity immediately attacks the boy, but Hugo throws himself between them and creates a protective barrier of flames around Sungjae. Despite his desperate attempt to protect his son, the Crimson Fog manages to swallow Hugo. The monster proudly declares that it has obtained the sun god's power. Jian appears and tries to cut the bastard apart with Ice Blender, but the attack no longer works against the calamity now that it possesses Hugo's power. The Crimson Fog becomes even more arrogant and announces that Jian's Serpent Bearer power will be next. Jian desperately calls out to Hugo and urges him not to give up. Inside the Crimson Fog, Hugo can no longer feel his body. He curses himself for everything he failed to do, especially for not saving Jiwoo and Jaewon, and for failing to protect Sungjae and Yuha. As his will to live begins disappearing, Hugo catches sight of the stolen fragment of his own power. It is right in front of him, yet he feels completely helpless to reclaim it. Hugo realizes that if he can take that power back, he might still be able to fight. His consciousness begins fading until a memory of his loving family flashes through his mind. His eyes suddenly open, and Hugo forces himself toward the fragment, refusing to abandon his family or let Jian down. He finally reaches the Sagittarius fragment, the master of the great light. The fragment warns him that its evil energy exposure will cause dangerous repulsion and that it should return to its original source. Hugo ignores the warning and absorbs it anyway. He successfully takes the fragment back, but the immense power immediately begins overwhelming his body. Jian suddenly breaks through the Crimson Fog and reaches Hugo, calling his name for the first time. Instead of letting him remain trapped, Jian tells him to wake up because they still have work to finish, and stretches out his hand. Hugo grabs it, taking the recovered sun fragment with him as Jian drags him out of the calamity. The moment brings back an old memory from 30 years earlier in Saudi Arabia. Hugo had once been swallowed by another calamity and completely lost hope, thinking that his dream of simply living peacefully with his future family was already over. Jian had rescued him back then too, calling him an idiot for giving up and offering him a hand. Hugo remembers that Jian always looked annoyed with him, yet somehow that same man was always there whenever he needed someone to pull him back up. Now, in the present, Jian checks Hugo with his 13th sense, and discovers that he absorbed the contaminated sun fragment. It could cause trouble while being purified, but Jian believes Hugo regained his power inside the Crimson Fog, and assures Sungjae that his father will recover after some rest. Jian has no intention of letting the calamity escape though. He tells Sungjae that there is still one ugly toad left to deal with, and charges straight back into the fight. The Crimson Fog struggles to regenerate, giving Jian an opening to summon the achievement rammer. With most of the monster already destroyed and only its core remaining, Jian smashes it with everything he has. The Crimson Fog admits that the serpent bearer has defeated it, but warns that its roots have already spread throughout the city. It claims that even if Jian survives, Hugo and everyone else will be buried when the city collapses. The threat becomes real as the buildings begin crumbling, but Hugo suddenly wakes up. A gigantic tornado of flames erupts, and the scene is broadcast across the world. Yuha immediately rushes to St. Haley after seeing the footage and tells her that Hugo and Jian are fighting in Europe. Haley already knows and admits that Hugo has endured enough, but she is relieved that he finally reclaimed his stolen power. The Crimson Fog refuses to accept Hugo's return and launches another assault with its roots, declaring that the Sun God's power belongs to it. Hugo responds with Sky of the Blaze, a skill capable of burning away anything foul. Jian watches the calamity struggle and points out that it consumed countless lives and powers, yet still ended up with nothing. He is ready to finish the bastard himself, but instead chooses to let Hugo have the final say. Jian activates Take My Place, switching positions with the first person he makes contact with, and hands the fight over to Hugo. The archer takes his place without hesitation and unleashes his attack on the Crimson Fog. As Hugo fights, the memories he buried for years come rushing back. He sees Sungjae as a frightened child, crying over Jiwoo and blaming himself for her death because he had been hungry at the airport that day. Hugo finally understands that his son has been carrying that guilt all this time. Before ending the battle, he tells Sungjae that none of what happened was his fault. With his mind finally free from that burden, Hugo draws his last arrow. The shot tears through the Crimson Fog and brings an end to the calamity that destroyed his family 10 years ago. Hugo delivers the finishing blow himself, finally settling the score with the calamity that destroyed his family and took so much from him. After the brutal battle, Hugo sits down and reflects on how much destruction the Crimson Fog caused, admitting that he never expected the calamity to be that difficult. He still wonders whether the monster is truly dead, but Jian confidently assures him that he destroyed its core and watched the remaining body turn to ash. Jian reasons that if the Crimson Fog could revive endlessly, it would never have needed to gather souls in the first place. Relieved by that explanation, Hugo thanks Jian for helping him, only for Jian to jokingly complain that a simple thank you is hardly enough. Since the mood is finally lighter, he even throws in a compliment toward Hugo. Jian then reveals something he discovered inside the monster's core. Using his 13th sense and God's gaze, he identifies it as a soul-binding orb that had been storing all the souls consumed by the Crimson Fog. He pours the Serpent Bearer's energy into it, causing the orb to crack open and release the trapped souls. Hugo is stunned when Jian explains that those souls are returning to their bodies, meaning the people who have remained in comas could finally wake up. Sungjae anxiously asks whether everyone will really recover, and Jian assures him that once the souls return, his mother Jiwoo, Jaewon, and all the other victims should awaken. Realizing it is Sungjae's birthday, Jian belatedly wishes his nephew a happy birthday, leaving the boy teary-eyed and convinced that his uncle just gave him the greatest birthday present possible. Elsewhere, Stephen Marker is still completely obsessed with his precious big bone. While unconscious, he dreams that he is single-handedly beating the thousand-legged octopus and every powerful saint, including Jian, using the giant bone like some legendary weapon. He even treats the bone like his beloved child, imagining himself taking it for walks on the beach and proudly feeding it as if it were worth billions. His ridiculous fantasy continues until he wakes up and realizes that Yuha stole his precious bone and Jian had tossed him aside like a toy. Stephen immediately screams for his big bone, much to the relief of his disciples. Confused about what happened, he learns that he and his men were knocked unconscious by Jian during the raid. His disciples carefully avoid telling him exactly how long he was out, but Stephen decides he does not need to know. His sudden death glare makes everyone think he is preparing to take revenge on Jian, or the Capricorn side, only for him to order his men to retrieve the big bone from Yuha's room. Commander Oliver is completely fed up with Stephen's obsession and urges him to forget about the damn bone. He questions whether they should at least inform Yuha about the commander, but Oliver knows she probably would not care, especially since she had already rushed off to search for Jian's 8 relics. Before the argument can continue, someone suddenly bursts into the room with shocking news. The people who had been trapped in comas for 10 years are finally waking up, apparently because the Crimson Fog has been defeated and the stolen souls have been released. The miracle quickly becomes worldwide news as more and more victims regain consciousness. Reporters broadcast from the remaining western dome of the European Union, praising Jian and Sagittarius St. Hugo for defeating the Crimson Fog. Across the world, people watch in disbelief as survivors begin recovering from an incident that had haunted them for a decade. What once seemed like an impossible tragedy is suddenly being called a miracle, and Jian and Hugo are recognized as the ones who made it possible. Meanwhile, the news about the Crimson Fog's defeat does not sit well with Yoon Tae-woo, an S-class member of the Libra sect. He is furious with Shiwoo, who managed to turn every part of the operation into a disaster. First, Shiwoo lost the crimson fog that had been given to him to eliminate Jian and Hugo. Then he lost his mother's rosary, failed to control the calamity, and caused a massive mess in the process. To make matters worse, he also lost the Gemini magic book and got beaten by Sungjae. Taewoo is especially disgusted when he sees Shiwoo's battered face, realizing that his younger brother apparently has not changed since childhood. Calling him a fucking idiot, Taewoo grabs a wine bottle and smashes it over Shiwoo's head, leaving him groaning in pain. He warns Shiwoo that their mother will be furious, and that they now have to worry about whether anyone can identify them from the incident. Shiwoo finally reveals that he came to Taewoo because he needs help, reminding him that Taewoo is involved in the mess too and cannot simply avoid the blame. Taewoo rubs his injured head and orders his brother to track down Lee Jian and erase every trace connecting them to the incident. Meanwhile, Taewoo decides to visit the Scorpio hospital, believing that dealing with the survivors of the airport disaster is their best chance of covering their tracks. The scene then shifts to the outskirts of the European Western Union, where Jian, Hugo, and Sungjae receive good news from a doctor. Most of the people at the hospital have finally awakened, but Jiwoo and Jaewon remain unconscious. Jian explains that their souls were taken first, so their return will naturally take longer. Still, they have recovered fragments of their power, meaning they should eventually be able to find their way back to their bodies. Jian tells Sungjae to return to the hospital and get ready for the moment his mother and Jaewon wake up. Sungjae nervously asks whether Uncle Lee and his father are coming back with him. Hugo immediately gets emotional hearing his son mention him and tries desperately to act cool, even preparing some heartfelt speech about how much it means to him. Before Hugo can finish, however, Sungjae simply nods and leaves. The poor father is left crushed, while Jian bursts out laughing and points out that it is still progress because Sungjae at least mentioned him. Sungjae then teleports back to the hospital, eager to see his mother and Jaewon, but realizes he should not arrive empty-handed. He quickly goes out to buy flowers for them. At the same time, Taewoo reaches the Scorpio hospital and looks around at the impressive facility. Although he still considers it inferior to the Libra sex hospital, he cannot understand why they kept the victims alive for more than 10 years, but he decides it does not matter anymore. Taewoo wonders where Sungjae is and chooses to visit the boy's family before he arrives. Unaware that Taewoo is already heading there, Sungjae returns with the flowers in hand. Meanwhile, back at the European Union Western Dome, the Sagittarius archers are being interviewed about their victory over the Crimson Fog, while wounded survivors are carried into nearby buildings for treatment. Inside the remains of a ruined tavern, Jian receives a system notification confirming that he has completed the Trial of Power. As the reward, his human body will now be transformed into a god's body. His achievement of defeating the god-eating monster, along with Sagittarius Saint Hugo's admiration for the Serpent Bearer, is also recorded in the Bible. That leaves Jian with only the Trials of Fame and Wisdom, which require him to appoint an apostle and find a secretary. He barely pays attention to those tasks, however, because his mind is fixed on the broken dagger fragment that was found inside the Crimson Fog. Jian realizes that the same person who stabbed him inside the Demon Tower must have been connected to the mastermind behind the calamity. After putting together everything he has learned so far, all the clues continue pointing toward Virgo Saint Kevin Ajar. Jian asks Hugo if they are finally finished so they can head straight to Virgo, but Hugo suggests taking a break first. Jian finds the idea ridiculous, insisting that stopping after a mission feels almost illegal to him. He recalls how, back in the old days, he would fight one calamity after another and rescue people without ever treating it like work. Hugo, however, admits that he is not ready to return to Sungjae yet. Facing Jiwoo and Jaewon after everything that happened is still too difficult, and he needs time to sort through his feelings. He also has unfinished business with both Virgo and Libra, gripping the broken rosary as he talks. Hugo is determined to uncover everyone responsible for what happened to his family and the Crimson Fog victims. After hearing what Sungjae told him, he promises that anyone involved will pay for making his family suffer. When Jian asks what he plans to do, Hugo bluntly declares that he will put holes through all their foreheads. Jian approves of the attitude immediately. Jian then orders the Sagittarius disciples to return to Korea, but the archers insist on joining their next mission. Jian admits that fighting the Crimson Fog was indeed their mission, but warns that going against Virgo would make them more of a burden than an asset. The archers are visibly disappointed until Jian points at Chief Goat and tells him to stay behind. The chief is thrilled, believing that Jian has finally recognized his value. In reality, Jian simply thinks they will need at least one handyman around. Hugo can practically sense the ridiculous reasoning behind Jian's decision. Jian then brings up the bigger problem, reminding Hugo that Sungjae is currently alone in Korea, with people potentially trying to erase evidence of the incident. Leaving him unprotected could be dangerous. Hugo suddenly realizes the danger and panics over how he never considered it, while Jian calmly assures him that he already has insurance in place. Earlier, at the Crimson Fog incident site, Jian had tossed a coin to Sungjae as a belated birthday present. Using God's gaze, Jian had seen Sungjae's overwhelming faith in Ophiuchus reaching 300% and officially accepted him as his disciple. The coin was given to Sungjae for that very reason, and Jian had made it clear that his nephew would eventually need it. Now, back in the present, Sungjae holds the coin tightly while wondering where he is supposed to use it. As he walks through the hospital, he sees people waking from their long comas and being reunited with their waiting families. The sight makes Sungjae smile, but he still wishes for the moment when his own mother, Jiwoo, and Jaewon will finally open their eyes. A commotion suddenly erupts inside the hospital when a thug barges through the entrance, forcing the doctors and staff to scramble to stop him. The intruder turns out to be Yoon Taewoo, who has finally tracked down Sungjae. Taewoo angrily says he has been searching everywhere for him and throws a nasty insult at the boy. Sungjae immediately suspects that Shiwoo sent Taewoo to get revenge. Taewoo laughs at his attitude and complains that Sungjae clearly has no manners. His irritation quickly turns into violence as he lunges at him, but Sungjae blocks the punch with his powers, sending the bouquet he was carrying flying across the room. Sungjae reminds him that they are inside a hospital, but Taewoo has no intention of calming down. Taewoo finally drops all pretense and reveals just how twisted his intentions are. He angrily points out that this is the same hospital where the victims of the Crimson Fog are recovering, then complains that those idiots should have remained asleep instead of waking up. His words make it obvious that he never wanted the victims to recover in the first place. Sungjae refuses to back down, and the two immediately clash inside the hospital, with their fight causing a violent explosion that throws the situation into chaos. Elsewhere, at the government parliament, the union official responsible for the earlier operation apologizes over the phone. He admits that they lost the perfect opportunity to eliminate both Sagittarius St. Hugo and Lee Jian while making it look like Virgo's fault. The plan had been to remove the two heroes in one move and damage Virgo at the same time. The person on the other end of the call assures him that the failure is not a major issue, since they still managed to weaken Virgo's position. He then informs the official that he will arrive soon and orders him to be ready. Before the conversation can continue, the doors open and the heavy clanking of armor fills the room. The man entering is none other than Kevin Ajar, the Virgo Saint. He immediately demands an explanation for why Lee Jian was allowed to handle a calamity that appeared inside Virgo's territory. Kevin is known by several grand titles, including mankind's strongest swordsman, the prosecutor of the Crescent, the Frosty Silver Knight, and the Blizzard Commander. His Virgo sect is one of the world's largest and most powerful organizations, standing on a level comparable to Libra. Despite Kevin's overwhelming reputation, his greatest weakness has always been the existence of one man he could never surpass, Lee Jian. Kevin is furious that Jian once again stepped into his territory and became the hero of the situation, demanding to know why it had to be him. A newer Virgo disciple is stunned by how emotional their saint has become, but a senior disciple explains that Kevin has always been unusually obsessed with Lee Jian. What began as friendly competition gradually turned into something far more bitter because Kevin never managed to defeat Jian in any competition. No matter how hard he tried, the spotlight always ended up on Lee. Even during raid after parties, Jian somehow stole the attention, including during karaoke, leaving Kevin constantly overshadowed. Now, after 20 years, Jian has returned and once again become the world's hero. At the same time, Kevin continues obsessing over Lee Jian, refusing to let the matter go. The union official tries to settle him down, explaining that the Virgo Inquisitors have already been dispatched to locate Jian. Kevin ignores the suggestion and decides to confront Jian personally, ordering his disciples to take him there. After 20 years, he sees this as the perfect chance to finally settle their rivalry and prove to everyone who is truly superior. As Kevin storms away, the union official secretly tells his contact that he will lure the Virgo Saint toward the estimated location. The person on the other end is revealed to be Perio, a subordinate of Virgo who has been deceiving Kevin. Perio realizes Kevin returned far sooner than expected and is even more fixated on Jian than he had anticipated, so he orders his people to accelerate their plans. Not long after, the Virgo Inquisitors arrive at the tent and force their way inside, announcing themselves and ordering everyone to stay where they are. Instead of finding a serious battlefield, however, they walk into a completely ridiculous scene. Hugo Otter is behind the bar, singing his heart out while the crowd goes wild over his performance. His drunk singing skill has everyone completely captivated, with some fans even arguing over who gets to claim his abs. The Inquisitors are disgusted by the madness and cannot believe people are behaving like this inside Virgo territory. They draw their swords and prepare to purge the troublesome crowd, only for one of them to suddenly get smacked across the face. The culprit is Jian, who has just received a notification showing that the audience's faith is rising, thanks to Hugo's performance, strengthening their belief in Ophiuchus. Jian is absolutely furious that the Virgo Inquisitors are trying to ruin his business and warns them to get the hell out before they make the Serpent Bearer angry. The stunned Inquisitor complains that Jian is spreading his sex influence inside Virgo territory and claims even a saint should not be doing that. Before he can say more, Perio smacks his own subordinate and orders him to stop acting like an overzealous fool. Perio then apologizes to Jian on behalf of the Inquisitor and gets straight to the point, asking for Jian's help in getting rid of their own saint, Kevin Ajar. Meanwhile, Kevin is racing around the region trying to find Jian, but every destination turns out to be wrong. After reaching the wrong location for the 5th time, Kevin finally realizes that something is seriously off. The union official nervously suggests trying another place, but Kevin gives him a suspicious glare and suddenly notices something strange about his glasses. With frightening precision, Kevin draws his sword and slices straight through the lenses. The moment the glasses are destroyed, the Scorpio skill known as Eyes of the Wanderer disappears. Kevin's associates immediately realize that the glasses had been hiding a Scorpio trapping skill designed to make its target wander endlessly. Kevin understands the entire scheme at once, realizing the union official deliberately kept him moving around so the Inquisitors could reach Jian first. Kevin points his sword directly at the betrayer's neck and demands to know where the Inquisitors are now. His voice becomes cold as he warns the man to answer carefully, because the answer will decide how many pieces Kevin cuts him into. The scene shifts to the Second Daughter Palace in Virgo territory, where chaos has already broken out. Jian is tearing through Kevin Ajar's familiars, leaving them completely stunned that a mere human can overpower them so easily. Jian, however, is having the time of his life because the familiars are packed with useful materials for relic crafting. He plans to cut them down and turn whatever he can into materials for new weapons. Hugo's archer chief worries that this attack could cause serious trouble, but Perio calmly assures him that the familiars belong to Kevin anyway, so letting Jian deal with them now is actually convenient. Perio then explains that Virgo is currently split into 2 factions, and the internal conflict has become severe. He blames Kevin's rigid and authoritarian behavior for destroying the trust within the sect. Because of that, the Inquisitors have decided that Kevin must be stopped, and they need Jian's help to accomplish it. The archer chief remains suspicious about how deeply they have been dragged into Virgo's internal problems, and realizes the conflict must be much worse than he initially thought. What surprises him even more is the reward Perio promised them, the Sky Punisher. The weapon is famous as something that once represented Jian himself, and it was believed to have been lost during the battle against the Red Eyes 20 years ago. They had never imagined the Gemini Saint's story about it was actually true. Meanwhile, Hugo is still completely drunk and spinning around as Jian finishes off the remaining familiars. With the last one defeated, the relic storage finally opens, revealing that the Sky Punisher is waiting just beyond the door. Before they can reach it, Kevin Ajar suddenly arrives at the palace after sprinting there as fast as possible, leaving his disciples struggling to catch their breath. For perhaps the first time in 20 years, Kevin is genuinely thrilled to see Li Jian. Jian is equally pleased and remarks that it has been 20 years since they last met. Kevin then notices Hugo and greets the Archer Saint, although the drunk Hugo is hardly impressed. Kevin also spots Perio, the subordinate who betrayed him, and assumes that Perio intends to stand beside Jian and fight him. Rather than being bothered, Kevin finds it convenient because he can take all of his enemies down in one place instead of hunting them individually. Kevin's mood changes instantly when he notices the shattered armor scattered around and realizes that his familiars are nowhere to be seen. Furious, he demands to know who destroyed them. Perio, Hugo, and the archer chief immediately point toward Jian, earning them a mocking remark from Jian about how loyal they are. Kevin's anger only grows, giving him yet another reason to settle things with Jian. He swings his sword and summons vicious frost fangs with his ice magic, but Hugo's blazing power instantly melts them away. Still drunk, Hugo declares that he has unfinished business with Kevin, and insists that Kevin will have to get through him before reaching Jian. Kevin recognizes that Hugo has recovered the power he lost, but remains confident that the Archer Saint still cannot match him. Hugo responds by summoning multiple spears from the armory, revealing the holy relic known as the Earth's Axis Arrow. He grabs the massive weapon and hurls it straight toward Kevin. Kevin scoffs at Hugo, clearly unimpressed by the Earth's Axis arrows, and questions whether those attacks can actually hurt him. With his sword, Kevin effortlessly cuts through the incoming arrows. Hugo believes he has finally landed a direct hit, but Chief Goat quickly gives him a reality check, leaving the archer embarrassed. Meanwhile, Jian contacts someone and reveals his location, telling them to hurry over. Kevin remains completely composed, dodging the attacks with incredible precision. He declares that the real fight is about to begin. That is when Jian steps forward with his scissors and announces that he will fight Kevin himself, since the Virgo Saint has been so desperate to face him. Kevin is thrilled that Jian has finally stepped up, while his disciples wonder if they should help. Kevin refuses, making it clear that this is a battle between saints and warning them not to interfere while the adults are fighting. He admits that he has waited 20 years for the chance to defeat Jian, while Jian casually remarks that Kevin certainly dreams big. The two finally clash, their weapons crashing against each other. Jian is surprised that Kevin's white-haired form can withstand his attacks, but then he receives a notification that he cannot access his body's full potential. Annoyed by the limitation, Jian still keeps fighting as Kevin pushes himself further. His freezing aura intensifies, covering the ground in frost and destroying Jian's scissors because they cannot withstand the extreme cold. Kevin swings his sword toward Jian, but Jian flips away and deflects the strike effortlessly. He loses an arm in the process, giving Kevin an opening for another attack, but Jian quickly summons his achievement rammer and blocks the blow. Kevin is stunned by how quickly he brought it out. Jian warns the white-haired saint not to lose focus, then kicks Kevin across the face and sends him flying. He grins and mocks Kevin, asking if this is all the power he has after holding onto his grudge for 20 years. Kevin laughs, finally realizing that the person in front of him is truly the Lee Jian he remembers. Kevin decides that the warm-up is over and unleashes his full strength. The ground begins to shake, and everyone realizes that he is about to reveal something serious. Jian recognizes the technique as the famous icicle and realizes Kevin had been fighting with a fake sword while keeping his true weapon hidden. Kevin draws his holy relic, Frosty Winter, explaining that it is not something he carries around casually. The moment it appears, Jian's achievement rammer begins freezing, and the surrounding area becomes unbearably cold. Kevin believes Jian has become rusty after spending 20 years locked away and attacks without hesitation. His sword pierces straight through Jian's body, with blood spilling out. However, the person Kevin actually struck is Perio. Hugo and Chief Goat panic when they think Jian has been stabbed, only for Jian to appear safely behind them. He had activated Take My Place, switching positions with Perio at the last moment and sacrificing him to take the hit. Perio's body begins freezing from Frosty Winter's power as Jian admits that he never trusted him. He had always found it ridiculous that Perio claimed he wanted to reform the Virgo sect despite having such weak devotion. Using God's gaze, Jian confirms Perio's loyalty is only 3% Virgo and 97% Libra. With the truth exposed, Jian spins his achievement rammer and prepares to smash the traitor with a devastating blow. After Jian brings the hammer down, the ice surrounding the Sky Punisher finally breaks apart, revealing the weapon chained and preserved beneath Kevin's ice magic. The impact sends Kevin crashing to the ground, and the Virgo Saint curses Jian in rage. Hugo steps forward and reminds Kevin that this is the consequence of betraying Jian at the Tower of Demons. He points out that after deceiving the world for 20 years, Kevin is now being betrayed by his own people. Kevin is confused and demands to know what Hugo is talking about, but Hugo tells him to stop pretending. He firmly accuses Kevin of being the one who stabbed Jian in the tower and left him trapped there. Enraged, Kevin calls the accusation a lie and attacks Hugo, insisting that they are trying to frame him. Hugo remains convinced that Kevin is hiding the truth, but before he can say more, Kevin silences him and declares that he will no longer tolerate their insults. Just as Kevin prepares to swing his sword, Perio suddenly grabs it and mutters that this is exactly why the plan should have been carried out through the Crimson Fog. Kevin immediately recognizes the rope of the Golden Rule. Realizing that Perio is using Libra's power, Perio reveals the Libra symbol and decides that everyone present must be eliminated. He then activates Libra's unique skill, Equivalent Exchange, creating a massive balance formation and forcing Kevin into it. Perio explains that Libra is the zodiac of balance and justice, then declares that the tribute will be the Saint of Virgo himself. Kevin is lifted onto one side of the balance, but he refuses to become a sacrifice and uses his remaining strength to escape. In a shocking move, Kevin cuts off his own arm in an instant. The others are stunned, while Perio laughs at the sight, amazed that Kevin sacrificed his own limb so quickly. Because Kevin removed his arm before the exchange could consume his entire body, only his right arm is accepted as the tribute. The moment the exchange is completed, an unknown realm suddenly opens. The strange space feels like an inferno, and everyone can sense the sinister energy pouring from it. Perio admits that sacrificing even one saint's arm is a substantial offering and reveals that this was the price needed to open the realm. The archers immediately attack him, while Jian charges forward with his achievement rammer, but they are already too late. The entire group is dragged into the mysterious realm. As they land inside, Jian immediately recognizes the unpleasant energy, realizing he has felt something similar before. Perio tells them to look around and admire their new surroundings, revealing that this place serves as their burial ground. Kevin's disciples rush at Perio, furious that he dared to sacrifice their saint. They attempt to use one of Virgo's highest-ranked techniques, cutting winds of the jaguar, but the attack simply vanishes. Kevin then reveals the horrifying truth that he can no longer use his powers. His connection to Virgo has been severed. The archers soon discover the same thing, as their zodiac abilities also stop working. They are left shocked that a single disciple could create such a powerful realm. Suddenly, grotesque arms burst from the ground and attack them from every direction. While everyone struggles to evade them, Perio calmly laughs and explains that this isolated realm was created through Libra's power. Inside it, they cannot draw strength from their zodiacs, leaving them as ordinary humans. With their divine powers stripped away, Perio declares that he intends to make every one of them perish inside this realm. Jian charges straight at Perio with his achievement rammer, but the Libra traitor simply sneers at his attempt. He rotates the Libra symbol, directing the grotesque arms toward Jian. The moment Jian senses them, he realizes these creatures are nothing like ordinary monsters. Perio then forces him to confront his past, telling him to welcome the enemies he once fought. He reveals that these are the same monsters Jian encountered 20 years ago inside the Demon Tower, the creatures that pushed him to the edge of death. That explains the disturbing aura Jian sensed from them. Perio further reveals that these weren't artificially created to reach Class Impossible like the Crimson Fog. They are the genuine Class Impossible monsters that once inhabited the Demon Tower alongside the Red Eyes. Soon, the entire unknown realm is crawling with the terrifying creatures that once made the Demon Tower a living nightmare. Meanwhile, at the Scorpio Hospital, Sungjae remains locked in a brutal fight with Taewoo. Every attack Sungjae throws is restrained by Libra's vines, leaving him unable to fight back. Taewoo mocks the difference between an S rank and an A rank before smashing Sungjae through a wall. The impact sends him straight into his mother's room. Sungjae immediately panics when he realizes Jiwoo is there, especially when he notices Taewoo holding the Gemini magic book. He rushes toward the book, but Taewoo drives a kick into his stomach and sends him crashing down. Taewoo already knows that Sungjae has been drawing mana from the World Tree book, and continues attacking while telling him to hold on to his mother tightly. Taewoo then unleashes his power and violently sends Jiwoo's hospital bed through the window. Sungjae and his unconscious mother tumble out of the building together. With no mana, no spell book, and nothing nearby to help him, Sungjae is completely helpless as they plummet toward the ground. He desperately searches for a way to survive, refusing to let himself or his mother die like this. He thinks about Jeon, Yuha, and his father, but realizes none of them are there to save him. Holding Jiwoo even tighter, Sungjae calls himself an idiot for almost giving up, and remembers how Jeon never surrendered inside the tower, and how Hugo kept fighting even while trapped inside the Crimson Fog. That gives him the resolve to fight for himself and protect his mother. Just before they hit the ground, a system message appears from the Serpent Bearer, welcoming Sungjae for possessing an indomitable spirit. The system offers him a trial and the power of immortality, giving him a chance to fight his enemy and protect others. Sungjae doesn't care about the details and desperately accepts, begging for enough power to save someone at least once. A massive surge of energy erupts through him, allowing him to survive the fall while keeping Jiwoo safe. Back at the hospital, Taewoo is left completely stunned, unable to believe that Sungjae survived the fall. The scene returns to the unknown realm, where Perio continues acting as if he is untouchable. Looking down on the trapped saints and Jeon, he mocks them for being powerless. He compares them to bugs that still twitch when stepped on, but says there is nothing impressive about people who cannot even use their zodiac abilities. Perio then singles out Jeon and asks whether he plans to struggle or finally surrender. Jeon keeps the surrounding arm monsters at bay and silently thinks that Perio talks way too much. When Perio repeats his demand for surrender, a grin spreads across Jeon's face, and he suddenly starts laughing. He remembers surviving the Demon Tower without any zodiac supporting him, fighting the Red Eyes even while his body was badly damaged. He survived alone inside that hell for 20 years and never once considered giving up. Now Perio thinks a few class impossible monsters can force him to surrender, which Jeon finds absolutely hilarious. He mocks Perio for believing this situation is a crisis and warns him not to get the wrong idea because this is nowhere near enough to break him. Perio refuses to believe Jeon's confidence and swings the Libra symbol, commanding the Calamities to attack. Several monstrous arms rush toward Jeon with overwhelming force. At the same time, the situation at the Scorpio Hospital completely changes. Taewoo is suddenly smashed by Sungjae, who has become far stronger than before. Blood spills from Taewoo's mouth as Sungjae declares that he is done being helpless. He refuses to surrender and promises that from now on, he will protect his mother, Uncle Jaewon, and everyone else with his own hands. At that exact moment, another system notification appears as the Trial of Fame is completed and the first disciple of the Serpent Bearer is officially born. A new chapter is added to the Bible under the name Lee Jeon Gospel, and a brilliant light spreads across the horizon, signaling the arrival of divine power. Back inside the unknown realm, Perio is left speechless as the radiant light tears through the darkness. The realm begins cracking apart while Jeon walks forward, each heavy step shaking the ground beneath him. He finally understands the power contained within what has been written in the Bible, and his return is far beyond what Perio expected. Jeon emerges with power 10 times greater than before, resembling the moment he once walked calmly out of the Demon Tower after being trapped there for 20 years. His first instinct is to kill Perio, but he suddenly realizes there is something more important to deal with. The Shattered Realm exposes the Sky Punisher, which had been hidden away inside it. Before Perio can understand what Jeon intends to do, Jeon casually swats him aside like an insect and walks straight toward his old weapon. Jeon reaches the Sky Punisher and tears it free with his bare hands, leaving the Virgo Inquisitor completely stunned. Jeon proudly looks over his old weapon and remarks that it has been 20 years. Yet the Sky Punisher is still there. It is his 8th holy relic and the finest weapon he ever crafted. The Calamities immediately attack him from behind, but Jeon is more concerned about the weapon itself. After spending 20 years without tasting the blood of a monster, the Sky Punisher has become tiny from disuse. Without even bothering to turn around, Jeon casually drives it backward and impales the attacking monster, making it clear that his old weapon is finally getting back into action. Jeon unleashes the Sky Punisher with overwhelming force, slicing the monstrous arms apart as if they are nothing. He then turns toward the terrified Perio and mocks him with his own words about bugs twitching when stepped on, reminding him that Perio claimed to be a subordinate of the almighty Libra. Jeon tells him to hurry up and twitch, while making it clear that he actually respects people who refuse to give up. He gives Perio the choice to surrender or keep fighting, but the Libra subordinate panics and orders the Calamities to stop Lee Jeon. Jeon simply tears through them one after another, enjoying the fight and remarking that even the Sky Punisher seems happy to taste monster blood again after 20 years. Once the monsters are dealt with, Kevin Ajar and Hugo combine Meteor and Radiant Sky into a powerful sect technique. A brilliant storm of light erupts, restoring their connection to their zodiacs. The Virgo and Sagittarius saints dramatically pose after regaining their powers, but Jian immediately ruins the moment by telling them their pose looks terrible. Both saints snap at him, complaining that they were simply victims of the unexpected plot twist. Perio is left stunned that they managed to recover their zodiac connections even after they were severed. Realizing things have gone badly, he decides to escape, but Kevin immediately pursues him, determined to avenge his lost right arm. Before Kevin can strike, Jean-Louis Moran, the Cancer Saint, emerges from Perio's body. Kevin recognizes the familiar skill, while Jean-Louis explains that he has urgent business with Perio. He catches the fleeing traitor and reprimands him for trying to escape without completing his mission. Jean-Louis then gives Perio another chance, using equivalent exchange to offer him as a tribute to the Zodiac and transform him into a monster. Jian asks Kevin about Perio's transformation, and Kevin jokes that Jian is probably preparing another ridiculous nickname. Jian immediately names him Whitner, referring to Kevin's white hair. Kevin becomes irritated with Jian's nonsense and wonders how Hugo puts up with him. Jian casually explains that Hugo has no choice, which makes Kevin laugh and agree that the archer really is a peasant. As Perio transforms, Jian suddenly feels an enormous surge of power within his own body. His physical enhancement has reached 85%, removing the side effect that previously restricted him. For the first time, he can properly test his enhanced strength, so he decides to swing the Sky Punisher with his full power. At that moment, Jin-Young arrives at the location Jian had summoned him to, confused about the destruction, and wondering whether Jian is fighting another saint. Suddenly, the Virgo Palace collapses completely, and pieces of it are sent flying. A mysterious girl appears and asks Jin whether the Virgo Sanctuary was the place that just exploded, leaving him stunned when he recognizes her. Meanwhile, Jian completely overwhelms Perio, beating him so brutally that the transformed traitor collapses. Jian realizes just how powerful his body has become at 85% enhancement, and starts wondering what kind of strength he will possess once it reaches 100%. His uncontrolled power ends up destroying the entire palace around them. Kevin watches his sanctuary reduced to ruins and trembles with anger, calling Jian a completely insane bastard. With the palace destroyed, the Virgo Saint is officially left homeless. Meanwhile, Jean-Louis arrives at Libra's palace and reports everything to Giselle. He explains that Perio's plan has completely failed, the impossible class calamity was defeated, the saints were alienated, and the internal betrayal achieved nothing. Humiliated by the outcome, Jean-Louis apologizes for underestimating Li Jian, admitting that he never expected Jian to defeat an impossible class calamity so easily. Giselle is especially furious that the Cancer Saint exposed himself directly to their enemies. Jean-Louis immediately defends himself, reminding Giselle that she was the one who ordered him to deal with Li Jian, and he only acted according to her instructions. Giselle grows even more irritated by his excuse, and asks whether he is treating the situation like some kind of game. She then binds Jean-Louis with the golden vines, leaving the Cancer Saint terrified. He quickly assures her that he would never dare to play games with her. Giselle eventually releases him, and tells him to make sure he succeeds the next time. She then turns her attention to Jian and his group, wondering where they will go after everything that happened at Virgo. Jean-Louis predicts that Kevin Ajar will eventually prove his innocence, which means Jian and the others will most likely head toward the Scorpio Sanctuary next.